Cleophas Oluoch nantiere gi jolony weche mag uchumi ma bende osewuok. An bende koro pod antiere gi jolony weche mag uchumi ma wuok e duola mano mar ISPAC. Achiel kuomgi en wendo, to achiel kuomgi en wendo ma bende en kata mana wendo mosebiro e okanga mar ariyo koro. Abro chako gi wendo ma koro biro e okang' mokwongo TV mar Ramogi, nyinge CPA Molen Achayo. Molen arwaki ni machiegni mos jopiny.
Erokamano Sharon, go erokamano ne nyikwa Ramogi Ajwang' kuom bedo kodgi odhiambo ma kawuono ka wang'iyo weche mag budget mar ikomenda 2023-2024.
Erokamano ahinya. Kopogore gi modi nyakwa Ramogi Ajwang' bende antiere ka gi FCPA Bernard Siero. Bernard Siero biro e okang' mar ariyo TV mar Ramogi. Bernard, mos jopiny.
Erokamano Sharon, nyinga en Bernard Umasiero. Kaki wacho no ISPAC koro wagoero kamano kuom biro mondo watwake ne wach budget mantiere ni budget mokwongo mar Kenya Kwanza government ni.
Erokamano ahinya. Ng'eni budget ibiro bed ka isomo kar saa 9 ma midhiambo kod jatend migawo mochung' ne weche mag omenda. To wan bende kaka jofwambo bende waseyudo kidienje mopogore opogore mar budget ma bende ibiro bed kisomo odiochienga ma kawuono. Nyakwa Ramogi Ajwang' mana kana senyisi en budget mano mar siling trilion 3.6. Wabiro bedo kwa rango migepe mopogore opogore, pok mar omenda ma bende ibiro bed ka ichiwo ne migope mopogore opogore. Mana ka chako kodi Molina, geno mari e kinde ma bende ibiro bed kisomo budget odiochieng' ma kawuono kaka jalony weche mag uchumi en ang'o?
Geno mara en ni mondo wane ni to sirikal mar Kenya Kwanza oketo mbi mare kanye ka wang'eyo ni en sirikal manodonjo ka nigi manifesto mar ma iluongo ni beta ma idendo ni bottom up economic transformation agenda. Koro an kod geno ni wadwani mondo wane ni to e yor beta no ere kama mbi mar sirikal ni nitiere, to bende oketo pesa e yo manyiso ni mbi mare ni kanyo kendo bino nyalo miyo wayud lokruok mar uchumi kaka wamedo dhi mbele kod touch mare kaka sirikal manyien.
Akani Bernard kaka jolony weche mag uchumi, in geno mari en ang'o e budget mano mokwongo e sirikand Kenya Kwanza?
Okay, erokamano Sharon. Geno mara en ni budget ni kaka kidhi some onego bed ni okonyo japiny ma kawaida. Nikech ino ni sirikal nigi yore ariyo ma ginyalo control go uchumi kata economy mar piny. Through fiscal policy to monetary policy. Koro fiscal policy ni ma wacho ni ng'enyne through budget ni, budget process kaka government choko usuru to kaka otiyo kode. Koro ni kaka government choko usuru kod kaka government tiyo kod pesa no affect or bedo gi gine ne affect jopiny. Koro bong'e ni budget ma gidhi somo ni odhi konyo japiny nadi koso odhi japiny nadi.
Ing'eni budget ka bende indiko ke kinde ma bende indiko budget ntiere okenge mopogore opogore ma bende rango. Ang'eni piny Kenya bende waduogo kata mana wantiere gi chal marach mar uchumi ma bende wachre ni okele kod midhusi mano mar corona ma nyaka sani bende kopogore gi mano gope bende wantiere godo, lokruok mar kor lwasi ma bende wantiere godo. Nyalo kata mana paro piny Kenya bende okang' mokwongo bang' thuolo mar higni mathoth bende weche motenore kod oro bende nokelo nwa chiedh nade. Kwang'yo budget mano mar Kenya Kwanza mano mar siling trilion 3.6, pok mopogore opogore ma bende gichiwo. Nikech ei budget pile kinde ka kinde ichiwo ga recurrent expenditure mano omenda ma bende piny owacho tiyo godo pile ka pile, bende e chudo mago maga jotije mago mag piny owacho. Kopogore gi mano bende wantiere gi development expenditure mano pok mar omenda ma bende ichiwo ne dongruoge mopogore opogore. Achak mana kodi Molen nikech sirikal Kenya Kwanza e budget gi mano ma bende somo dochi makawuono naneno ka recurrent expenditure oket kanyo siling trilion 1.4. Development expenditure mano ma bende biro bed ka ichwalo godo dongruoge mopogore opogore aneno kanyo koket siling bilion 714 kaka jalony weche mag uchumi. Nikech kwang'yo Public Finance Management Act wacho go ni kwana tamalo 30 mano mar kwan mar osuru nego bed ni dhine development, atamalo 70 dhine recurrent expenditure. Akani jalony weche mag uchumi king'eyo omenda makamano bende neno ka dhi donjo kare.
Sharon, anyalo wacho ni sirikal mar Kenya Kwanza wuotho e gimiluongo ni tol ma dhinya ahinya nikech mokwongo ka waneno ka koro ok wanyal keto omenda ne development kata yore mag dongruok to waketo thoth omenda marwa e weche mag gigo ma watimo pile ka pile miluongo ni recurrent en chandruok maduong' ahinya. But adwaro ni abed mang'won ahinya ne sirikal mondo kik anenra ka gima okang'eyo ni sirikal ni matek. Anyalo wacho ni en matek nikech ok onyal timo dongruok nikech en kod gigo mang'eny manyako tim mamoko kuomgi gin gope. To ei pes recurrent no to ok en gowi nikech gowi nitiere kamokete miluongo ni CFS. E kanye kama nitiere weche mag gope kamidhi chule to gi pesa mag pension mag jogo mabiro we tich mag jotije sirikal. Koro en gi chandruok ahinya ka wanyalo bedo ni koro pesa duto ma wakawo thothne dhi mana e tijewa mapile miluongo ni recurrent. Ok en gima ber nikech dongruok ema yawo uchumi mar piny, dongruok ema kelo dongruok manyalo miyo ji obed kod tije kendo pesa obedie pinywa mar Kenya. Koro king'iye e angle no to waneno ni atamalo mochiw ne recurrent ok ber ki development oyudo pesa matin. To bende kanyalo wacho ni ei development no onge chenro manyien ma sirikal oketo, giketo mbigi kuom gigo manosechak tim ma pok otiekgi. Thothgi gin ndeche, moko gin yore mag bero yore mag stima to gi kor lwasi gi gik moko makamago. Koro gima berna en ni ok giweyo projects mane ochak kod jatend piny manose dhie yueyo Uhuru Kenyatta. To jatend piny wacho ni mondo watiek chenro ma wan go sani mondo kik wachak projects manyien, mano en gima ber ne ng'ano ma timo chenro mar dongruok mar piny.
To magdo tiro wabiro bedo kwa rango kata mna pok mago omenda mabendo chiw kata ne migepe kuom ranyisi kata mna mago mag apaya omenda mabendo chiwnegi nikech kata mna kwang'iyo omenda moket tenge ahinya nyene dongruok makama mna kaka Molen bende sewacho en kotende kod tieko project mago chenro bende nochaki e sirikal mano mokala. Winjo ni pachi banade kotende kod okenge makamano recurrent expenditure kanyakla kod mago mochung'ne chwalo dongruoge mopogore opogore kaluwore kod pok mar omenda.
Erokamano Sharon. Kaka wacho no, wach budget, the development budget tin kipimo gi mar recurrent expenditure. Kaka nyawado no wacho no, get recurrent ni magen pesa michulo sana operations, salaries, kodo day to day operation ma government to development pesa ma serikal tiyogo maloso lwasi mar uchumi ma kumpacha na wuon da ber ka waketo pesa mang'eny e development mondo oloso lwasi maber mar uchumi. Kech kelo lwasi maber mar uchumi koro nyiso ni jopiny or the private sector koro loso wach kaka employment go tije bedo mang'eny. Koro serikal tije bedo nang'ono en concentrate loso conducive environment bolugo ni lwasi mar timo biashara. To koro oguchino gi mondo koro gitigi pesa mang'eny ahinya e recurrent. To mano bende nyalo kelo pressure piny e gine pesa magibo dwaro kata ma miolo. Kech olo to krach, kech olo nyaka gitim nyaka pesa nyaka ol. Kech olo no bende en tool ma serikal tiyogo ka nenda nyisi chantiere tools ariyo gi jatiyogo ma monetary to kod mar fiscal. Koro ka side mar monetary mitiyo kode gi yo central bank. Ngisa bo nyalo ga all pesa ka pesa ng'eny ahinya uchumi nitiere ka gi control issues mag interest rates go pesa ma circulate gimoko kaka mago. Koro olo no to beber olo no bende en ga tool nyaka tigo control uchumi kako uchumi dhi. To kuom pacha wuon en ni daber ka sirikal ng'iyo development budget gi mondo watim oket lwasi maber mondo manyalo jopiny jo private sector mondo otim ohala gi e yo maber gi yud nwang'o yo maber to overall uchumi bodhi malo.
Walosa ne kotendre kod hola ma bende piny Kenya osebedo karamna kaka kinde ka kinde karamna kane ntiere kaunti ma Kirinyaga mano chieng' e jumani. Jatend piny bende nowacho ni e kinde thuolo mabiro piny Kenya ok bibedo ka chiwo karamna kwayo hola kowuok e pinje mamoko mano mar dongruok. Iwinjo kanyo ka koro jatend piny dwaro mar mondo mi oganda odin bugni duto te mago ma bende nyalo bedo kika godo suru. Walosa kotendre kod hola gisani wang'eni debt ceiling mano ma nego bedni wa holo en ceiling trillion apar. Nyaka sani omenda mabende piny Kenya oseholo en ceiling trillion 9.6 makoro nyiso ni wadong' mana gi leeway madirom ceiling billion 400 mano mar holo to kata mana kineno kata mana kapo nono ni niseng'iyo kata mana gima gazede wacho po nono ni kadho through budget mano mar hikomenda mar higani bende wacho ni deficit mano mar budget en mar siling bilion 720. Waseneno kata mana ka KRA bende koro iketo kama tek miwuoro mano duol mochung'ne choko osuru pacho kaendi mar mondo mi ginene hikomenda mano mar higani nyaka higa machielo gichoko omenda maromo siling trilion 2.5. Kendo molin kaluwore gi kaka jalony weche mag ochumi ineno ka KRA nyalo dino bugni duto te mano mar choko omenda makore lach makama ma piny Kenya nyalo bedo ni tiyo godo mokwa holo omenda kuwuok e pinje maoko.
Sharon, ka ng'iye maber aneno ni KRA osetimo maber nikech to e timone maber no nitie ywak ka wang'iyo ikomenda mokalo jaloko jatimo ohala e piny Kenya oseneno chandruok ahinya e lwet duol machoko osuru e piny Kenya ka nyocha gidhi ahinya nikech aparo ni nitiere gimoro mar sundruok moro mane wuok kuom jatend piny ni pesa nyaka choki ka koro iwuoyo kodgi to gikoni ni omegi gimiluongo ni target mar pesa ni mondo choki choko pesa okrach nikech choko pesa no ema nyalo miyo wadongre to kik wadhir ja ohala ahinya makoro chope korot maka ka koro neno to neno mana ni afadhali kora lor biashara ni mondo kikatime nikech mano kotimore to ng'eni kendo kata thoro ma wan godo mar choko trilion 2.9 ni ok bi bedo nikech ka ohala lor to onge kama ichoke pesa mano gima okwongo. Mar ariyo en ni ageno ni gibiro bedo ni ginyalo choko pesa nikech mbi mar sirikal aneno kotemo yaro bad jogo monego beni omedo ji madonje ofuko mar choko ushuru ma en gima ber kuom ranyisi waneno kacha jogo ma kelo weche mag tudruok mbui kata jogo mamoro ji jok miluongo ni digital content creators osogi agulu mar ushuru no e finance bill masani kiwacho ni mondo gigeme gimoro matin nyo iliko ni mondo gigem atamalo 15 kaka withholding tax to duol mar mochung'ne weche mag omenda kanyo ng'iyo weche gi to aparo ni nowinjo ywak gi duoke tu atamalo 5 ma mano en gima ber to bende biro konyo sirikal mondo yare bade matin omedie pesa mondo gichoki. Nitiere gimoro bende magikelo mar iluongo ni tax invoice management system ma en gima nyien ma duol mar choko ushuru ochako kelo sani en gima ber nikech en bende ogeto mondo kel ji mang'eny odonji ofuko mar choko usuru nikech chandruok ma KRA osebedo godo Sharon en ni ji matin ema ni ofuko mar choko usuru koro yudo ni dhano ywak nikech ji matin ema choko to ji mang'eny owe oko mar ofuko no koro mbi margi ne en ni mondo wayar bade wakel ji mang'eny mondo ne ka wanyalo choka ne ushuru midwaro no king'iyo kata bende kata mana proposal mane giketo ni jogo mani kod udi yande ikaw atamalo 10 kuom pesa magi choko e nweng'o magi mag ute nyo gikelo ne giduoke piny mondo bed atamalo 7.5 mago gin yore ma KRA temo mondo mi oyaw godo bad choko mondo med yudo omenda mang'eny koro an gi geno ni gibiro yudo pesa to bende kawa yaro luasi kendo wabero luasi mar timo ohala to pesa no nyalo chokore.
Erokamano ahinya Bernard kapok awinjo kara mana pachi yiena mar mondo mi adhi achiel kachiel nyaka ir nyawadwa Crispin Owino. Chris nitiere e liare mano mar od bura maduong' ma pacho kaendi kinde ka kinde obiro bedo bende kwa winjo kata na pach jopiny kotenore kod okenge mopogore. Chris amosi ni misawa hani ni achiel kachiel inyalo mana nyiso ni nyaka sani ang'o matimore kama intiere asenyiso jopiny ni intiere e liare mano mar od bura maduong' ma pacho kae.
Erokamano Sharon, an oko mar od bura kendo gima dhi nyime sani en ni jo od bura mopogore medo donjo kakae motelo ne saa 9 kama jatend migawo mar omenda Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u biro chopo kendo pedho ayanga budget mar 2023 2024 ma en budget maromo trilion 3.6 kama bende en budget maduong' nyaka ne piny Kenya chakre kama en medrock gi omenda maromo bilion 251 ka ipimo kod omenda mokalo manen trilion 3.39. Koro kakae Sharon ok an kenda mana kana se wacho ni jo od bura medo donjo kakae dakika ka dakika an kod jo od bura makabu chae majimbo Kalasinga mwadhi tuwa kode ewi budget kaachiel kod finance bill mane ochopo e somo mar ariyo kata second reading otieno manyoro. Mheshimiwa, you can just tell us, yesterday night rather, during the division, you voted the finance bill. What informed your decision?
One, I did not vote no. I abstained the voting. Reason was, one, first of all, a day before, we had passed the itemized budget. The itemized budget that was passed before has to fetch money to finance it. But now the finance bill that came yesterday, I wanted it so that it moves from the second reading to the third reading. And where third reading now come in is where we can bring now both the committee amendments and also further amendments of members of parliament. So because for now myself, I have some issues in that budget, which I think they might not be right at this time. But I feel that I, as a leader, am entitled by the people of Kapchai to bring the amendments. So I have the power to call for the amendments, and that amendment can only come in the third reading. That's why I said now on Tuesday, as we go in for the third reading, which will be held under the chairman of the committee of the whole house, then item per item will be looked and be voted. That's what I wanted. Because if we correctly reduce what people are complaining of, then the bill will work. But also we must know that as much as we do what, we must raise money to facilitate the budget that we gave out or that we passed, itemized budget the other day in our National Assembly.
Mheshimiwa, looking at the estimate that will be presented this evening with the CS Treasury Professor, it's the biggest estimate ever. Looking at 3.6 trillion, and out of 3.6 trillion, you'll only find that only 769 billion will be directed or rather channeled to development, while a chunk of it, actually 2.5 trillion, will be channeled for recurrent expenditure. What does it portend for the country?
One, we also must know that the current expenditure is more of a service kind of money. Now, when you are looking at the country the way we are moving, every time the country is increasing its recurrent. Because every time we are employing new teachers to teach. Every time we are looking for more furniture for the schools and our offices. So, and as I say, as population increases, as schools swell, as classes expand, we need more money for recurrent. And recurrent goes direct to that. Recurrent goes with furniture, salaries, and other costs. But when we look at development also, it is a factor we need. I don't refuse whatever I said, okay, it is the highest ever. But remember also that already a shilling has fallen. A shilling yesterday is stronger than a shilling tomorrow, which is weaker than a shilling, which is stronger than a shilling tomorrow. Now, a shilling tomorrow is weaker than a shilling yesterday. So when you look at the Kenya currency, every day it comes down. So when we talk of having increased from the last year to now currently 4.5 trillion, it is true that it is higher than last year. But the purpose is look also at the depreciation of a shilling. As much as you also look at that, look at what the country now needs to do. One, the number of students in schools in the country have increased. So capitation must increase automatically. We are looking on how to safeguard the interests of our students in universities. You know very well that universities are collapsing if government doesn't come in. So we must get money and inject. One, some university lecturers are moving out of the country. Some universities don't have even lecture halls. So some universities don't have even money for research. And without research, universities are nothing in this country. So this increment of costs, and also we are forgetting that Kenya and the world is just after the post-COVID reactions of its economy. The economy was down. Most hotels were closed. Most businesses never worked. The country never got the taxation they expected. You know, if bars were closed all over Kenya, and you know what it means? When bars are closed, revenue is closed. Because Kenya breweries will not sell. Other beers will not sell. Where we get money per bottle. So we are saying that the post-COVID reactions that are affecting Kenya is also stimulating the increment in this budget to 4.5 trillion. But however, now, where we want to get even this money is also a problem. Because we also know very well that due to the post-COVID reactions, the Kenyan down there has no money. So still to raise this money and use it's a problem. That is why we have to look at the mitigations. And you see, when we say 4.5 trillion, these are expected projections. It's not a must. We are going to drain the money from people. Countries always give projections, the higher expectations, but they raise lower money. We shall not drain, we shall not milk a cow that has no milk. We shall pick the little that is there. So if we get, we expect 4.5 trillion. But if we get 2 trillion, we now do an adjustment downwards and work with that little money. But as much as I say, Kenya and Kenyans, we are in problems. You cannot believe that some people in this country are going without a meal a day. They stay in Kenya. We must see how do we bring out agriculture. And I want to thank this government for having taken that agriculture. And I want to thank this government for having taken that very initiative. The subsidized fertilizer that came. And if you move around the country, mostly Western and Nyanza, you'll find that the maize is doing very well. One, if the crop will be ready by September, we might have some support on to this one. So when our country has enough food planted in itself, it will not spend more money to bring in food from outside. The money that will be used for importation will now be used for other developments, even in your home and my home. If you have planted enough maize, you have enough food. The money you will have bought food, you can buy a cow. So that is what we are saying. Please, we need to put all our heads together. We need experts to put our heads together. There are things that we feel that should not work, yes, but we must go ahead.
And still talking about the agriculture, are you actually agriculture is the biggest contributor to our GDP. Yes. Are you content with the allocation that was given to the agriculture?
I'm contented because that is what is available. Because now, looking at the amount of meat that we have, that we should cut a cake using the knife, that is the best that can go there also. There we have, I've just mentioned here very well, that we cannot allocate more money to agriculture to more than we have given and forget the universities here, and forget capitation here, and forget what we need as structure. You know, every year, Kenya is endowed with rain. And when you have rain every year, and even in Nyanza, most parts of Nyanza get rain, roads are a problem. Not because they are not made, but they are called weather roads. Every year, when rain comes, they destroy. So we must have money every year. And as I talk today, I'm told even as far as the roads departments are concerned, we have a bill that has piled all along from behind. We have not paid around 750 million. Not yet paid. No. Yes, not yet paid. We must first of all see how do we raise this money. Okay. So far, agriculture, as I'm concerned, I think we've done well. The money that is going to subsidize fertilizer for crops. We must subsidize fertilizer for other cash crops like coffee. You know, a coffee farmer, when I was growing up in 1970s and 80s, you could go to a coffee factory and be sure next month if you get money, you will pay. Teachers were allowing students in class because you'll pay coffee. Nowadays, it's unpredictable. So if we can bring in the support, the asset support like fertilizer into our coffee, good coffee seedlings, so that we don't get trees, bushes of coffee that don't give coffee berries. We must do the proper hybridization. The research stations that we need in agriculture is what will boost this country. But I'm already, as far as I'm concerned, and as I see from my Kabuchai constituents and other parts, the way we handled fertilizer for maize and beans production this year, it was excellent. I would only wish to also ask that
Nyakora mgajuanga mananya wadwa Crispin Owino mabende na loso kodo jaod bura makapuchai kanyo musahinya kuom ng'ikruok mabende no yuda. Aneno kanyo ka Chris kendo ochako yude we wawinjari na gima gilose.
Very few sugar factories that are working in the country. And those factories, that is the best economy in the Western region. Western region are meaning Eldoret, Western, Nyanza, all those regions. That's where you plant cane. Farmers of cane are no longer enjoying the benefit they had before. We are saying that as a country now, we need to inject in some money, bring in new machines. The poor factory efficiency will never give profit to a factory. So for a factory efficiency to come up, we need proper machines, we need to pay workers very well, and we need to give the fertilizer for the nucleus. So that way, in Nigeria so far, we are satisfied. If we go by this, support our sugar factory, support our food factories, we are moving somewhere.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. I know we'll have more time and deliberate on the other aspects in the budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Erokamano.
Nyakora Ramogi manone waloso kod jaod bura makabu chae majimbo kala singa mane temo na Kolo nwamako kuom ber mane ei budget ma idhi somo odhiamo makawuono ko jatend migawo mar omenda Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u kochopo kar kowuok e oko mar od bura aduoki achiel kachiel nyaka e liere mar od bura e jafwambo wadwa Walter Juma Nyambaga pap en mari.
Chris, ing'eyo ni en odiochieng' ma oganda ni kod weche maka kod kacha ka wenge duto koro ka ok ging'e Ramogi TV gi duto to nyaka bene pod giketo wenge gi kaachiel kod itgi ka gichiko itgi nyaka londo mondo giwinj weche matimore e liare mar od bura kaendi mana kaka ni se loso kod Sharon motelo gi sechegi obilo wach kod moko kuom jo od bura gibed senate gibed kata mana jo od bura mago ma malo mondo mi owinj pachgi motenore kod budget misom iseche mag ochiko kod ngire Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u. Hapa niko na senator kutoka Embu ambayo nitazungumza naye ili anipatie namna anavyoichukua hili budget ambayo inasomwa mwaka huu. Senator, karibia hapa tuelezee, kuna matarajio makubwa sana kutoka upande wa mlima ambayo inajulikana kwa mambo ya ukulima. Hili swala la bajeti itakayosomwa hapa huenda mtakuwa na msemo kubwa sana.
Vile naweza kusema mimi ni vice chairperson ya agriculture. Tunatarajia hii budget itasaidia mtu wa Mount Kenya, lakini sio mtu wa Mount Kenya peke yake, ni Kenya mzima, kwa sababu tunataka kama mimi nikiwa vice chairperson wa agriculture na pia blue economy. Blue economy ni mambo ya uvuvi, ni mambo ya kutengeneza samaki. Tunatarajia hiyo yote isaidie hata mtu wa kutoka huko sehemu wale watu wanavuvu wanatengeneza wanakuza samaki. Kwa hivyo mimi nikiwa vice chairperson tunang'ang'ana na mambo ya kilimo, hata mambo ya samaki. Ni mtu apatiwe maji, ni mtu apatiwe dawa, na pia unakumbuka miaka iliyopita kuna juzi tu samaki ilikufa. Tunataka hizo mambo iangaliwe na serikali ndio iweze kuendelea vizuri. Kama ni mambo ya samaki, mtu kama apatiwe chakula mapema ndio aweze afunzwe, kuanjiliwe watu wengi wa kufunza watu mambo ya samaki, kwa sababu hata samaki itasaidia sana, kwa sababu kama kuna kitu kizuri ni samaki. Na pia upande wa mlima tunajua tunalima kahawa, manjani, miraa, makandamia. Pia biashara tunafaa pia pesa iwe nyingi, watu wasaidiwe na mambo ya dawa, na pia kama ni fertilizer watu wapatiwe mapema ndio aanje kujiandaa na kujitayarisha, kwa sababu unajua siku hizi mvua ni kidogo sana.
Hapo awali serikali ya Kenya kwanza walisema ya kwamba mambo ya kukopa pesa kutoka nchi za nje itakuwa mambo ambayo Wakenya wataisahau, lakini tumeona hapo katika bajeti wanania kukopa shilingi bilioni 700.
Ni sawa, unajua kitu yote wese fanyika haraka sana mpaka saa hii mwaka huu mpaka tukubali kukopa pesa zingine, kwa sababu hata ile tax collection tunaokota katika nchi yetu ya Kenya haitoshi, kwa sababu serikali ya Kenya kwanza wakati imechaguliwa imeenda kule treasury ikakuta hakuna pesa, na sasa ndio hiyo mambo mingi inafanyika ndio serikali iweze kufanya kazi kwa hii kipindi ya mwaka huu na iweze kulipa ndeni, kwa sababu watu wanafaa waelewe serikali ya Moi na serikali ya Kibaki na serikali ya Raila, serikali ya mtu anaitwa Uhuru imewacha deni, na hiyo deni mpaka ilipwe. Na pia serikali ya Kenya kwanza iko na department nyingi ambaye inataka kusaidiwa na pesa. Kwa hiyo hiyo mambo mpaka ifanyike, hata ikifanyika namna gani. Lakini pia tumeona serikali inataka kuangalia mambo ya kilimo, mambo ya education na mambo ya department zote. Kwa hiyo serikali mpaka ikope na tena iweke pressure mwananchi aweze kulipa tax collection.
Kuna mgao wa fedha ambayo itaelekezwa kwa mambo ya elimu na huenda itapeana nafasi ili walimu waajiriwe na hata zile shule za JSS, Junior Secondary School, pia watapata pesa ya kujenga mashule na hata kuongeza zile vifaa zinafaa zifikishwe shuleni kwa mambo ya masomo. Mpaka sasa kuna wengi ambayo wanasema zile pesa zenye zimetengewa kwa mambo ya ili waweze kupata walimu na hata watoto pia wapate kupata ile mgao wa fedha ambayo inafikia walimu na shule nzima.
Wakati wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, sio serikali ile ilikuwako ya Jubilee. Hii serikali ya Kwanza inafuatilia hela yote kutoka zero mpaka juu, mwananchi hiyo pesa iweze kufanya kazi. Na ndio unaona mpaka serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ina support county government. Pia tax collection ifanye iokote pesa vizuri na mwananchi aweze kumbenefiti. Upande wa elimu, hiyo pesa itasaidia kwa sababu hata kilimo tunataka kuwe na kuajiriwe hata walimu, agricultural officers wa kufunza watu kama zamani. Wakati wa zamani hatukuwa napata njaa kwa sababu kulikuwa na mambo ya kukata mitaro na mambo. Kwa hivyo mpaka hiyo pesa itaangaliwa vizuri na pesa ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza haitakuwa misuse kama zile zingine. Kwa hivyo tunafuatilia accountability, tunaangalia, na ndio umeona sisi maseneta pia tunaangalia, na ndio uliona hata serikali makaunti tuliwapitishia 385 bilioni ambazo zile pesa inaonekana serikali ya Kenya Kwanza itakuwa.
Venye umesema kwamba serikali imetoa bajeti ambayo huenda sasa jukumu lenyu kama seneta ni kuangalia ili hizi pesa zinatumika namna gani. Kuna mikakati ambayo tayari seneta washaweka?
Mikakati tukishaweka na ingine tutaendelea kuweka kwa sababu vile tunaendelea ndio mambo inaendelea ikipandirika. Kama sasa unaona serikali ya Kenya Kwanza haitaki pesa yoyote iweze kupotea. Kwa hivyo nataka kuhakikishia pesa itaangaliwa vizuri. Kama sisi unakujua kila senator ako na county yake, na mimi kama nikiwa senator wa Embu County automatically mimi naangalia county ya government ya sisi, ile governor wetu anafanya kazi mzuri na huyo mama amefanya kazi nzuri, na ndio tunaangalia. Kama sasa ukiangalia ujue mimi naangalia kazi serikali ile ilikuwa ya zamani ya county government ilikuwa na kota 10 million kwa mwezi, na serikali hiyo pesa haiwezi kuonyesha serikali inafanya kazi na morali kuokota 900 million. Saa hii hiyo county government ya Embu imeokota every month inaokota 70 million per month. Hiyo ni njia ya kuonyesha county enyewe inavaa injisimamie, alafu iwe na cheka, alafu ipatiwe zile pesa zingine. Kwa hiyo nataka kuhakikishia county zote mpaka maseneta, kila senator angalie county yake inafanya kazi na mwanagani.
Asante sana.
Asante
kwa maelezo mazuri ambayo tumepokea kwake seneta wa Embu hapo. Sharon eni adiri makara kende ni katamana senators bido se chupoka marangi yoniro chenro mara budget michan somkoda Professor Juguna Ndungu seche mag sauchi ko kanyo endo bende gi yudo thuolo mar gombaka kod oganda kendo golo pachgi motenore kit lai makoro biro dhi gweng'wech motelo ne mano endo kata mana rita kwe bedo seridi kama okalo kalore koda kit kaka idwaro ni mondo onge mutni mora mora manyalo dhi nyime kendi. Moko kuom jo od bura mabende waseko kod mbaka motelo to kata mana gi seche gendi gidwaro ni mondo chiw thuolo ne jok maseche moko neno ni nitiere kaka bad migao moro mosebedo ka okido kaka chenro magedhi maber kendo chwal dongruok bende ongi e yono makare. Kit budget midhi som mar trilion 3.6 liendi oyo kakoro kata mana bad migao mar doho bende ni kod omenda moro ma gibiro neno ni chenro mag chwalo ng'ur kachiel kod yalo buche okodong chien to kata mana bad migepe machalo kaka mag thieth bende yudo omenda moromo manyalo medo kata mana yedhe e ute mag thieth to kendo kata mana masinde mitiyo godo. Punono miyo moro ni koda midhiero moko mag konyruok bende koro gin kod thuolo makende mar yudo konyruok margi e yorno makare ma onge ng'ikni. Ber king'eyo ni pile pile ko toko se som budget misomo e dwe mar 6 mar loro higa to koro piny owacho ni kod omenda mar chwalo dongruok ma chopo ne counties mopogore opogore to kata mana piny owacho mamalo no endo. Budget makawuono ni endi pogruok mantiere maduong' en kit omenda momedi migepe mopogore opogore kachiel kod moko mondusi madok chien. Wan ka mar ng'iyo ni to bende singo mane jatend piny William Ruto osingo ne oganda e kinde mag tayo chenro mag campaign mage budget midhi somni bende dhi chiwo thuolo mar biro chopo singo giendi kata kopogore kod mano bende oseket lai maber mar neno ni kata mano omenda mar jolo jogo mayuto gine piny ma idendo ni aslas omenda mosebed ka ichwalo ola ni rowere matimo ala mopogore opogore gin omenda mage mochwal negi to bende gin kod thuolo mar biro go kang mar medo olo kendo bende kata manusuru mikao to koseol omenda maked kod magiendi bende koro ibidhi rang yuno makare inyalo paro kanyo motelo ne chenro maked kod mane gwandok ne nitiere kweth magazi miolo moja One Kenya Alliance kod mago magazi miolo moja e kit mbaka mar weche mag osuru ma osebedo mbaka nyaka chop seche giendi kopogore kod mano nitiere kaka piny owacho mar sirikal nosingo ne kata bad migao mar obila ni ibiro ngi lwasi margi kaka ute kachiel ute magidake lwasi mage to kata mana alwora ma bende gitie ng'iyo ni to sach gi nyalo chalo nade kit lewni kachiel kod kata mana gigo magitiyo godo machalo kaka magina to kata mana lewni margi omiyo ne motelo ne mano piny owacho noloso aput moro marango bero lwasi margi koro kit budget makawuono ni ndiko pono osesome kaendi gin bende ginyalo gatho ni bad migao ma ochung' ne weche mag arita kwe to rango mago mag doho bende pesa moketi biro loko ngima jo Kenya tahinya kaka jotije mag piny owacho inyalo paro kanyo ni kata mana motelo ne ma jodongo nosebedo kaywago ni to omenda gi mowinjo bende imiyo gi kaka jogo makoro igi oniang' maseche moko yuto margi ng'ao bende opodne gi omenda mano modhi mochopo ne walieko ni kanyo gi Chris motelo ni pok mar omenda maked kod mane machalo kaka mobire od bura ka ma en omenda manyalo chopo kanyo bilion 40 biro chiwo thuolo ne dongo bad migepe mopogore opogore kachiel kod sekta mantiere od bura kaendi inyalo paro kanyo ni motelo leo mar chudo mar osara ne jotich piny owacho kaka mago kata mago mag jotich mag piny owacho monywando nyaka jo od bura goendo nokelo liet mathoth ka cha piny owacho ni onge kaka piny owacho nyalo leo moko chulo omenda mano ma jotich to mak mana ni kalore kit kaka chenro maked kod mani osebedo kadhi nyime kuom thuolo malach kata kuom thuolo madundo budget midhi som kod ngire profesa ngire Njuguna Ndung'u nyalo biro kelo pogruok ka okenge makore dhi tigodo mar choko osuru mondo mi piny Kenya koro ong'ini to onyalo go kang' e dongruok mare bende ginyalo chako bedo kod midhiero mar leo ma ok ochul osajo tich piny owacho to kata mana jo od bura wuon bende ginyalo yudo giluongo ni omenda balang' mabiro kalore kod tich magechwalo machalo kaka bedo kod aput mag committees to kendo bende neno ni geche margi obedo kod mauta kopogore kod mano nyakora Mugajwang' e budget ma idhi some seche mag sochiko kamaende obiro chiwo thuolo ne jo do iye man kod lony mar rie mondo gini to budget niende ere pogruok ma intiere budget mar 2021 2022 to kod mano mirango 2022 2023 2024 kalore kit kuot mar omenda no endo mojuol to kod okenge midwa tigodo kichoko osuru koa e county to kendo bende diro ne piny owacho mamalo eka tim pok bed king'eyo ni ywaruok osebedo ka ni pok maluongo ni mar CRA manyiso ni revenue allocation mabiro ne counties mopogore opogore kachiel kod mago maseche moko dongruok osebede ka nitiere piny mago mojwang' kendo bende winjo bende nitiere pesa mipodo negi mondo mi kuonde ma dongruok pok odhi nyime koro bet kiting' matin paka nitiere ni kopo ni nitiere omenda michwalo ne counties go to bende ni ing'iyo ni to bende gin counties mantiere chien e weche mag dongruok ka kamano to ibiro kendo ni to ginang'o gang'o mowinjo be ni rango mondo mi omenda machalo kamano endo ma ok chiwnegi kaka ola minyal bi duoki mondo mi koro chopnegi piny owacho ni kod lai makare magiselieko kokale budget ni endi kopo ni iyudo thuolo mar some duto kendo bende range maber ibiro kopogo omenda komenda madhi migepe ka migepe ibiro kata mana med kwan mag obila kwan mag jotije kwan mag lakteche kwan mag oganda maseche moko onge kod tich machalo kaka rowere mabende ka amulo ni mana matin ne nitiere ywaruok ni rowere matimo tuke mag mbui to kendo bende mag chwalo ote ni dwa ni mondo sol osuru mano matin kuomgi mondo mi kata mana tamalo manilieko mar 15 ka koro yieruok nitie no dhi bedo 5 to bende nyalo chiwo thuolo mag weche mag tich jatend piny ka loso motelo ne somo budget makawuono niendi osebedo ka sundo oganda ni e budget midhi som niendi mano mar Kenya Kwanza telo mokwongo mar piny owacho mare biro chiwo thuolo makende mar neno ni weche mag kawo gope odok chien matin. Ibiro neno ka nitiere omenda maromo kanyo bilion 700 ma owinjo be ni dhi ol ne jogo idhi ol e pinje ma oko, to lai bedo seketi ni kum siling 10 mora mora madhine e piny owacho winjo be ni siling 6 dhi e chulo gowi. Mae mokelo pogruok maduong' e kit lai ma itiyo godo mar rakruok kod gope mantiere. Nyakora Magajwang' wan kod jogo maseche moko ni kod lony mararieya ma ni kod Sharon mabiro mana podoni. Koro gi kaendi to warito ni jatelo kango chopo biro donjo kod gate matunko jachonde mondo donji e od bura kanyo endo, then obiro yudo thuolo mar thurruok e kinde ma ang' ben no ywak kaendi ke bandera bende ang' no ng'awo, speaker biro chopo kaendi kaachiel kod jo od bura biro chiwo thuolo mar donjo e od bura kanyo endo mondo mi lu chenro mapile ka pile kinde ma isomo budget mondo mi koro ging'i ni budget ma idhi som niendi giluwo chenro makare kaachiel kod nitie gik moko mok nyalo we moko time kinde ma chenro makod ma dhi nyime. Bad migawo mar arita kwe biro yudo thuolo mar pangruok kanyo endo nikech mano en achiel kuom gino miluongo ni lai miluwo e kinde ma chenro kama dhi nyime. Koro pod wan nitiere ka mar bilo wach kod moko kuom jod bura kaachiel kod senators mosebedo kaendi ka wayudo mana matut kod pachgi gi kit kaka jogo maseche moko otiyo matek e loso budget maket kod mani midhi som. Nitiere komiti mar jo od bura manyocho go e budget makama kogno kendo bende opiedhe kendo bende obilo wach kod jatend migawo mar omenda makoro biro dhi somo budget mantie kaniendi. Koro pod wan mantiere ka mar go mbaka kod jo od bura go kendo bende pilo ni kachiel Sharon oroni kod penjo kupogore kit kaka aseng'ingo ne okech ang'eni kod jolony marieya ma wigi bith ma wigi otimo jere mabende seche moko ni kod lony marieya ma hewo kit kaka kata mana jo od bura wuon mane odhi nyime kod loso chenro mar budget niendi kit kakipimo lony marge.
Erokamano ahinya Walter Nyambaga, wawinji e yo maleo. Pod wabiro bedo kwatudore kodi ka pod intiere liare mano mar od bura maduong' med manyanwa ne gin jod bura mage ma bende pod medo donjo e od bura maduong' motelo ne somo budget mano mar hikomenda mar higa mar 2012 mano mar hikomenda mar higa mar 2023 nyaka 2024. Kaka wanya koro Magajwang' sa uchiela mar odiochieng' oseromo. Yiene mar mondo miaka yo machuok bang'e aduogi jolony ma bende antiere go e studio pod amedo jiwi mar mondo mi ior penjo moro ma bende intiere godo kotenre kod budget geno mari en ang'o. Lai magwa magote machok 3:600 mbui mar YouTube ema nena kwantiere achiel kachiel. Wan gi ng'ikruok matin e mbui marwa mar Facebook. Abiro bedo duogo bende somo moko kuom ote ma bende ioro. Kik dhi mabora.
Kanyiero kod mor dhi nyime,
inde mbone nadwa bedo lawyer kakoro piende mininde okinya ban
weche mopondo be medo ng'eyore.
Mushene dwa participation ni winjo
pesa na mise chamo oinga yie nyaka garus combine
to kwe kethore kind ji.
Ona wewe wanamgwenya sisi
onjaore
Ma town to ng'ato ka ng'ato temo mana tony.
yani mutani sani ji tema pek
Nyar kochia tich abich ka tich abich saa 1:45 otieno. Sasa ya mawagamo muya wayudo ngima. Sasa ya mawayudo rieko wareso ngima ng'ato.
Ductus arteriosus onego bedi lorore, foramen ovale onego bedi lorore.
Pinj laktar kelo ng'eyo matut, gero oganda gi puonj mok inyal yudo kumoro amora mag weche thieth.
Diwacho ni gima koyud chon tinyalo thiedhe ma ng'ato chang chuth
kabisa. Or ote machuok gi penjo moluwore gi weche thieth. Tudri kodwa e nambani kata inyalo ywa tole nambani. Riwri kod Ruth Otieno wuok tich nyaka tich abich saa 12 odhiambo mana e Ramogi TV.
This June 3rd, you get a dose of entertainment with Vibia Embu Afropiano Edition Palenjo Kiri Grounds. Halafu kuna Mombasa Youth Awards on June 8th at the Afra Hall. And that's not all. Prepare your taste buds for a sumptuous Nyama Bomba Festival Throwback Edition on June 10th at the Ngong Racecourse. It's gonna be lit. Log on to viewtickets.com or dial *487*6# and get your tickets now for an epic month of entertainment.
Kwere ne ogongero ni thuru lo yiengo to e gweng' ma Ombaka e Nyando e kaunti ma Kisumu en midhiero.
Kama minu nubire ok terenge we.
Pi ma monjo gweng' ni higa ka higa nyuolo iye ma ohiu kendo nimo gi lek mag nyithindo manyiri.
Anwach mar pino ohinya nikech omiyo ayudo gimok na expect nayudo kabisa.
Nitie nyithindo adek man chogamo remo e ndalo machon gi midhiero mag pi.
En ng'ama biro resogi. Tudri kod George Bati, ngeso tarika 17 dwe mar auchiel, saa 1 kod saa 3 otieno, kokelo ni sigana moyiedhi, kaka lek nyithindo manyiri nimo e pi Ombaka. Mana e Ramogi TV, kik bai.
Nyakoro mgajang machiegni kende okang' machielo pod odhi nyime gi Kolo Bajet mano mar rikomenda mano mar higa mar 2023 nyaka 2024 ka bende ponono nokiao TV mari ponono nokiao mbuini mari kanyo kiny makawuono antiere ka gi jolonye weche mag ochumi antiere gi FCPA Bernard Siero kanyakla kod CPA Molina Chayo mabende wasumogodo paro kotendre kod budget mokuongo e sirikand Kenya Kwanza kapok nwadhi ir jowetewa mago jofombo mago mabende nitiere od bura kacha winjo kanyo kana giloso kanyo gi jaod bura mano ma Kabuchai kanyakla kod senator mano e county ma Embu bende usumo pachgi kalure gedo margi mano mar budget mar hikomenda mar higani bende nwadoso bende kotendre kod weche motendre kod hola nada winjo pachi Banada nasi winjo pachi Molin kotendre kod hola mabende piny Kenya usubido ka kwayo waneno debt ceiling kacha usichopo ceiling trillion apar daten piny Kenya bende wacho ni onge hola mabende biro bedo kokaw pinje mamoko kotendre kod dongruok mopogore wach mabende nwalosa hinya en omenda mano mar ceiling trillion 2.5 mabende dwarore mar mondo miduol mar kere ochoki mane hikomenda mar higani mabende biro bedo karumo dwe mar auchiel mar higa mokalo kar choko ka ema bende nwalusi mabiro Bernard motelo ne nwaneno odiochieng' manyoro bende jod bura no kadho paro mar chik mar omenda moko kuom osuru mabende dwa medo juogi nitiere kanyo.
Erokamano Sharon. Kwaloso kuom pesa midwaro ochok gi KRA. En pesa mang'eny to kata kamano wang'e ni KRA osebedo very efficient of late. Pesa gisebedo ka give targets gi apart from the last few years but nan ke chingen inter pesa ginyalo chok the limit ma ji nyalo choko usuru get maybe sando ji wacho no mondo otim nango otim expansion of tax base okel ji mang'eny obed ni nyalo chulo usuru ke chingen osebedo ka timre ni wan ga ji matin ma chulo usuru kinyo kaka joma chulo pewa hii negina joma tin mane pero gin joma tin sana kodo magin sama tin dano med pewa hino kinyo joma timo business wala mago bachulo corporation tax gin kampe matin oro obvio serikal temo gima giluongo ni tax base expansion gitamo kelo jomoko gimedi e ginika ebe nyocha giketo gima giluongo ni turnover tax ni makatina no ka gigolo chon ni keteni ke iloso omenda ma milion achiel e higa sando gidoke chien koro gitaga nyaka joma kaw apar 500,000 per year
naneno kana ging'ona ne jo ohala mayudo nyinyo matindo koro chakre 1,500 kadhi mbele milion 100 bende kadhi mbele
to kune kan tiere okay sando gintiere proposal mano kete bill to tiere sando proposal wabendo
kaka no lo
keto pok gibedo passed koro gino sando lose bill mano bedo published koro bill mano published to kana ne gocho ni gidwa gol gidwa kede from 500 joma chulo 500 nyaka to gidwoko siling mare to 50 is it 15 million from 50 iso gem kelo joma piny gibendo odonje gide mar nini machulo suru to shida mantiere oketa na choko shida mantiere ne ka uchumi ok tim maber kata ki kaso joge en kaka ni en dhiang' achiel ti nyiedhe inyalo kata yudo kata wacho ni ido liters apar ida ne yud mang'eny more than 10 yani timo ng'o ok nyaka imed ranga imedo gidende feed mare kata ngono mondo increase production to kende ka ok nyalo wacho ni mondo koro nyiedh matek eke yudo chak mang'eny ber mane gima timore sani nikech ko jo halago mantiere go joma already ndie tax bracket ka gin ma korido nodigi matek mondo oyud pesa mang'eny to mae gima ono wacho ni ok ni maber gimoro kendo manjo waneno ma gitemo kelo yo michoko go osuru king'iyo finance bill nicho gitemo kelo gima ng'eny sana dichiel ing'eni tax policy dwaro ni gibedo gima consistent ma well known gima takelo kutoka kala gima matin to kende ka siasa migoyo ni wacho ni ka finance bill kokadho to ska lok biro pesa which is not true actually king'iyo the finance bill te changes magitemo make go gojo ka make changes go gi aim to collect additional about 200 and something billion additional to usually kada the system is as it is without that bill at all pod tiere pesa ma serikal de loso to yo siasa ketegani nika finance bill no mongi changes go tim to sikala ko yudo pesa ma and misinformation mo sebede kore do ngisi yo mondo gingene ngo okay finance changes ni yaga tim to dominate mo gi mos mondo go
okay ni mano suru ma ibiro godo mana dichia pero kasani wach makendo ko kelo shida sana kere koro gikelo kere no operate ka gima en emergency situation ndio tax bill withholding ni withholding tax ni ndio ngene ka ni chule ichoke sijimi ichulo your suppliers to be ngado withholding to chulo kere to ni chule by 20th day to sando kende ka gi propose na ngene ni chule within 24 hours
dimag 24 hours more 3 days again 3 days koro ipejo di what is the agency serikal oken kaka oken ko wacho ni koro nitiere agency moro mani erga gima ko jidar
en no se kade koro warito mana mar mondo mi odhi third reading mar mondo mi oloke chik nyako chop ne jatend piny
to emo mi otimo migi ideas ni stage di especially ka sima koro gintiere ni ngene go do bege ngiyo now close by close to ngene some of these changes emo mi through forum like this koro temo ngiso gi ango magi nyalo timo these are these things ma okudo bedeti bete ma dichiel kamano kaka issue mar dichulo withholding within 24 hours 3 days yeah okudo bedo operate serikal operate ka given an emergency kada no wala mangenjo chako wala ma well established okay chulo ngato odhu nyipo sana to ichule sana ngijima customers mingeyo issue invoice normally 30 days to jogo chulo to bedo some order to kene sani untiere some kind of agency moro kanyo ma kipacha no kane ni ongitiende
ero kama na nyimo meno kinyi makawuono untiere kaka kaka jolony mar mondo mi wapuonjo piny nikech samoro ntiere dani moro kanyo mantiere gwenge mag Nyakach kwaru moro samoro mantiere gwenge mag Seme matemo dwaro winjo ni budget ni to ting'ango nikech molini kinde ka kinde kata mna kisomo budget japiny geno yudo fuong'ruok ogeno yudo ni to mogo manyiewo cha nengo ni bende dhi dok piny makati ma samoro tiyo godo nengo ne bende dhi dok piny kawafuno mana wach tie budget siling trillion 3.6 mabende ntiere sirikand Kenya Kwanza maporo ong'eny gi siling bilion 300 bilion 300 ni king'iyo kata mana sirikande ma osekalo mano kata mana kwang'iyo budget ma osekalo sirikand Kenya Kwanza ni wanene okamar gi mochkwongo ka gisomo budget siling trillion 3.6 to nwach ni ne budget manengo ne ni malo chakre no som kata mana budget market kod mago doch kata mana ni medruok mar siling bilion 300 no moline do bedi no biro kaluore gano
Sharon, atemo wacho ni jatend piny ma wan go sani ker Dr. William Samoei Ruto kane ne timo campaign mage no bedo kod singo moko ne jopiny. Koro an kipacha paro ni mondo otemo mondo mi ike omenda ne mokwongo mochako kaka jatend piny okete gik moko ma biro nyiso japiny ni singo mano otimo ka ochopogi. To mamano ok rach kineno gik moko kaka motemo sundo i budget kaka gik ma iluongo ni hustler fund, otemo keto gik moko kaka yore mag udi ma nengo gi ni piny, kaachiel kod gik moko ka neno kata mana weche agriculture king'iyo bottom up economic pillar mare matemo asiko kaluongo nikech mano e kama ne ogoye campaign mare. Oketo mbi mare e weche mag livestock ahinya nikech ka ng'iyo the transformation agenda mar agriculture proposals mage aneno ka otemo ng'iyo ahinya jogo modak e gwenge mag North Eastern nikech ka neno taneno mana gin gik mokalo mar luorore around weche mag piende, loso medo teko mar pien mondo bed gi maber minyalo uso oko, weche mag jamni, chudo mag jamni ka oro bet ma jamni otho gi kamago. Ka ng'iyo gwengewa makaluo gima kende maneno kanyo moketo en wach mar pur mar pamba. To kaneno gimoro maduong' moketo e pur moko mag kaka niang', ting'eni e gwengewa makaluo niang' e gima osebedo ka konyo ahinya. Kachiwo kuom ranyisi kambi mar Sony Sugar ne obedo kod chandruok ahinya e weche mag omenda. Aparo ni chien kacha bang' dweche moko 5 nyocha giyudo pesa ma masin ochako rego. Chandruok makoro gin godo ni masin rego tiyo to gima inyalo regi onge, niang' onge. Japiny japur ok osebedo kod ber moneno i pur moweyo pur mar niang' kendo koro gitimo ohala mamoko. Koro ok ang'eyo ni ang'o mabiro timore mondo mi wane ni purno bendo mimbi mare makare mondo mi ka japiny opuro nikech ka waweyo kata yore mag wacho ni wapur chiemo to nyaka wapur gigo miluongo ni cash crops bende mamiyo wanwengo ma wanyalo timo godo achiel ariyo adek koni kod kocha nikech ka japur opuro kata ka ni onge cham to cham nitiere Uasin Gishu inyalo dhi ming'iew bando kuro mibi mondo cham. Koro mago e gik mana paro ni mbi magi onego bedie to nyalo wacho ni omedo budget mare nikech odwaro mondo chop singo mage manomiyo japiny kano timo campaign mare.
Jomoko bende neno ni samoro kata mana mar budget omedi kaluwore kod apise mopogore opogore ma bende omedo. Wang'e ni apis mano mar jotend migepe mana apis Musalia Mudavadi ne onge sirikal mokalo. Kana neno kata mana pok mar omenda mana kana sinya koro mgejwang ni wan kaka jofwambo bende samoro tiji fwambo ne beber nikech bende waneno gik moko motelo donge nikech naneno pok mar omenda ma bende biro bedo ka dhi ne migepe mopogore opogore. Kwa chako kata mana gi national government pok mar omenda en siling trillion 2.6. Omenda ma bende biro bedo ka dhi ne sirikande mag gwenge mago county governments en siling billion 385.4. Parliament mano od bura maduong' nyakoro mgejwang biro bedo ka omenda mar siling billion 40.4. Judiciary bende naneno kanyo siling billion 22.9. Koro kaluwore gi medruok mag apise mopogore opogore ang'eni nitiere jolup jotend migepe mathoth ma bende kipimo gi sirikal mokalo dong' ng'eni wantiere gi jolup jotend migepe mohao odwach ni 50. Koro apis jatend jotend migepe mana apis Musalia Mudavadi pok mar omenda naneno kanyo siling million 648. Dibede ni mago gik ma kata mana omenda makoro yaro kata mana budget mano mar sirikande Kenya Kwanza. Bernard.
Erokamano Sharon. E kwa ng'iyo budget go kaka iwacho no nitiere office manyien ma giketo go. To budget mar gin kiketo office manyien nyaka iket ne budget mar recurrent mano wacho cho. Koro mano bende gina chiel ma contribute. To maduong' mang'eyo ma contribute ma budget medo dhi malo en kaka budget watimoga e Kenya ka budget making process. Ng'eny jo watemo timo budget ka begi base gi previous period. Koro ng'iyo ni iga mokadho budget waren kama. Koro wamed magama.
Kata pok mano kata na lemo mar budget ma bendo chiu kata na apis jatend piny kono naneno kata na budget ma koro dhiro mo dwe mar 6 ne apis jatend piny no ket ne siling billion 8.6 gisani oket siling billion 11 nanena chielo kuom gazeti okinyi makawuono ma bende seyo kata na kar jot mar jatend piny ne gitiyo marach gi omenda.
Mano king'iyo wach expenditure no bende ngene kelo wach kicho kene ka ji wacho kani wakawo gope one gi deficit to one side king'iyo side mar executive to korgi budget mag timbre nade medre. Koro kene kaman mano bende nitiere waluongo ne contradiction kech already ine bur to podi medo kunyo bur ibodi medo expenditure mar executive to wacho no kudwa kawo loans To okde kama ko ngebe nganya ko ren siasa we kan ang'eyo clip ne jo obuge ko moko uloso ganyo wach mar ka ogowi ni ok bedo ka gope mako koro gida giden to king'iyo gope mako ge ogirach gima duong' en ni ng'iyo ni ito tim kode ang'o to kawe kure kejo kene Kenya is a member of these international organizations World Bank IMF and all that magin kaka bangi en kaka the same way moyo ni in go account bank to ko kunya to no kida ka ole bangi e bengi mari mingeo de ka pesa ko Shylock ibo to ka pesa ko Shylock kata ala source ibo cholo gide mang'eny aya ko do kene kasa ni ku weyo ka gobe maoko ngeri ke gima wacho ni kata ko ka go to gowi gima no benengi ro tim ko dango to ko do kawe kanye ko kawe from the international lenders gi gibo ino ngibo miu longer period with lower interest rate to as opposed to sani magwacho no gika gowi to sani as we talk because sani nyange ni gidmoro nyoro bond manyo bedo issue nyoro yeah already sani interest rate bond I think I saw it nyane ne nyoro at around 15.8 or something 15% die ma mano jonge jok ngi koro yeah to pesa ki dika from the international fund financial institutions the rates magi will be much lower koro kunya kawe tutimo kode gimoro ma development ongerach to kile shida mano jijo time to kacha sirika mno kama ndo kadoka ngi kawo pesa to be nok gedwa dikao from this international organization ka World Bank giri negi ngai pesa kwa gikao kode gikao ge ma private inya paru watch mar Eurobond girika Eurobond or those kind of ginego and pesa mi you do mayot to interest mare and very high on malo kore pesa bila ku kao to rach ne ikawe to biro ka to oknyal CM gima utimo kode no wacho nango no plug e budget okono beni ka ugoi ni plug all the budget deficit ono beni ka ugoi no normally for development get it for development magima di tiyo for long ma udi do benefit no kata kuchule ata for 20 years or 10 years to benefit magimo timo chabe yudo kumigini kote ikoro mane pogro ma mondo beni jogo keto koro ka siasa mi keta tani no okudwa gowini na siasa ke jogo podo gidi kawo to my fear en ka gimedo kawe e local market ka sani kawe ni ka sani kawe local market kaka manjo kama yizi no bond manjo bedo floated ni kod normal do ngitere nyaka the treasury bills koro gima benke de temo benke koro chiwo pesa ne jo biashara ma kawaida gibo keto pesa gikani sani king'iyo financial statements mag most banks gi you know one element area magi giloso pesa mang'eny mogik and from ginego pesa magi giolo serikal pesa magi giolo serikal so magi giolo serikal cha koro ngama kawaida ni gidhi olo pesa bank ne don ina ngono in risky ade keto ni very high interest rate ke gidan pesa gicha giter kanya gitere government giolo government kore rete mondo giwachi ni okwakaw gowi to at the same time actually ikaw kata king'iyo ko ng'iyo figures there a website mar central bank ung'ia the trend the movement the total debt you'll have expected ni kaka giwacho no ni gigo kasre ni kechi chulo gowi or bedo neno ka gowi non the pay but the reverse is true gowi pod bedo mbele
podo medo mana hidho to sani bedo ng'eni siling trillion 10 bende wachegni chopo debt ceiling kwadong mana gi deficit matin mano siling billion 400 kok manya korom gajwang dongi na singo ne bro bedo kasomo ote mabende se bedo kai oro ka bende paro ni pod wantiere gi jofombo mage kor gweng mopogore mabende pod biro bedo kasomo no apach jopinye kaluwore kod budget mano mar sirikanda Kenya kwanza wesa manimo kukom ote mabende donjo ote yore lai magote machok ari adeka uchiel no Facebook bende wanyonore yoronwa mano YouTube bende nyalo oronwa ote makamano kinyalo mna katina moko kuom ote mabende jopiny oro aneno kanyo ote osedonjo kanyo David Ochieng wacho ni wuok kaunti ma Migori wacho ni penjo jolony niya be oyiene jopiny goyo kura e wi budget aparo ni samoro public participation okang makamano biro bedo kunyise kata mna kodwoke Randago wacho ni Ramogi TV and Randago an gima dawachi ni budget ni onge ber mare benda wuoro ni jod bura mane okalo chik ni ok ong'eyo gima gina kata wananchi. Ruto ong'e ni dhano ngimane duong' kabisa. Bende ntiere kanyo gi janeno machielo Peter Thomas Siongo wacho ni budget mar Kenya Kwanza no ber ndi, but penjo en niya, ere kaka odhi bedo funded nikech fuok ni kanyo maduong' kaluwore kod osuru michoko pachoka. Odhi bedo matek kod jopiny. Budget is too ambitious. Wacho dedo chenro kintiere county ma Mombasa. Ote machielo Byron Ochieng, wan waol gi budget sani nikech ok konywa. Budget ni konyi Byron. Kopogore gi mano ntiere ote kendo machielo mano mabende biro bedo kasomo. Byron Ochieng osesomo otene, janeno marwa Ramogi budget ber to migao mar pur modwa mi matin ahinya to ene moting'o gik mochuno. En ngima dhano. Wacho ni nyingi Jared Matoyo. Kok manya korom gejuang kapok kata mana welo mabende antiere godo oduoko moko kuom ote mabende isebedo ka iora. Bro bedo ka duok kendo achiel kachiel nyaka od bura maduong' mano mapacho kaendi. Walter Nyambaga nitiere kod jaod bura mageme Elisha Odhiambo. Banda kinyalo mana winja Walter. Paro mabende inyalo mana sumo gi jod bura magem kotenre kod paro mano motenre kod budget mano mar higani. En ang'o? Elisha diwach nang kotenre kod budget mar higani.
Sharon, pod wasomo paro kowuok kuom jo od bura mopogore opogore kendo gi sani endi kapok adhi nyime nikech anyalo bedo thore jawach. An gi jaod bura magem Elisha Odhiambo. Mheshimiwa machiegni kaendi wadiye ni gini matin. Budget isomo seche mag 9 usedo iye. Wach mane yudo ka nigi pogruok maduong' manyalo konyo oganda.
Ana paro maduong' ahinya. Namba achiel ang'eni oganda Kenya mzima nigi shida. Kenya dhia through the most difficult path e ngimawa. Nyoro kanyo wang'iyo wach budget kod report. Wabunge mang'eny wuoye wach finance bill gi budget to nyogi wuoye wach report mano o capture gik ma jopiny no wacho. Namba achiel jopiny no wacho ni content creators odwok tax piny from 15 no odwoke from 15 to 5. Jopiny no kwayo ni housing levy ogol kata odwok piny. A report no odwoke piny to 1.5. But aparo gima important kabisa an joga majoge magona ombulo onge ngama nigi pay slip. Man gi pay slip maybe just about 20%. So majority of my constituents onge pay slip. So that bill does not affect them. The bill may affect your game. Number chiel and bill waido increment mar 18 to 22 million mar CDF. Mabokonye basari, mabokonye gero schools, mabokonyo eloso choche mag skunde kod kom manyithindo betie. Mano for me is a good signal. I kendo gima important motimore ng'ata ma import skari tax yoter malo. It therefore means ne kambi kaka Sony Sugar, kambi kaka Moroni, kambi kaka Chemelil kagi produce sukari, scratch gi bobedo easily accessible, so there'll be no competition gi jomoko makora makelo sukari kwa oko. Fertilizer obedo zero rated. Ng'ata matimo pur medala bo bedo able to puro bo yud cham makare. An maneno ka muhimu kabisa. And more important, a budget ni wan kaka jo game wadwaro TTI. And TTI mar game no bedo factor e budget ni. Wan kaka jo game wadwaro ndara mawuok kod yaga madhi Siaya no bedo factor e budget ni. Emomiyo nyago yes kang'iyo gik ma jo game dwaro. Okago yes kang'iyo gik ma jomoko dwaro. Because sometimes you must take the difficult path. Mondo konyo ganda.
Mheshimiwa kapode maka kanyo endo hapa pia nimepata I have a member of parliament from Kiharu, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, who also played a very big part in this budget making process. Mheshimiwa, just to take us with the speed. Now, the 700 billion that is meant to be borrowed, where is this money coming from?
Number one, the money that we anticipate to borrow, which is called the deficit, has come down drastically. Last year, the deficit was 860 billion, which was on the books. When we reported to work in terms of the budget committee, we realized there was an extra 200 billion that had been spent off books. So the deficit then was 1.1 trillion. We have brought that down to 718 because we want to continue on emancipating our country from the chains of our borrowing. Where this money is coming from, we have budgeted to borrow 80% of that money domestically and 20% of it from foreign sources, basically because we don't want to expose our borrowing to the vagaries of the international market. International markets, financial markets have been very erratic, and especially given the fact that the United States Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates every other time they meet. So we didn't want to expose ourselves into those vagaries that are beyond our control. That is why we are looking more inward than outwards.
Also to confirm, the executive has also got a very huge allocation. Why? And the parliament has got about 41 billion.
You look at it comparatively. The budget that we are reading is 3.679 trillion budget.
Yes.
Out of which 2.3 trillion Kenya shillings is the expenditure for the national government. Out of which that 2.3 trillion, 1.56 trillion is recurrent in the national government. National government incorporates the executive, parliament, and judiciary. In that also, we have allocated 986 billion Kenya shillings into major repayment of debts, something we call consolidated fund services. So in other words, the budget has gone up because generally every other thing has gone up. Economies progress. When economies progress, then the budget has also to progress.
All right.
So I hope I have answered that question correctly.
I really appreciate for your time. Thank you very much. So you will also have your seat. I remember you are, I guess, somewhere, and you are rushing somewhere. Thank you very much. Jakoro magajuang mano agompaka kanyo koda ja odbura maki haru ndindi nyoro. Koro antiere ka koda ja odbura mageme mane wabilo godo mpaka ka endi matis. Iwinjo kon wacho ni ntiere pok mar omenda moketi ne piny owacho mamalo to kod mano mabiro dhi ne counties omi bilion 385 mondo chwa dongruok kae ma pesa mag moko mabiro dhi chwal kata mane mag CDF to kod jopuonj ma chwalo jopuonjre mondo oyud omenda moro mag nyadhi godo e sikul. Bende in go gadieri ni pesa ni endi kopono migo kaka ja od bura pesa mowinjo be ni chopo mondo jo constituency mare yud bas mondo nyithindo dhi sikul to koro gin kod gigeno mheshimiwa
nyaka gabed gigeno, but more important and pesa mobede oket education is in line with the new curriculum mo create junior secondary schools. Nige skunde no bedo created but pesa ne onge ma develop gi. So I think the support for this budget is so that nyithi wanyalo somo kama kare. Nyithi wanyalo yudo facilities makare. But more important, which I'd rather say in English, we in all the 290 constituencies, all the MPs are angling to create TTI. TTIs are going to produce carpenters, plumbers, electricians, and all these guys, all these Kenyans need jobs. The only way to create for them jobs is to have a robust housing sector, which will then employ them. So kigero ute yala, kigero ute Kisumo, plumbers majo game, electricians majo game, bo work mondo dio tije kuro, especially mansions. Yeah, so we'll have a more bigger sector mar the middle class being grown out of construction.
Erokamano mheshimiwa, no kadwar penji wach ot nikech ituome ngato nyalo penji ni to ago simba kachan kod lum. Kendo bende aneno ka koth ok jaduonga oko samuchwe. Mara ngo nyalo dwaro ot.
Anaparo wach ot does not concern Joamatiyo.
Yes.
It concerns our interest for Joamokti. Awacho nini 80% of Jogame Okti Gindala.
Yes.
They are farmers, they are merchants, they are carpenters. So with a robust housing sector, upper Jogem Boydo teach.
Okay.
Because we cannot have a TTI Magero Gamba. Where will they work? Where will they find work? You know, once the TTI Gamba is ready, we'll have masons, we'll have carpenters, we'll have electricians, we'll have and plumbers. All these people will get jobs once we start building in Yala, which in the near future, the president is going to launch a housing scheme in Yala town.
Ekinde mambaka dhiyo nyime kendi penjo moko nitiere maseche moko wuok e alwora mag bondo kanyakla kod kar chung'o od bura mari. Beng'eno odiochieng' manyoro ne ji puoye nyadhi mane manosenindo jaod bura magem machon miluongo ni Otada gi dho jende. E kinde mani somo budget makendo kod magi ne gin wi hotel ma wacho ni budget ni nitie kumodhi diyo godo jopiny nitie kaka odhi makare. Bisedo e budget mbiro nitiere kumoro ma piny owacho nodwa keto omenda moro matis to kad do jule malo. Paro mane minyalo chiwo wi budget mar 3.6 trillion.
And the only problem we must haggle and resolve and problem medo 16% VAT on fuel. Mano we as a member of energy committee we are looking away kako nyalo be resolved. Engagement will have a negative impact on the public. Overall, I think the budget are some things that will be good for the people of Kenya. But look at it, the country needs to run. We cannot stop Kenya. We cannot stop salaries. The very Kenyans will be crying, there are no salaries. Where do the salaries come from? From the taxes that we pay. Okay? Where do the counties run from? The taxes that we get is the money that is remitted to the counties so that the counties can run and can run efficiently.
Before I let you go, I incorporate Honorable Didmas Barasa. The budget is yet to be read, and there is anticipation that the government might have some borrowings also to raise fund to run day-to-day government functions. There is concern that there is much more borrowing that the government is going to borrow. And you are one of the people that has always been in the forefront saying, hatuwezi endelea kukopa. Hili iswala kwako.
That one I can tell you, we will not accept any further borrowing. That one we will not accept. And we have a paradigm shift that those very expensive projects that will require the government of Kenya to borrow, instead we will follow what we call public-private partnership, where we will engage strategic investors to be able to team up with us and be able to deliver those projects without borrowing. We are not going to put any further burden to Kenyans on borrowing. We are struggling with paying our debts, and we are not going to allow to borrow. We are going to change the way of doing things.
Thank you very much. Nyakora mano eneja odubura makimilili. Honorable Didmas Barasa kowacho duk kachiel ya ke studio mondo idhi nyime kod yudo moko kuom weche mokol ni kae ni mondo mi mana dhadho mage matut. Pod mantiere kamar kel ni weche gi kaka gitimore ka doye e budget michal som kod ngire Professor Juguna Ndung'u. Kachiel Sharon ononi kod penjo.
Erokamano inya Walter Nyambaga. Penjo aonge godo en mana ni jodito mantiere godo e studio ka biro bedo ka somonwa paro ahinya nyaka luore kod paro mopogore ma bende ochiw kod jod bura ma bende diloso godo. Erokamano inya kuom somonwa paro. Kaka mano Molina gi Bernard winjo paro ma bende osom gi jod bura ahinya nyaka luore gi somo paro kaluore gi budget mano ma bende somo odiochieng' ma kawuono gi somo paro kaluore kod paro mar chik mar omenda ma bende jod bura nokadho odiochieng' manyoro. Molina, achaka ne kodi paro ma bende jod bura osomo. Pachi nang'o kaluore kod kidienje mopogore magilose?
Erokamano Sharon, ka ang'iya mapiyo mondo kik wiya wil, aparo ni agoyo mos ahinya ne jogem ka winjo ka mbunge margi nyalo wacho e TV ni jogem ok ondiki, koro gin bill mar gine mar jomondiki no ok dhi affect jogem. En gima kuyo ahinya ka winjo ka jatelo nyalo wacho kamano, to mano ero osekadho kamano. Then owacho ni en nogoyo yes ne bill nikech no neno ni idhi migi TTI. Penjo maduong' ma wanyalo penjore, and awacho ni priorities wa kaka jopiny mar Kenya ok gin ga right. wasegero TTIs mang'eny kendo ka kwano kata chakre sirikande Uhuru Kenyatta nyaka ne bede telo nyaka chop sama no wuoke wan gi TTIs e radius 100 kama to TTI kamano to ging'eny penjo maduong' ma nyaka wapenjre ni to bende nyithindo somo e TTIs gi nikech en gimoro achiel mondo wabed gi TTI to en gima chielo mondo mi nyithindo somie TTI gi mondo gibed gi lony ma jaod bura ma gemo wacho ni gidwa bedo godo gi to ka ok watimo mano to nyiso ni waketo pesa e gik moko nego waketie pesa owacho ni taxes obedo zero rated e fertilizer koro mano biro konyowa mondo wayud chiemo mano to en adieri to nyaka wang'e ni e yor pur fertilizer en mana gimoro achiel e yor pur nitiere gik moko mang'eny ma mondo mi pur obed pur mikaw oduma mikel kamoro ma koro iuse obedo bando ma usore nitiere gimiluongo ni labor jogo mabiro tiyo kadoyo ni puodho mondo mi gilos ni cham nitiere kaka idwa ting'o bando ni kisegole puodho kako nitiere kama idhi use ka waketo VAT odhi malo manyiso ni nengo golo cham kigago de puodho kata kiselose no iyude gi nengo mayot fertilizer to no biro maber cham obedo walamo nyasaye koth bendo chwe nikech mago gin gik manyaka wang'e wasebedo kod shida nikech kaka pinywa mar Kenya wa rely on gimiluongo ni rain fed agriculture koro ero fertilizer tinyise miya manengo ne ni piny koth odagi biro ang'o matimore bende chiemo ni dhi chiek ero wagone nyasaye ro kamano okelo nwa koth kaka nyotimo no e pur manyokadho ni wayudo chiemo koro idwa ting'o chiemo ni kigole puodho kitere kama japiny dhi yude mondo iuse itiyo kod transport man malo nikech wuon gari nyise ni nengo mo medore ok anyal chaji kaka nyocha chaji pile koro aparo ni wan jo siasa wang'iyo mana gigi kwang'iyo e short term wang'iyo gigi wiye gi emotions ka ok wang'i gi matuta ahinya mondo wang'e ni to en chandruok mane ma gimoro achiel nyalo kelo ne gimoro onengo ka wang'iyo weche magwa mag ushuru kaachiel gi government policy magwa manyalo konyowa mondo wager pinywa mar Kenya kik wang'i gimoro achiel onego wang'iye matut mo wang'e ni to gini ere kaka oyiengore gi gima chielo ere kaka gitudore gi machielo makae to kwariwo gi te to wang'iyo ni to kuom duto te ere kaka koro ohinyowa kata ere kaka ogerowa mano kasetieko wach mar gini to ka ng'iyo gima giwacho adwa duoko wach ma mheshimiwa Ndidi Nyoro wacho ni ok wabi olo gowi Sharon ka in kod budget mise wacho ni dwa tiyo gi trilion 3.6 to minyalo choko en trilion 2.9 jothurwa in kod rem ni idwa yude kanye donge nyaka iol
dong wacho ni gibiro bedo ka giola tamalo 80 kowuok e chirni ma pacho ka
mano e madhiye mano en policy marach gimomiyo rach mae sirikal mawacho ni gidwa ting'o under the bottom up economic agenda gidwa ni giting' jo ohala matindo tindo mondo dhi oloki mondo ginya ochumi mar obed maduong' to ka isedhi kaka sirikal mondo iol kama an bende nonego aole kaka jo ohala matin an adhi olo kanye ng'enia economists wacho ni ng'ano maolo an kod in ka wadhi olo to bank nena kaka ng'ama risky manyiso ni aonge gi onena kaka ng'ama ok bi chulo to neno sirikal kaka gima nitie maka amiyo gowi to biro chula koro sama dhi kodi to sirikal bendo dhi to ibro mi sirikal ola tani tuona koro sama tuona tana dwa ni mondo anya ohanda obed maduong' ere kaka dhi timo ok adhi konyora and ayie momiyo ni winjo ka FCPA Bernard Sirono lieko kacha ni sani king'iyo bonds wa rates gi ni malo atamalo 15.8 manyiso ni gisemiyo nengo hola ma piny Kenya minyalo ol godo kata wan ma jo ala odhi malo momi ok wanyal yudo pesa maber mondo wagine ni owacho gimoro kanyo ni hola mane wan godo en trilion 1.1 wan wakia mano nikech gima wan ong'iswa e buk mwasomo en ni gowi ma wan go en bilion 860 koro mano tim off book gi to koro mago to gin gik mwawacho ma waonge godo gi facts ok wadwa ni wadonje conversation mag gik ma waonge go gadieri koro in short gima temo wacho en niya kaka jotelo ma ji oyiero mondo atud gi penjo moro mane japiny moro penjo ni to be wan inyalo yienwa kaka jopiny mondo wago kura e weche mag budget ok oyienwa directly e yo ni in idhi nyumo mbula to yieni kokalo kuom mbunge mari emomiyo wadwaro ni mondo wabed gi japiny ma ong'eyo gima timo japiny miluongo ni a well educated citizenry manyalo keto jabunge jabunge mare piny mang'ise ni an kaka pacha ok adwa ni go mbulu yes ne budget nikech aneno no dhinya to bende mano ok bitimore nikech piny ka jo od bura neno ni gine magin gindiko jopiny en reverse monego bed ni japiny mondiki emomiyo kanyo jopiny osechiwo pachgi ma jopiny ogolo ywak to pod ineno jomoko dhi mondo wach ni mupende musipende tuta kende ni duon japiny koro kwinji japiny koro ni to nigi onyalo timang'o emomiyo watemo ni mondo wabed gi highly educated civil citizenry manyalo kata mana nikech wan e pend chik mar Kenya ka wan kod kamoro moyienwa mondo waluong jaod bure mari kineno koko tim gima ne dwaro ni miye tich mondo titi neno koko time kaka idware chik oyieni mondo iluonge idhi mondo imany signatures kuom ji mondo iwache ni wan jaod bura wa ok chung'nwa maber wadwaro ni mondo gole mondo wamany ng'ama nyalo represent wa maber mago gin teko ma wan godo kaka jopiny to watamore tiyo kodgi
dibed ni samoro kata mana jopiny bende okia kata mana ting' ma bende gintiere godo FCPA benada imbe na winje pachi kaluwore kod kaka jotelo loso penjo ma bende jopiny bende nooro.
Erokamano Sharon. Awinjo kaka mbunge noloso kejabe a game. Wacho ni jogame Lisho Diambo MP. Wacho ni jogame onge space slip koro gino ko ba affect ga ahinya. But anyway, to that extent adifa kode matin. Adifa kode mbunge mara ni gima rach ne ji te. Yeah. Kata njoke ja kwanza go. Koro ka gima di affect ji manie pay slip. Biko wacho ni latin koro game ni game gen sawa to bende ngine ko arrive at that decision I can arrive at nadi kecha na guna benda game but to maybe I don't agree gi ne mwacho no in particular koro kaka wacho gi de war pay slip issue ma affect employees wan gi jopuonje wan gi civil servant ba bende ha game ko wacho ni ngin koro ngin ge mor gi ma mor gi wacho no apan manlo kanyo do abodho matin
do no telo ne od bura winjo kanyo ka bende wacho elela ni bende no wacho yes paro mar chik kokadhe
to mano koro it is right en right mare matimo kamano lakini okende kama kanyo mantiere ga disconnect in the democratic system who said elect a leader and now the modalities how they to ensure that gima represent interest magu okende kaka koro sani antiere kai tawacho tiere specific items ma tiere finance bill ma odwaro mondo ging'e gira kebisha to kende koro gin generalize gin koro gibog'e ni jogi pingo finance bill ni serikal jakati but tiere specific gima mote ma wacho gi ma dhi affect kada jopiny ka to magi gima odwaro mondo gilosie kaka issue kata ne also wach KRA tiere issue koro gikelo ni mar 20% deposit mi bodwar ni chulo cha kin gi dispute kodgi bagas very specific items ko gunya wacho ni nyaka keti gi mondo ka serikal yud pesa you know what I mean ikoro the very specific things ma ondo beni kolo ye tingiyo tigolo gi ok no kucho nyaka keti gi mondo ka serikal yud pesa and moreover the allocation you know kaka sadi issue ma kaka instead of insisting ni mondo ochul 20% deposit the argument mane gikelo nangono ni cases go how long to cases how long nango kisani the tax appeals are being under judiciary yeah to judiciary gibe pesa di kingi allocation
na neno kanyo ka judiciary gimiyo bilioni 22.9
yes kagi dom do cases go the PO give allocate more money to the judiciary tax appeals tribunal or team cases go PO mondo ka kini case gi KRA carbon usually di 20% to get cases go kind itimo within 60 days or time within 60 days you sort out the dispute as opposed to now deny motivate access to justice kicho kinya raise pesa no kejin 20% pesa mangeny kejin kaka kere table mbai bedo taxes ma gin arrears to normally arrears gin getting yoga getting more than 5 years up to 5 years ibedo ni taxes gin accumulated tax matter whether you better assessed over a period of 5 years kuna ta usually they got 20% deposit mare eke access justice you can't because how companies work companies still pe oge pesa makano ka side ni pesa ni ko mag tax no koro mamage gik mote mo wacho mondo bedo ni wajumbe wang'eyo mondo ging'e ni gitu gigolo ngono gigolo gik ma ok bi konyo jopiny mantiere e bill the other thing mada wacho wach also wach gidene wach deficit mo wach gi ndindi nyoro koro beno MP wacho nango ni last time no gi pesa moko mane onge no ko bedo recorded kuri mano gite wacho nango koro te wacho ni loan book ni en kata gibinya tima moko nyaka tima without documentation my is a very sad thing koni ichulo jo piny no golusuru to kon chiel onge strong system to make sure nangono the person no tigo e maber kata obed accounted what pesa ka then go you remember John kata issue mar ginene go in fact I think kai do a very serious audit kai do a very serious audit ma in fact and an era we really need to rethink of how it should be addressed because no loan book ni kai mantiere shida anyal paro dire time dire only the general ngane kando temo kelo wach ginecha ya paro there's a time watch bond nini watch euro bond moro mane gitemo trace to ne ron pesa moko no kochopo mara nangono asani ngane ne nyiso e TV nindi nyoro wacho ka ni pesa moko mano ndiere to ne onge books koro mano wacho nango
dongo se kora na sirikal mokalo tunacho ni kwan duto te koriyo nitiere deficit mar siling trillion 1.1
to kote mwacho mano kote mwacho ni sirikal mokalo ni sirikal en sirikal ino kaka professional nangi sirikal koro kwacho ni sirikal ongeli sirikal mokalo yani sirikal lokone ka the actual things magnet mogede the technical you need lo nangono civil servants man kanyogo koro ka wacho ni ka gima nyalo timre last time in the previous government angama sinde timre sana
mane penjo maduonga kata kamana daro mar mondo muchupa chumogik nikechane no ka bende thuolo bende homa wangwa wadong mana gima tine dakika par mar mondo mi watiek twa kama kapok nyawado machielo hodonjo gi weche manyien kar sa bere mar odiochieng moli ni winjo kata mana kaka jotelo loso jotelo pod medo sumo pare kinde ma bende pod gichopo e od bura kacha wachni mogik kinde ma bende isomo budget makma geno mari kaka japiny bende de bedango gi wachni mogik kwatieko chenro
erokamano Sharon aparo ni ka watieko chenro mar budget makawuono mane wawacho ni wachna mogik en ni dakwa mana jogo ma wayiero kaka jo od bura ni ka waketo gik moko kaka budget gi e weche mag debate mondo wangi gigo madhi konyo kata dhi hinyo ngima japiny wagol emotions wagol gik moko mag ni anan ja Kenya kwanza anan ja Jubilee wangi gigi matuta ahinya mondo kik bed ni nikech no ngisa gi jatelo mara ni nyaka go kura e yo makama e kaka dhi go kura watem mondo wangi ane gigi e yo matuta ahinya nikech samoro japiny ywak to en kare gi ywak neno winje ywak neno kata ka in gi kama ikawo ni mae kaka dwana tim ti winje ywak neno mondo mi wayud kaka wakonyore wan duto wate mara riyo en ni ang'eyo ni jatend piny marwa ma en Dr. William Samoei Ruto ni matek nikech options ma en gotin to ok ne nyis ni mondo mi okel gik mang'eny mokelo e finance bill gi mondo okel tuomruok gi weche mag ywak ma japiny ywak godo FCPA Bernard nowacho kata ni ok wanyal wacho ni gini nyaka kadha kaka en no nie ka sirikal oyud pesa nikech medruok madhi bedo kwa ng'iyo kopogore gi manyo wan go e finance bill mokalo en mana kaka osewacho no ok ng'eny ne bilion 200 gi wiye kama koro bilion 200 gi wiye ni ok no weya mondo mi wane ni mondo piny pod tek nikech ng'eni wawuok e weche mag covid wasebedo kod lwenje mag Ukraine kama bende wach ni affect wa kaka jo Kenya wan kod weche mag nyap mar nengo pesa marwa mar Kenya ka ipime kod nengo dola kucho bende mago affect wa kaka jo piny Kenya ere kaka wanyalo chung sechegi ma piny tekni ma wache ni koro wamedo VAT e weche mag fuel to wang'eyo ni fuel ni en gima iloso kode power to power ni ema iloso godo gik moko kembe maloso gik moko mitiyo godo kiseketo nengo taya odhi malo nengo mo odhi malo donge tiende ni wacho ni nengo gik moko tete biro dhi malo nikech kata fertilizer mise wacho ni subsidize ni kase loso bando to milas mag mogo kakoro power magitiyo godo e machine pong mondo rego odhi malo nengo mogo ok nyal dhi piny
kata mana gole ko wuok e puodho samoro kata kitere kambi
koro wach VAT ni chutho en gima ne nyaka wang'i ka ok wang'iye to japiny dhi ywak kendo wan kod ywak kod mudo lak mar ariyo gima dakwa kik waket figu e kind ja Kenya manigi pay slip to gi ja Kenya ma ok ti nikech ok en rach mara nikech ng'ato ok ti ok en tij ng'ama sani nie tich mondo yaw tich ne jomoko mondo ti en tij sirikal mondo yaw tije mondo ji te oyud tich to bende onge privilege moro maduong' minyalo wacho ni kakora tiyo to kora an godo molonga mokti manie payslip cha. Nitie jo Kenya moko maonge payslip ta diri Sharon gin Islam kake wacho ni jomoko dak Islam no. Gikunjo pachgi. Ibro yudo ni ene thuon landlord. Manigi udi madongo kidhi kata mana gine ne ngara koni gine wegute gine landlord to gikunjo pachgi gidake Islam mondo kigidonje tax.
To bende tiere moko man gi payslip to payslip bokonyo chakra mna ka ng'a onge.
Exactly. Koro kik waket sigu e kind japiny manigi payslip jatich matiyo katotiyo ne serikal katotiyo ne kambi mag ji giwegi nikech kiny to wabiro keto sigu moro marach mabiro miyo jogi chieng' moro no wuogi magi bigi monjwa e udi ka gineno ni ok wakonygi to sirikal dwani wakonygi. En gima rach ahinya ka jotelo chisiko ka giwuoyo to en mana ni japiny manigi payslip ok dwa konyo japiny maonge payslip. Wasekonyogi. Sani kana nyisi kacha NHIF owach ni dwa duoknegi piny kowuok kuom siling 500 ma yande gichulo dwe ka dwe cha iduoke to 300. To mano timore mana nikech japiny manigi payslip idhi ng'ad man malo mondo wadongre kako oganda kothiedha to thiedhi to wate wangima wanyalo tiyo tijewa mondo wadong pinywa mar Kenya. An mago weche ga mogik madanga wacho.
Ero kama na inya weche kendo paro maliwa inya CPA Molina Hachayo. FCPA Benada wacho ni mogik watieko.
Ero kama no Sharon. Koro katieko kawuono wanyalo ng'iyane ni wanya puonjore gi oganda mondo ng'iyane ni e budget ni o affect wanadi at individual level. Sasa na koroka jo wama koro mewache koro gine e countries wama kaluo kucha. Koro gimone gwedo ng'eyo tax ka mondo ntie jo wama kuma nie wala to moko ben tiere employment. Kono go ng'e ga watim gimolo ni tax planning. Koro especially jo wama mantiere matimo wala. Koro dogo chak ng'eyo ni yes gigi to koro temo serikal giwacho ni kalango kunie je serikal to wacho ni ma gitimo kama. Koro in kaka individual ma ja business ja wala dwaro timo ngo kunya kingeni kaka plan your taxes to yen samoro kunya bedo gi lony mar ng'eyo tax planning no koro kanye minyalo dwaro jokony kaka sani wantiere gi kaka jo members wa Magis Park kata ka duoko no wantiere gi Spark Nyanza branch wan gi at the county levels wan gi those chapters gijanga yudo kony mondo ging'e ne kaka ginyalo timo prepare bugegi in a way mok gi chul taxes more than they should. Integi milong tax planning. The other part issue ma debt ni anyalo ng'ie na on the other side flip side ngeni kwacho ni every coin gi two sides kora ngisa ni you watch debt to jo wa bende can take advantage at individual level. How do you take advantage? Since the government yolo pesa ni koro jo manya bedo gi savings moro matin kata ke bedi in japunjere retire yido pesa ni moro kata ni civil servant or he make some savings sadi the right time yelo keto pesa go e bonds go ke interest rate of 15% that is very high koro ongeti nemo di almost nini lo na go risk free koro ongeti nemo di ka pesa no I chan read kata ni get out for rental you be doing this kind of return maybe don't can be much higher koro jo go the flip side of it. How do you look at it at an individual level kaka na won gigi to rostebre kama koro anyati mangono mondo I minimize impact tax planning macho no to taking advantages how to do your investment portfolio to build game ko bila moko nyati mod you at on level nyalo seek advice from the professionals.
Ero kama na inya kumparo mali waguni ero kama no FCPA Benada siero kumidu tulo maratwa kod wachakro sabich nyaka sane kanyakla kod CPA Molina Chayo kinde bachele bendi chaki diwo gima neno kang mari makare to Benada no kilewe dholuo nikech chutho wele montiro godoge okang mokwongo wacho ga ni dholuo samoro nyalo bedo matek wacho aguni ero kama na inya kum tulo maro nyakoro mgejo ngini meda aguni ero kama na inya kawuni nudu chienga Kenya Kwanza inya kisomo budget udu chima kawuni nudu chienga Kenya Kwanza mano budget gi mokwongo bende du chiki kaka japiny nikech wane bende mwabedo wabiro bedo kwa yudo ber mar budget market kod ma ero kama nyakum ote magi bende ioro budget parni biro bedo kisomo so chiko kanyo gi jatend migawo mochung'ne weche mago menda e pacho kaendi pani wantiere gi jofombo mago ma bende luwo okang' ma kama endi gisani aneno kanyo kodong' mana dakika 4 mar mondo mi orom saa 7 mano mar odiochieng' nyawadwa Lydia Okeyo bende osekore ne studio ka odwa kelo ni weche manyien. Bed gi ng'eyo ne nang'o matimore e gweng'a ma bende intiere. Bang' mano bende odiochieng' turu wabro bedo kwa kilo ni mana pok ahinya mano mar budget. Kono som budget bende wabro bedo nyaka gi jonona mago weche motenre kod budget ma bende biro bedo ka chuonwa paro maliw kotenre kod mano. Mana te chendo ni nyinga en Sharon Ongao, nantiere ka ginya wadwa Cleophas Oluoch ma bende notego godo chendo makama chakre sa 12 mano mar okinyi. Maneno mbako romo extra. Gisani koro watieke. Waradi kenjo kiny chakre sa 12 mar okinyi nyaka sa 5 mar onyango. Nyinga Sharon Ongao.
The ground is reverberating. The speed is alive. The kings of the track are here again. Feel the roar.
Ujali vile nasikia tu kiniambia sijali nikifanya vitu. Wewe unaniambia tu. Lakini unajua nini? Sijali vile unajali na hata ukijali sijali. Maisha lazima nitaishi. Alafu nikuulize. Sasa vile unanibeba, kesho itafika. Usiku itafika. Kile na kushoni mambo inaenda mbele. Ujali, usijali.
Dial *811 *346# to get how jolly.
Kwere ne ogongero ni thuru lo yieng'o to e gweng' ma Ombaka e Nyando e kaunti ma Kisumu en midhiero.
Kama minu nubire ok derenge we.
Pi ma monjo gweng' ni higa ka higa nyuolo iye ma ohiu kendo nimo gi lek mag nyithindo manyiri.
Anwach mar pino ohinya nikech omiyo ayudo gimok na expect nanyayudo kabisa.
Nitie nyithindo adek man chogamo remo e ndalo ma wan gi midhiero mag pi.
En ng'ama biro resogi. Tudri kod George Bati, ngeso tarik 17 dwe mar 6, sa 1 kod sa 3 otieno, kokelo ni sigana moyiedhi, kaka lek nyithindo manyiri nimo e pi Ombaka. Mana Ramogi TV, kik bai.
Inyalo goyo kwan kod omenda ma aching' kata ma ikete bahasha ka isiko itiyo kod omenda mohingo kaka onego itigo. Tema ne keto e bahasha omenda ma idwaro tiyogo kama moko to ikung kata ikan.
Bende meher nyalo bedo bin param.
Obed min param.
Obed min gi
Epewe mag tuke mayero
hero mar adhula
kendo ipako gi ilo. Tudri kod James Opondo, japicha gi Milton Ochieng Jaka Black e pau tuke. Chieng' ngeso ka ngeso chakre sa 8 odiochieng' nyaka sa 10. Mana Ramogi TV.
Niaje? Ni kama unashangaa kwa nini naangalia simu with so much focus, eh? Usishangae sana. Nimekuwa ndani ya story kabisa. Ni kama ile alia juzi. Ni kama nilikuwa hapo iki happen. And when this new market was being opened, ni kama nilikuwa hapo tu. Hata vile local tourists for a special rate at the coast, I was there. And when this new road was being commissioned, I was right there. Na hata wewe, unaweza kuwa ndani ya story wherever you are. Just download Citizen Digital.
Stay informed on all the news and events as they happen across the country, the continent, and the world at large. Download Citizen Digital, Kenya's #1 news app.
wabiro kelo pak e nying Jehova.
Hallelujah, maler wamiyo Nyasaye duong'.
Ma en Nyasaye manyiso luor. Sabato ka sabato, wabedo gi thuolo maber ahinya mar pako. Kendo lamo Nyasachwa. Gi wende kod wach Nyasaye.
Tamor gi Yesu Kristo. Ni wuod Nyasaye ni ng'amo keto geno ne kuome ok nyal lwar be ok nyal neno wich kuot.
E Injili ngima. Ngeso ka ngeso, chakre saa 2 okinyi e Ramogi TV. Winam Cinema biro bedo ka yango ni gik manyien.
There is this beautiful flower in your garden that is what being plucked.
To kaka wawacho ga pile, ma en odwa. Wakelo ni sinema mapok ineno e piny luo duto. Drama.
Iwani umbi okawinji. Umbi asewinjo gi mabor.
Nyiero.
An kaka jadolo maesa, sama nyirombe pod oyie mar golo sadaka ni pesa ni waywere go kudi.
Tuke mag hera. Kod mor moloyo. Kik sinema mora mora bai. Ket wang'e wang' jowi mari mar Ramogi. Chieng' Jumapil, saa 2:15 otieno. Ma en odwa. Radio Ramogi, Cartoon Jaluo. Radio Ramogi.
Kamora mora maintie machiegni e chenro ni mar migago kabende e tarik 15 dweno mar auchiel ng'ario proyo kwa adek waikoni mathoth nyaka ema bange kolo medo kolo ni wechego motendre kod budget mar higana omenda ariadek ariya ng'wenya kora mga juang waikore yo makare kabende reporters wantiere kuonde mopogore opogore mar nyiso mago madhi mbele kabende geno ni jatend migao mar omenda Professor Njuguna Ndung'u dhibedo kod thuolo mar kelo budget ni e od bura kame bro some mondo jopiny owinjie kaka budget ma higa ni dhi bedo kora mga juang wa dhi nyaka e kar chung od bura kata kar e od bura mamalo watudre gi Walter Nyambaga wadwa winjo ni tang'o dhi mbele Walter Rio nade nyiswani to sebedo nade nyaka ni chak bedo kanya kisechegi gin weche mage madhi mbele od bura to ere ikruok mose bedo kotendre kod somo ma budget higa gana 2023 gana 2024 Walter.
Lydia erokamano mana kaka nasekoni ni en odiochieng' mose kelo liet mathoth e kind joganda ka koro wenge gi ng'iyo mana tong wang' jowi moko bedo tego itegi e nyakalondo mar winjo ni to ang'o gini midhi wache budget ma 2023-2024 to bende ja tend migao mar omenda Ngire Njuguna nyalo somo moko kuom weche manyalo mulo mago ngima mak mana ni nitiere pogruok e kind jo od bura gogo wegi ma bende seche moko luwo ni kit kako ta chenro niendi opogore gi kit kaka ne giparo kendo bende gigo mbaka e kindgi giwuon. Inyalo paro motelo ne odiochieng' ma kawuono ne nyombaka ne nitiere chenro motenre koda miluongo ni paro mar chik makoro gikone to koro dhi nyuolo kata mana wach makoro iluongo ni bajet 2023-2024 kendo moko kuom jood bura mag Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance mane waseloso godo motelo ne maendi oluwo ni kata mana paro mar chik motenre kod bajet misomo kawuono ginyalo dhi e doho. Mae kaka jaod bura ma Rarieda Otiende Amollo oloso motelo ni somo mar bajet.
Wane bunge nye wanyagre weche mag finance bill gi nye watwak mwanyiso jopiny gimomiyo bill no rach. Kenda ng'e maber ni jopiny owinjo twakwa maber. En mana ni kakoro nyochopo godhiambo madhi saa achiel to speaker marwa Moses Wetangula kara nyose winjre gi jo Kenya Kwanza ni mondo gitug gi jo Kenya te kundi gitug kodwa. Nikech speaker nyose wacho ni ne wayalo nyoro odiechieng' te kendo wayalo kawuono korka wabrogo kura bang'e. Ma jomoko kuomwa kanyose wuoyo to koro nye wadhi e shughuli moko kaka an koro nyadhi neno doktana to ka an kuro eka neno ni koro speaker wacho ni koro idwa go ombulu kar saa achiel mar otieno ni to miji dakika 5 mondo chop go e bunge. Jopiny te ong'e ni ka in Nairobi onge kuma diwuoge michope bunge gi dakika 5. Koro ng'enywa nyotemo ringo kanyo tok nywa wachopo ayudo kokselor dhod bunge ni koro jigo ombulu. En wach mok ber. Onego bed ni kawo kisebet speaker to gimi wacho onego bed ni jo Kenya ng'eni kaka iwache no. Kata jondiko kaka una ng'eni no nyisu maber ni nyoro ok nyadhi gombulu. Mane kaka jite nong'eyo. Emomiyo mane gima jowa onego ng'e kabisa ni kata konyi neno ka ng'ato ko gombulu ok ni ok nyodwa gombulu. En ni jogi nyote mutugo gi kelo tug gi moko magalagala mondo gitam jomoke gombulu. To kata kamano mana kaka nya wache cha kata bet ni gikadhe nikech ne gidhi kadhe nikech ne ging'eny anyway. To pod nitie wach mar doho nikech kes ni nitiere mosetere doho kendo jomoko kuom wabro siro wach mar doho no mondo watema enya mondo wit bill no te oko. To kata ka wach mar doho tamre to jopiny pod nigi ratirogi mar wacho ni gidagi wach ni e yo mora mora. To wan kaka jo Azimio wabro rito jatendwa Raila Amolo Odinga gilange mondo nyiswa ni koro wachom kanye gi wachno to mane mwabro luwo. Erokamano ahinya. Thank you very much.
Jakoro Magajwang' mano en ja od bura mar Rarieda. Kopogore kod mano nitie jo od bura mabende ni kod chung'o margi owuon motenre kod somo mar bajet mabende okelo nyuolo mano nyuolo paro mar chik ka ariwora gi wakili mabende ja od bura Magatanga. Mheshimiwa, asante sana. Nitakuuliza maswali machache tu. Hili bajeti pia limechukua mkondo tofauti na zile zingine ambazo zimefanyika hapo awali. Kwako kama mbunge, watu wako wanatarajia kwamba watapata maendeleo kutokana na hii bajeti ambayo itasomwa kwa bajeti ya Kenya Kwanza kwa mara ya kwanza ili waweze kupata maendeleo. Jambo zingine huenda zikawa zimefikia zile ahadi zilitolewa. Kwako mheshimiwa.
Asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi, na kwanza nisalimie watu ambao wanaongea hiyo lugha yetu. Usie Ourunduto. Mimi naitwa wakili, mheshimiwa wakili Edward Mureu. Mimi ni mbunge wa eneo la Gatanga constituency kule Murang'a County. Na wangu hoja moja ni kwamba kuna mambo ambayo ningetaka labda kuhusu hii bajeti yetu. Na tuseme hii ndio bajeti ya kwanza ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Na kama vile tulivyo rais wetu amesema kwa muda amechukua serikali na akakuta ya kwamba mambo si vile alikuwa anatarajia. Uchumi iko chini. Kwa kule kwa galawa hakuna chochote. Na kwa hiyo lazima tujimudu ili tuamshe nchi yetu. Na tuko na hii budget inahusia mambo kadhaa. Na mambo ya kwanza ni kutafutia watu wetu riziki na kazi. Na kwa mfano, na kwa sababu watu wengi wetu wa upande wa wale wa upande wa Nyanza ni wavuvi, wameshughulikiwa na hii bajeti kwa sababu excise duty ama kodi ambayo tunalipisha mambo ya imported fish.
Yes.
Hiyo imeondolewa ili wavuvi wetu wapate riziki. Kwa sababu unakuta ya kwamba mtu ambao ako Kisumu ama ako HB ati samaki area nakula imetoka all the way in China. Hiyo tumesema haiwezekani. Wacha sisi wenyewe tutafutie vijana wetu kazi, tuwe na fish processing plants ziamuke ili tuweze kulisha watu wetu. Ya pili, imeangazia pia ya kwamba tuko na bahari kubwa, bahari Hindi. Lakini watu wetu si wavuvi, wanategemea samaki ya China. Pia hata huko barani pia unakuta ya kwamba mashimo yetu ambayo ilikuwa imetengenezwa na samaki, watu hawatengeneza samaki kwa sababu hakuna bei. Kwa sababu samaki imetoka Ulaya, imetoka China ikiwa na bei nafuu. Tunasema ni wakati mzuri tuanze kuweka watu wetu pesa kwa mfuko. Na njia moja ni kuensure tume protect industry zetu. Ya pili, tumeangazia mambo ambayo inahusu ya gesi.
Yes.
Upikaji wa gesi. Kwa sababu rais wetu akona maono ya kifahari kuhusu mambo ya climate change. Tumesema tusikati misitu tena. Tumesema waje tuweke gas iwe chini ili tuhifadhi misitu yetu. Na hiyo pia hiyo ni jambo nzuri. Ya tatu, tumeangazia kwamba zile bidhaa ambazo zinaweza tengenezewa nchi hii.
Okay.
Kwa mfano furniture. Unajua watu wetu ni wataalamu ya vitu ya kama furniture. Ukienda pale Gong Road ndio hawa wamejaa pale.
Yes.
Tumesema hizo vitu furniture ile inakuja nje, tuweke kitu kinaitwa tax kali ili tunufaishe hao watu wetu, ili industry ya furniture, industry ya vitu ya mkono iendelee na watu wetu wapate riziki. Bidhaa ambazo tunaweza tengeneza hapa kama chuma, kama sukari, kama vitu kama hata mambo ya tuseme mambo ya vifaa vingine ambazo tunatengeneza kwa nchi hii. Tumesema hizo zita kutoka nje ziwekwe kitu inaitwa gharama kubwa baina ya kitu inaitwa inahusu the taxation, ili to promote our own industries. Na mwisho hii budget pia imeangazia mambo ya mijengo. Na hiyo ni jambo moja ambao pia watu wetu labda tunaongea mambo kuhusu hii tax ya mijengo, lakini tuseme watu wetu pia ni maarufu na mijengo. Na kama tukianza mijengo ni kusema vijana wetu watapata hiyo kazi. Factory zetu za steam za visimiti zitaandika watu wengi, factory zetu za misumari pata watu wengi, na pia mafundi wetu ambao wanatengeneza vitu ya mbao hao ndio watafaidika zaidi.
Mheshimiwa, sijui kama umepata nafasi ukakagua zile mastakabadhi ama undani sana wa hili bajeti, kwa sababu sijasikia mtu yote akizungumzia swala la mama mboga, alafu Wakenya pia itabidi wajikakamue sana na hili swala ya kuchukua kodi.
Nielezee hiyo jambo kwa kifupi sana. Tuseme ya kwamba gharama ya maisha najua iko juu na watu wetu wana complain. Mama mboga ana complain, mtu wa bodaboda ana complain. Lakini rais tumesema ya kwamba wakati alichukua sukani akakuta kule kwa garawa hakuna pesa, alisema tunaweza endelea na kukopa pesa za kigeni. Na unajua zaidi ya kwamba msiri sema ukijua uko kwa shimo uendelee kuchimba.
Yes.
Unamaliza kuchimba hiyo shimo, unaanza kuziba ili uweze kutoka kwa hiyo shimo. Okay. Na tumeulizana tuende mbele kukopa pesa, nchi yetu igaibike, ama tujikakamue kidogo tushikilie nchi yetu. Na hiyo ndio hiyo kiini ya hiyo tax ambayo imeenda juu, ili tupunguze mambo ya kuboro pesa. Na niseme hivi, kulingana na bajeti yetu kulikuwa na matarajio mwaka huu katika bajeti tulikuwa na physical deficit ya 1.1 trillion. Lakini wakati president aliangalia akasema hapana, kazi yetu sasa ni kuendelea kama tunapunguza, na ndio naona deficit imetoka 1.1 trillion ikaja 650.
Asante sana.
Billion.
Mano Mheshimiwa Wakili Member of Parliament Ma Katanga otemo mana chiuno thuluma mara ochema na miwa mokukum gigo matire gimiluongo ni bajet michan som kod Profesa Ngire mabende en Juguna Ndungu mabiro somo bajet makendo kod mani thuolo mabiro jokoda magajwang pod wala matire kamar gombaka kod moko kuom jo od bura makoro biro chiko it gibiro go wiye kendo kango som bajet makod kod mani to koro japiny biro bedo kasundo ja od bura mare kachiel kod piny owacho mondo mi onene dongruok ochopone makare seche mag ochiko kanyo endo mana kaka nyawadwa Edwin Okoth kachiel kod Chris osebedo kantiere e tenge mag alwora mar od bura kaendi wenge wapod neno kendo bende ite wapod winjo wach wan kod singo ni waburo mana temo doyo ni igi mondo wayud kit kaka ochalo gino mantiere gi maonge gimiwinjo bende mede gimigolo mana gi Ramogi TV kachiel Lydia Ponodin kod penjo.
Erokamano Nyawalt nyamba kuom kolonwa mago motenre kod rito mabende kwirito go wechego motenre gi budget kabende bira achiel kachiel ka intiere od bura mamalo ageno tudre kodi kendo e thuolo mabiro Walter. Erokamano Nyakora Mgajwanga kendo wachakwa tudre gi jafwambo marwa Chris Owino mantiere bende e apaya mar Parliament kada Parliament Road bendo nyiswa ni tangadhi mbele kanyo. Chris Owino nyiswa into sebedo nade tangogi ni miseneno to ikruok mane mosebedo kotenre kod so mar budget bende koro igeto tim sa ochike wange gijatan migao mar omenda mapacho ka Profesa Njuguna Ndungu. Chris Owino.
Erokamano Lydia, manaka isewacho wan oko mar od bura kama watemona ng'iyo to ang'o madhi nyime motelo ne chenro mar somo budget mar higa 2023 kod higa 2024 ma idhi somo odhiambo ma kawuono kar sochiko kod jatend migao mar omenda Profesa Njuguna Ndungu kama bende enie budget mokwongo mar Kenya Kwanza. Gima nyalo nyiso nyikwa Ramogi en ni chal mar arita kwe already mokalo alora kod oko mar od bura kae nyalo neno e tipo mari kakanyo macha en gari mar obila ma osodino yo madonjo e alora mar od bura ranyisi makende ni japiny moro amora ok bi yiene matiyo kod gari mare kowuok e alora mar roundabout mar Parliament kadonjo machiegni kod Parliament nyaka seche mag somo budget gik eng'iende e seche mag midhiambo. Weche mag arita kwe ne ochakre do seche mag okinyi kata wan jofwamb weche omiwa budgets ma oyiedhi ma kionge go to kinyal donjo e kata e alora mar od bura. Ranyisi makende ni ok gibi weyo chenro moro amora manyalo ng'iko weche mag arita kwe e kinde ma jatend migao mar omenda Ngire Profesa Ngire Njuguna Ndungu biro molo kakae mar miyo jopiny ler ewi budget maromo trilion 3.6 budget mokwongo mar piny owacho mar Kenya Kwanza, budget miwacho en budget mar hustlers. Ok wang'eyo ka bende en budget mar hustlers nikech kaluwore kod gigo mwasepiedho ewi budget midhi somo odiochieng' ma kawuono en ni kar miyo thoth mar omenda ne chenro mag dongruok mar bero ngima jopiny kaachiel kod chwalo chenro mag dongruok. Budget ma higani kata mar higa 2023 nyaka higa mar 2024 thothne omi weche mag operations mag tayo tije mag serikal kata operations mag government mideno kod dho ngere ni recurrent expenditure. Recurrent expenditure ema dhi kawo thoth omenda e budget mar 2023 kod 2024 kendo weyo mana weyo omenda maromo bilion 796 kende ne chwalo chenro mag dongruok ma bende biro e kinde ma riwruok mar Kenya Kwanza kinde campaigns ne gisingo ni kaka gidonjo e telo chenro magidhi miyo mahino maduong' en tiero uchumi, neno ni jopiny obedo kod chiemo moromo, miyo rowere tije. Penjo maduong' madhi wuok ni to ewi budget maromo trilion 3.6 maenie budget maduong' nyaka ne piny Kenya chakre. Ang'o momiyo weche mag dongruok omiyo omenda matin kende? Nikech recurrent expenditure ma en omenda ma ichulo jotije mag serikal kaachiel kod tije ma kinde ka kinde kata operations mag serikal okawo omenda maromo trilion 2.5 kendo weyo dongruok kod omenda matin. Bende omenda matin ni idhi tiyogo mar miyo jopiny tije, bende omenda matin ma dongruok ni dhi gero ndeche kaka achiel kuom yore mag nyayo weche mag ohala e pacho kae. En penjo ma wang'eyo ni thoth jopiny dhi penjogo, to piny owacho mar Kenya Kwanza ne usingo ni budget maru dhi bedo budget mar konyo hustler japiny mochando. Ere ang'o ma inyalo wacho ni e budget ni madhi konyo kendo bero ngima Kenya mochano, nikech thoth omenda e budget ni ok dhi e kelo dongruok kata ting'o malo ngima mar jopiny, to dhi mana e weche mag chulo jotich osara magi kaachiel kod chwalo chenro ma kinde ka kinde mag migepe mopogore opogore mag piny owacho. Omiyo odiochieng' ma kawuono hustlers kata jogo mochando oketo wengegi e wang' jowi ka mar Ramogi TV mar neno ni to jatend migawo mar omenda dhi wacho ang'o madhi bero ngimagi kaka ne gisingo e kinde campaigns. Kendo mano omiyo pod wago tach kae mar neno ni to seche ma odhi chopo idhi rwake nade. Ka wapimo ka lwasi mar siasa chal e kinde midhi somo budget ni, jo od bura mag Kenya Kwanza oseyuoro karombgi kendo gin kod geno ka giwacho ni budget ma idhi somo odiochieng' ma kawuono en budget madhi konyo japiny mochando kata hustler. Kata kamano jowetegi mag riwruok mar Azimio thothgi ok oyuoro, gibiro kdam. Wakia ni ang'o momiyo jo od bura mag Azimio pokobiro karomgi, nikech gisebedo ka gikwedo budget ni kendo gisebedo ka giwacho ni budget ni dhi thung'o japiny mochano nikech dhi medo osuru. Kata kamano weche ma riwruok mag Azimio osebedo ka wacho e wi budget ni dhi bedo maongo tiende poni ok gichwalo ng'ur makamagi e nyim od bura e kinde ma jo od bura dhi goyo twak kendo dhi goyo ombulu e wi fundni mopogore opogore mag budget ni chieng' tich ariyo juma manyien. Koro warito neno ni to en ang'o ma dhi timore odiochieng' ma kawuono. Kaka wasewacho, weche mag arita kwe to ni kare ma onge ng'ikruok moro amora. Mabiro kata odoko ni watemo penjo kwan mamalo mag obila odiochieng' ma kawuono nyiso ang'o. Moko kuom jotelo mane walusogo wacho ni riwruoge makedo ratiro mag oganda e pacho kae kod jopiny ok mor kod budget midhi somo odiochieng' ma kawuono. Mae momiyo seche moko obila neno ni nitiere maybe jomoko kata kidienje mag jopiny manyalo biro matemo rocho chenro mar somo budget. Mae momiyo weche mag arita kwe okete ong'ala mamalo mar neno ni chenro ni odhi ma onge ng'ikruok moro amora. Mago wago tach kae kendo wabiro nyiso nyikwa Ramogi ma onge leo samo timore, ng'amo time kod gima kaka otimore. Wabiro lero ne nyakwa Ramogi ma onge leo moro amora. Lydia.
Erokamano Nyakristo, wina achiel kachiel ko yaya paya mar od bura mamalo kabendo nyiso wa chal mar weche nyakotenre kod arita mager nyakoro mga juang mabende koro osekete alwora mar od bura mondo mi olos lwasi makare mar somo budget mar hiko omenda 2023-2024. Bende nyalo winjo kowacho kanyo ni kata kamano jo od bura mag kweth mar Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance chal ka gima kwan gi ok ber ahinya od bura kacha kendo ok giyor kaka ne geno. En gima waketo wang'wa hang'no wang'ini mana ka Kristo wacho giketo wang'gi kanyo gibedo itwa mar nyiswa ni tang'o gini ma idhi mbele ahinya to mago mabende ok owachi hang'ne gi nyiswa mago mabende gineno gin giwuon. Nyakoro mga juang nwadwaro pach jopiny ewi weche motenre kod budget 2023-2024 mana kaka Kristo senyisicha en gino abe ni geno ni dhi bedo budget mar mamboga mtu wa pikipiki mana kaka nosingi tend Kenya Kwanza ma en budget mokwongo nyakoro mga juang ma bende koro idhi som gi kweth kata serikal mar Kenya Kwanza. Pek mar ngima osebedo ywak e kind jopiny Kenya kaluwore kod chal marach mar uchumi. Koro winjie dwaro mar jopiny ka koro girito somo mar budget mar hiko omenda 2023-2024 na mabende dhi chako tiyo dwe manyien.
Budget ni en budget marach ma kwayo jo Kenya wetena. Onge gima wadhi benefit e budget ni kata odiochieng' achiel. Pogo sirikand Ruto gi Makenzi otama pogo. Injili ma Makenzi yalo chale gi injili ma Ruto yalo. Koro wadaga kawuono nekech tok higa adek wadhi winjo maber. Koro jo Kenya otho te today nekech bang' higa adek wadhi chier ka Ruto osekelo economy. Jo Kenya ok onego bed piny ni ging'iyo Raila ni girito Raila wang'o wuok negi oko. Raila wuok ni piny oko na to ma en gima koro chopo e odi. Budget ni rach wakwa jo Kenya mondo mi owuok oko.
wawacho ni budget ma idhi kadhi kawuono ni ok wayiego nikech en budget mahinyo mama mboga to hinyo ja boda boda to hinyo jok mane nyis ni dwa mim ngima maber. Nikech gima budget ni konyogo onge. 3% midwa ni ugol mar udini. Udigo be wakia kumidhi gergie, pok ochak gergi, an pok aneno ot ma ng'ato chulo ma pok ochako gero. Mar ariyo, budget ni dhi riembo investors, wadhi tiyo kanye. Onge ng'ama dhi invest e Kenya ka. Manufacturers dhi we tich, ji dhi riembe tich. Koro budget ni ok wayie kode kendo wapinge kendo ok wadware.
Katiba ni kaka gikadhe the financial bill no wajumbe 176 manosekalego ka giamua ni mano ber kodgi obadho jopiny manogo ni ombulugo en wajumbe mogo gini to jopiny to koyiego koro wan wawegi gima wanyalo wacho gini koro odong' ni joma ne wayiero go ka gin ne gipadho gini e parliament to ber kodgi. It is good. Kabudi favor gi, it's okay.
Wajoluo wambe waseng'anyo moromo. Wang'ne ko jolango be koro ng'anye nikech en gima dhi chwado ji te Kenya ka. Serikal en mar mama mboga gi jo pikipiki. Ko jo pikipiki ma enyre zaidi moingo kata jo serikal owuon. Gino mora zaidi. Mora kabisa.
Okwa mor kod gi budget midhi som kawuono. Nikech akiwa kaka jo boda boda onge yo kwa benefit.
Kora moga juang mano gin duond jogo kura, duond jo Kenya, duond jogo mabende chulo sure pacho ka iwinjo gi iti ka giparo ka gineno gi kaka bende koro gigeno tiyo kara mondo miyo biotinegi gi serikanda Kenya Kwanza. Wadhi mbele, osuru machano juog jotije machamo sara dwe ka dwe mondo miyo ger godo udi manengo gini piny pok oyudo sir kata mana bang' piny owacho duoko osuru no piny nyaka 1.5%. Na ka dwe no koth lero no riwruogwe kembe ma ondiko jotije pacho ka FKE kachiel kod moko kuom jo od bura pod medo kwedo kang' makamano ka giwacho ni onge ler ma oromo e wi chenro makamano.
Bang' winjo pacho oganda mane kwedo paro mar jogo 3 kowuok kuom jogo machamo sara kendo 3 kowuok kuom kembe ma ondikogi, kamiti mar omenda ne otemo duoko osuru no kod 50%. Osuru no mane dhi juoge 6% mar osara ka jotich kod kembe ma ondikogi golo 3%, koro dok piny nyaka 1.5%. Okang' mane igeno ni nyalo mede sir. Kata kamano,
Kenyans are saying zero. They don't want it. They are not interested. They are not aware of your 1.5. Our children are going hungry. We don't need houses. We are living in our grass thatch houses. We are comfortable with those houses. All we want is food.
As representatives of the people, I want to hear one member of parliament whose people come to him to ask for a house. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, where the executive has been informed that the priority of Kenyans is houses, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It is a matter of the Constitution that you cannot introduce servitude by telling someone that they must pay tax, which will not benefit them and will go to the shareholders, as your leaders have told us. That is servitude.
osuru no ne omedo liete yod bura, kama jo od bura ma otenore kweth mar Azimio la Umoja One Kenya ne okwede ka giwacho ni onge lere wi kaka idwaro juoge to kod kako biro konyo jopiny.
Mimi sahihi Bwana Spika, unajua nimechukua mkopo wa nyumba na ninakatiwa katika mshahara wangu. Hii nyumba ndio lazimishwa kulala ni nyumba gani? Hii ingekuwa inakatiwa kwa hiari, yule ambaye anataka akatiwe. Na kama ni ahadi, serikali hii imeahidi vya kutosha. Na kama ni kulaumu pia imelaumu vya kutosha. Kile tunachotaka sahihi ni kuhakikisha gharama ya maisha inarudi chini.
Thoth jo od bura mawuok e kweth mar Kenya Kwanza ne ok ochomo wach osuru no tir, ka gijiwo mana moko kuom fuong'ruok mayudore e paro mar chikno. Jo od bura manosire bende ne ochung' kar tiendgi.
Hawa wabunge wenzangu leo wana nguvu kwa sababu wao, kila mbunge kama sijakosea ana nyumba. Mheshimiwa Spika, wacha nizungumzie hili swala la nyumba kwa sababu linachukuliwa vibaya sana. Leo mbunge wa Kenya kila tama kiingia anachukua milioni 30 na kununua nyumba. Hawa wabunge wote mimi pia binafsi nachukua hiyo pesa na kuhakikisha ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika nilinde, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika nilinde na haya maneno nayosema. Hawa wabunge tuwacheni ubinafsi.
When members of parliament rise on their seats telling people that housing matter is not necessary, it is not a necessity, when we all know that it is important to have food, yes. It is important to have clothing, yes. But it's also important to have shelter. And that is what this government is talking about.
This clause addresses the need for housing in slums, which are in Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, Eldoret, and Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, we are members of parliament in these chambers who are leading constituencies where 50% of their residents stay in slums. What we are trying to do and what the Kenya government is doing is to uplift the standard of these people according to Article 43 of our Constitution.
Oko marod bura, riwruogwe kembe ma ondiko jotije FKE pod kwedo suruno. Jatatije mar FKE Jacqueline Mugo ne wacho ni kata odok piny kod atamalo 3 pod ok gibiloko pachgi ewi osuruno madwaro ni jogo mondiko jopiny bende ogol atamalo 1.5 dwe ka dwe mondo ger godo udi. Kata bed ni jood bura nyalo kalo osuruno, en wach ma pod dhi medo kelo liet oko mar od bura, ka koro medo yangore ni oganda ma onego gol atamalo 1.5 kod jogo mondiko gi monego gol bathe komachielo ok sir paro makamano. Edwin Okoth, Ramogi TV, Nairobi.
Ramogi wanga mago gin mana moko kuom mago motenre koda wechego mag somo mar bajet mar higo mar 2023 kod ang'wen. Wamedo koloni mathoth kotenre kod wachna bende kolo gana jo Kenya ochome wangi kendo gidwa ng'eyo ni to dhi bedo nade. Ramogi wanga wadhi nyaka hapisi ma jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u kama bendi geno ni odhi wuok e thuolo machuoka seche gi nyakora Ramogi kochomo od bura mamalo kama bendi dhi some budget mano kana jatend migao no mar omenda nyakora Ramogi eno kanyo koseting'o bag ma bendo ng'eni en bag mar omenda ka bendo wuotho mos kanyo wuok kata kamano en wuoth ma bende ang' ne chopa nyake od bura kama hang idhi some budget ni mondo jo Kenya ng'eni tang'o gini mantiere e budget ni nyakora Ramogi parne mabesi bende koro ngima medo rido ne jogana jo Kenya gintiere koda geno ni ntiere fuongruok moro bende gibro yudo kotenre kod wechego mag bei mag gik moko kata kamano gin mago nyakora Ramogi ma bende koro wadwane jafo maro Edwin Okoth latno malongo ang'o gini matimro kae nikech entiere kanyachiel kachiel e apisi ama jatend migao mar omenda pacho ka Njuguna Ndung'u nyiswa ni tang'a timore kanyo. Edwin, iriyo nade nyiswa ni to nyaka sechegi ang'o gini madhi mbele waneno kanyo ka jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u oseting'o kirope mar omenda ma bende ong'ego wechego motenre kod omenda e pacho ka nyaka isomo wechego mag budget nyiswa ni to osebedo nade ang'o gini miseneno to wageno ang'o koya apisi no ma jatelo no. Edwin.
Erokamano ahinya Lydia Okeyo, awinje yo makare mana kaka iwacho no. Thuolo moro amora kochakore sani jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u masani ni orofa mar 14 log tich mar migao mar omenda kata treasury building manie toka ka bro chako lor piny ka obiro koting'o kiroho ma oting'o budget ma odhi som e nyim od bura ma kowuok oko kata odhi tang'o ne oganda ka igo picha kuom thuolo mar dakika ma ochan kaka dakika 15. Kama chungi ni sani Lydia jofwambo opong'o kae chiegni jofwambo ma nyaromo chiegni 100 ma ochung' kaka rito neno jatend migao mar omenda kodhi somo budget ne mokwongo kendo budget ma bed okwongo e tend piny Kenya ma itayo kod duond bura mar Kenya Kwanza. Omiyo thuolo moro amora kochakore sani wageno ni jatend migao mar omenda dhi wuok oko mondo ting'a kiroho kata briefcase ma oting'o weche mag omenda kobo tang'o ne oganda kasto igo picha. Gima ng'eyo ni e thuolo machalo kamano bende nyamburko modhi wuotho kochomo od bura osepangore oko ka gin nyamburko 3 ma opangore go ma wageno ni odhi tiyogo kodhi e od bura mondo koro jo Kenya gima gisebet ka girito mondo ging'e ni to thuolo mage mopangi e budget ma higa ni mondo ging'e ni to e 3 trillion 3.6 ang'o gini manie iye. Erokamano ahinya Lydia nikech thuolo ma koro wan go tin to wang'e ni jatend migao mar omenda dhi wuok sa asaya kochakore sani.
Erokamano kanyo Edwin Okoth kantiere laro marapisi majatend migao mar omenda wageno tudde kodi kendo Edwin erokamano kuom report makamano. Kora mgajuang mano kanyo kaka inyalo neno mago gin picha kata tipo achiel kachiel koya ya PC no mar jatenda migao mar omenda mapacho ka Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u. Thuolo machuok kende mana kaka jafwambo marwa Edwin Okoth osenyisowa widho odhi wuok ya PC mare kochomo od bura mamalo kama bende idhi some budget mar hik omenda 2023 2024 ka bende idhi tene gi jotelo mopogore nyakora mgajuang wadhi bedo kod ng'eyo mar neno kata thuolo mar neno ni to gin jotelo mage bende idhi tene kacha kochomo od bura mamalo kama bende koro idhi some budget no moganda jo Kenya ose rito geleyo. Nitiere ywak mosebedo nyakora mgajuang ka bende oganda moko ywak ni paro mane gigolo kotendre kod sechego bende koro ne dwaro pach jopiny kotendre gi ahinya mano motendre kod wechego mag osuru. Ywak osebedo ni nitiere ywak mane ok oketie tim. Kata kamano nyakoro mgajuang odhiambo manyore winjo ka mokum jotelo mag kweth mar Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance wacho ni ne ok ging'eyo ne dhi go ombulu odiochieng'no manyoro mano kanyo kano wuoyo gi Walter Nyambaga mbele kacha jatenda kata jaod bura mar Rieda Otinda Amollo wacho kanyo ne oging'eyo ni dhi go ombulu odiochieng'no manyoro. Ywak nitiere ma bende osekelo waeneno ka kweth mar Azimio tina ahinya kaka Walter nonyisowa ni ok gidhura ahinya kata mano giketo wang'gi ang' ne ging'eyo ni to kwan marom nade mar jo od bura ma oleng'ore korka kweth mar Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance ang' ne chopi e od bura mondo mi gigo wang'gi kendo gibede sechego bende koro idhi somie budget ma hik omenda 2023 2024. Thuolo machuok nyakona mgajuang kochakre sani waketo wang'o kendo warito mondo mi jatend migao mar omenda Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u ang' no wuok kanyo kata kamano nyisa kanyo ni Chris Owino ntiere kod wendo moro kacha gigoe mbaka matina ahinya ka pod wang'iyo mago motendre kod wechegi mag budget. Chris nyiswa ni to en ang'o miikonwa to udhi nade nyaka sechegi apaya mar od bura kanyo. Chris Owino.
Erokamano Lydia, mana kaka ibende irito kod siso biro mar jatend migao mar omenda ngire Njuguna Ndung'u mar somo budget udhiambo ma kawuono wabende warite kod leyo kakae. E thuolo mokalo ne aloso kod jod bura mag Kenya Kwanza mathoth gi siro lwedo e budget ne kagiwacho ni budget ni en budget madhi konyo japiny kendo dhi bugo bad migao mochung'ne kata migao mochung'ne weche mag pur. Kakae an kod jod bura mag Azimio mona bende awinj pachgi. Jo Kenya Kwanza siro budget ni en budget madhi konyo jopiny. Gin kaka jod bura mag Azimio bende gineno gimoro maber ma japiny kata hustler dhi yudo kowuok e budget nikech men budget mokwongo mar hustler. An kod jaod bura ma Kibra japuonj kendo mheshimiwa Peter Orero. Mheshimiwa otieno manyoro nye waneno ka kinde mane igoyo ombulu mar miyo thuolo paro ni odhi e somo mar ariyo kata second reading. Un jod bura mag Azimio nyoro olou kod kweth mar Kenya Kwanza. Geno moro amora ma ungo ewi budget ni nitie.
Aparo kaka ne uneno nyoro wan kaka jo Azimio ne wago kura ka wawacho ni budget ni ok wadware nikech gima duong' ahinya ni en budget ma dwa hinyo jopiny. An nyaka ne nyuola pok aneno budget ma en gima ong'iyo to mana ni ere kaka onyalo hinyo jopiny. Iyudo ni budget ni wacho ni kata mana women group table banking magi yule pesa mathin kigi yude 2,000 to nigidwa ni ndus ne sirkal bende matin to magi yore ma hustlers bende chiemogo. Iyudo ni nyithindo mane digital platform mo tiyo gi obwongo gi mondo gilose pesa moro mathin ni kendo ging'ado 15%. To kidhie
Mheshimiwa nosedwoke piny nyaka atamalo 5.
Mago ne proposal margi. To proposal go poko dhi through. Koro tiene ni gini kanyo jopiny wuoye gineno ni en gima rach amone koro giringo gidwoko gi piny. Kata housing levy manyocha giketo ni 3%. Ka ji ogo koko to gidwoko gi piny. Tiene ni magi gik mane ok gichano ka giseng'iyo ratiro maber. Kendo ni koko ma jopiny goyo kendo wabunge goyo. Emomiyo sani koro giluor ni kare gini ok ber ne jopiny. Koro wan kaka jo Azimio, in fact, jatendwa nigi yo mo en gi budget mare. Made no bede telo sani do kelo budget ma ok chal gi budget jogi. Kane wanie parliament, jo budget committee wacho ni budget gi sani 3.67 trillion. To mokalo ne 3.3. Tiene ni budget jogi odhi malo kata moloyo budget manotim mokalo. To gine manyocha giwacho ni gidwa konyo jopiny kendo gidwa doko budget duoko piny. Koro ka budget osedhi 3.67 trillion, wadwa dhi finance nang'o? Ma emomiyo koro giwacho ni gimoro amora mitimo nyaka ichul osuru. Ka in kaka sani yudo accident, to koro insurance firm dwa chuli kata $1,000,000, to gikoni kuongo chulo gi $200,000, mano be gi tax, to tiendi bendo tur. Koro mato sirkal mane gitero wakanye, to jopiny giwacho ni ne gidhi mar hustlers. To jo hustler gi sani ema gidiyo mok yue, kaka in kama. Sute mang'eny irwako lakini gimiwinjo e dendi ka to pogore.
Mheshimiwa, itemo wacho ni onge gima ber e budget ni. Obed jo adiera. Nyisaye ni onge gima ber e budget ni, kose orach duto te.
Budget ni rach duto te nikech ohinyo jopiny. Ok inyal kawo poison ni ka timede chumbi tiwacho ni poison no ni samoro ber. Poison en poison. Wadwa ni budget ok wawacho ni ji ok owinjo bed tax. Kata nyiche bwachulo mana tax. To tax mwachulo nyaka wane tax ni to dhi konyo jopiny nang'o. Sani koro NHIF awach ni 6%. To sani kikawo NHIF mari idhi gi hospital bidhi thiedhi. Donge sani pesa onge mar NHIF. Surety mane ma wan go ni komed NHIF to ji dhi bedo gi pesa ma kidhi hospital tinyalo thiedhi. Omiyo gima ji yuago malich ahinya en accountability mar pesa ni. Ka wapenjo ni pesa ni to be odhi e consolidated fund kosi tere kanyi. Tikonwa ni bitere komiti moro miyiero. To komiti ni ng'adhi bede. Magi questions manyaka wapenjre kaka jopiny ni tadieri king'ado wa taxes to be idhi ti kode yo maber.
Mheshimiwa, in kaka japuonj e budget ma idhi somo kawuono, bende imor koda omenda mochwal ne bad migawo mar somo e pacho kae kata momi education sector?
Pesa momi education sector wan kaka jo Azimio ne wawacho ni ji dhi somo nono. To pesa momi education sector pod okoromo kata ndiko jopuonj te. Nikech sani pod wadwaro jopuonj 100,000 ema nyalo romo gi JSS mano oket sani. To JSS go be pod gonge gi infrastructure. Sani kama wawuoye TSC osendiko ka school wad jopuonj 2 kata 3 kende mag JSS. Wadwaro na allocation mar pesa kaka TSC nokwayo 2 billion mondo gigo jopuonj. Kendo ne gichake kwayo 2 billion for promotion. Mago mana ko jopuonj kende. To infrastructure mag skunde gi be wadwa ni oket pesa ma dhi miyo ji gero go skunde ma nyithindwa nyalo some. Koro pesa mane oket cha is a drop in the ocean.
No megi pesa marom nade hikomo mahigani?
Teachers commission king'iyo mar puonjo ka omigi apani bilion 3. To kagi nete apano migi bilion 100 gi 168 billion. To ne gin I think last budget ne gin 145. Koro bilion momedgi pod ok nyal romo tero education standard kama idware.
Erokamano mwalimu, ang'ene thuolo e matin to weche pod ng'eny. Nyako Ramogi okan kod mwalimu kende, an nyaka kod okil kamano kendo jaod bura Mama Dhare Anthony Oluoch. Wakili, waneno kabad migawo mar judiciary omi bilion 22.9. In kaka okil kamalo kamongi ka weche mag doho chalo e pacho kae. Ma oromo kose tin?
Mokwongo doho ber ko omi pesa wan kaka jok mane nitiere e parliament manokalo parliament mar 12 ne wawacho kendo wasiro ni doho onego bed gi gimoro miluongo ni judiciary fund. Fund ni already nosekete katiba to serikal ne chal ka gima tiyo gi gini kaka tam mimi carrot and stick niko kibedo kodgi maber tinyalo miyi. But kiweyo mano, nyaka wang'i maber ni judiciary osebedo under capture koso oyo. Inyalo paro ni judiciary ka nodhi oyalo e Supreme Court, nodhi oketo bura ma Supreme Court mar yiero nodhi ogoyo kocha ni joka ema noyombo. Ker nodhi owacho ni obiro miyo jogi pesa machal ka gima ne en asanti moro mane imiyogi. Yo makoro waneno ka jaod Chebukati ni miyo jaode mondo bed chairperson mar Commission for Revenue Allocation. Doho kanimedo pesa, onego med pesa because this institution is the last safeguard mar jo Kenya ka the executive obedo rogue. To konego bedi ni executive monego bedi ni judiciary check cha. Ema koro chal no mi pesa. Kech koro chal ka gima judiciary cha odhi odin dhoge gi pesa no. Mar ariyo, pesa ni omigi so that we can run institutions kaka Judicial Service Commission. Maparo ni onego wa strengthen these constitutional commissions mar mondo mi gibed ni ginyalo tiyo tijgi kaka katiba wacho. But the Judicial Service Commission osebedo bad judiciary. Matiende ni judges sani kidhi yudo ni gi misbehavior kata issues of corruption. The Judicial Service Commission chal trade union mar judiciary. Okinyal tero kata public petition. King'iyo the last public petitions mose ter kacha, onge judge kata chiel manyalo dhi no goal because of Miss but it is time mondo conversation bila mane jo Kenya obedo gode finance bill ni the role mar judiciary gi pesa monego migi onego dhi together with fight against corruption within judiciary itself, gi strengthen governance issues, gibed gi separations ma they can account for themselves, and there is a check between the Judicial Service Commission to give the judiciary itself.
E budget ni mheshimiwa bende waneno ni piny owacho dhi holo omenda maromo bilion 700 kod wiye e chwalo chenro mag dongruok, manyiso ni kokopo ni ok wachulo osuru moromo to chenro mag sirikal dhi bedo kod ng'ikruok. Mae momiyo kainyo ka sirikal wacho ni gikelo house levy, omenda ma ijuogo jotich mag piny owacho e chenro mar gero udi, masani ogole atamalo 3 nyaka atamalo 1.5, kagiwacho ni ma en chenro kende ma neno ni jopiny osiro piny owacho e chwalo chenro mag dongruok kar siko ni wa miyo pinje maoko thuolo ne masiro chenro mag dongruok. Sani koro house levy ok odhi bedo omenda moyedhe, odhi bedo ushuru kata tax. In ka wakili ere pachi e wach mar golo house levy mondo bed fund kendo duoke mondo bed tax?
Mokwongo kaka jaod bura ma bende en wakili, awacho ni serikal makoro nitie ni nobiro kane laumu serikal machielo mar Uhuru Kenyatta ni ne gikawo borrowing magitero beyond limits mobedo set manen $9 trillion. Mokwongo kata $9 trillion ni kaniketo ne giwacho ni the country is over borrowing. It is over borrowing. Tiyudo ni e time ma jogi osebedo kind sani giseche mano yie tim yiero already giseboro pesa mang'eny moloyo Uhuru Kenyatta's 5 years mokalo mogik makoro nowuokene. Namba 2, nitie chik moro ma jogi kelo ma kaka jod bura kendo kaka ng'ama jachik nyaka wang'i malong'o. Ni wacho mokwongo ni you cannot borrow except the approval mar the National Assembly. Chik moro bende nitiere ma wacho ni budget under 203 onego beni unyalo spend then ubire od bunge. Gigi osebedo misused. Sani jogi this nick gimoro madhi golo limit mar borrowing cha. Koro gidhi wacho ni ginyalo boro so long as ni ginyalo duogo ir bunge gi report magi nyiso bunge ni cha waboro. Koro kata gikawe gitere to 18 trillion so long as ni bunge oyudo report, the Kenyan Kwanza government nyalo timo that borrowing. That is very very dangerous. Mar ariyo, jogi osebedo ka mindni gi mianda. Nyoro na wache bunge ni they have been gerrymandering, they have prevaricated, they have wobbled on this thing mar housing levy, and in the end they have told us nothing. Mokwongo housing levy ni ochakore ni nen chal ka gima en chama moro miseve ibiro gine to tokigni moko moking'e ni gini adi inyalo biro redeem odini. Saving Kadipo ni en saving nen gimoro ni saving scheme en voluntary. Mano gineno ka jopiny ogoyo, gibolo giweyo. Giduo giwacho ni en affordable housing ni biotamo gi justify. Affordable housing, katiba under article 43. Chiwo ratiro mar access to an affordable house. It does not talk about the right to own a house. Matiende ni losuru ute ma affordable. Mondo mi joge kibira kada jumadhare, ngama nyalo afford, nyalo dhi rent kuom ngama lose kata ngama landlord. Kech dango kilos ute ne jo kibira duto ma are over voters kende mani kacha chomo 130 million. Madhare gin 130 million. Ute midwa losogi. Kasto kigogi ibro yudo ni Madhare nigi ute 100. An gi jokura 135. Population sani is close to about 250,000. Malweny magidwa miyo nga ni ute gi idhi pog nga. Which is why nenore ni borrowing ni obiro ni serikal dwaro tiyo gi housing levy mondo wach mane giwacho ni gidwa dhi boro oko ma bende pod gidhi boro. Giyudo kaka gidwa boro kuom japiny ma kawaida. Gidwa boro kuom payslip mari gi mara mar mondo gitimango gidhi gitim godo deficit. Kech king'iyo usuru ni jogi budget margi nen 2.5 trillion. Giwacho ni ginyalo choko up to 2.1 trillion. Gima chendo ka en about 480 billion ma jogi dwa manyo, to gimanyo kaka ginyalo yude through pesa japiny. Housing levy en pes jopiny ma jogi dwa olo. En pes jopiny ma jogi dwa olo. Mogik, under the 4th schedule mar katiba, housing and function mar county. Ka jogi ne serious adier, ne kuongi kelo nwa chik mawacho ni county ma function maru, wadwa create a policy, wadwa create regulations, wadwa create chik mawacho ni pesa ni kose biro to wachoke kaka tax, kaka ushuru. Wabiro miye ugodo kaka jo county as a conditional grant. Kech pes county nitiere shareable revenue, ma en 15%, isn't it? But nitiere conditional grant ma serikal ginene. Koro ginyalo choke kaka usuru to gidhi wacho ni wamiye ugo as a conditional grant, condition to the fact ni udhi loso ute. Okinya tiyo kode salary, okinya tiyo kode ndara, okinya tiyo kode health. So kanen gin serious ne gikuongi kelo chik. To kata kane gitime, ne gitimo gini gi pilot. Kata universal health care, not tim gi pilot. Isn't it? Ne giwacho ni wachako gi Kisumu. Kara wachako gi Nairobi. Tax mwadwa kuongo waloso ni wamiyo conditional grant ne Nairobi County odhi otiek Kibera, odhi otiek Madhare gi Mukuru kuonde ma gidwa timo. Or wamiyo conditional grant ne counties kuongo losa ne ute ne polise gi jopuonje mondo jopiny oyud ranyisi manyalo nyiso ni gini can be used, because at the end of the day katieko there is a trust deficit on the government. Emomiyo, unlike countries maoko, joka nyalo golo usuru up to 60%, because gin gi systems, gin gi governance structures, gin gi gik magini corruption. EACC king'iyo pesa mano omi, it is not even 10 billion. If the government is really serious about the fight on corruption, the governance issues, before amigi pesa mwadwa miyo gi mar housing, they should address issues ma corruption. 30% mar pesa mar Kenya lal a budget, a corruption. Budget mine ni dwa somni 30% already usengeni ma mar ngane madhi ker madhi kumakama. Governance issues must be addressed, corruption issues to get trust deficit.
Wakili kawatieko un kaka Azimio kwa maguyo bura manyiso ni kawa nyalo ng'iyo ka chenro no dhi otino manyoro en ni okudhi chungo chenro mar puodho finance bill. Ang'o ma udhi timo mar neno ni dwaro maru wacho kare?
Mokwongo, wan ne wawacho ni finance bill ni wapinge ma onge gima ber kuome kata achiel. Kenda yie gi jaod bura ma Kibera. Okinyal kawo poison mathin ti indonge wi gima ng'ato dwa madho kana nyathi ti wacho ni gini ber, ni poison ne en mana teaspoon achiel. Poison no ang' ne neg ng'ano. Mar ariyo, na wacho nyoro nitie standing orders ma wacho ni bill mosekel mosebedo published kobire second reading kobedo discussed. Inyalo na amende ata malo mokal 30% mondo mi pod obed bill cha mani wacho ni my finance bill manotimne initial public participation cha. Toki loke mokalo 30% ma ok bill cha. Ma koro wa discuss gi machielo ma chik mar ruling ma Speaker Justin Muturi machon nosewacho mabende en tradition mar parliament en ni this bill must therefore go back. Emomiyo an nawacho nyoro kendo adhi kwayo ni mondo Speaker ogolna ruling. Andiko barua mondo mi otigi ruling mag predecessor mare mondo ngiswa niya an kana timo audit mar just half mano miwaka nearly 50% are either being deleted or amended. Matiende ni jogo yiege jopiny to kendo giyiegi Azimio mogi atama mar mondo kik gibi ni mondo gigol. When you are amending more than 30% of a bill, traditions gi ruling gi standing orders magwawa, it is not the same bill. That bill must be withdrawn. To ka gi withdraw joma dhi od bura omutata gini okawane point ni mondo dhi otere court ni can you have a bill whose content has been amended more than 30% and still remain that same bill. Mogik na awinjo kipejo ni to angogi ni ma wawacho ni nyalo bedo ni ber kararache gini wan okwane gik mabeyo. This government oyudo its priorities wrong completely. Katieko nitie gimoro miwacho gi jagi dho ngere ni hierarchy of needs. In the hierarchy of needs mag jo Kenya, housing ok bi kata na namba 3. Jogi no nego sort nwa ne issue mag food, pesa mar unga, pesa mar sukari, pesa mar petrol gi fuel, magi gik ma inyo japiny sani. Mar 3 kia ya anan kan kech ne opuonja jaod bura ma Kibera the same thing. Wan gi sikunde in our own constituency. Abet schools gin skunde ma ok gin private to gin public. Matiende ni the Education Basic Act oko recognize gi to wan gi 100% transition ni nyithindo nego dhi school. We don't budget for these schools. Gionge gi infrastructure funding, gionge gi capitation, gionge gi anything. In Madare they have about 80,000 students, out of which public schools can only take 24,000. 56,000 dhi skundegi. Upbet matiende ni en school ma ok en public to ok en private, gin sikunde moko ma Jumapil en kanisa to Monday olokore sikul. Iwinja, or a social hall moro mobedo hired, community sort of schools ma joko moko ojitolea. These are our children. In total they are close to about 1.8 million Kenyans. Ma under the constitution you cannot have 1.8 million children that are not registered even under NIMIS. Mar education, Tini Serekal does not even recognize nigi exist. Katieko, on the issue of capitation, Gikma Serekal onegotim, Gikao 168 billion giketo education. Kingi yondara, okatamorani kiklos ndara, nderni wadwaro, giketo 260 something billion. While capitation osebedo at 1,410 shillings for the last 10 years. Sani, according to uchumi gi inflation, capitation kigo kwangi watalam wacho ni puonjo nyathi achiel mondi capitalize is 7,400. Kimedo gi expenses mag CBC, nyathini mondi puonje is about 15,000 Kenya shillings. Capitation majogo keto en 1,400 for the last 10 years. Topodok chiwe, second term noko chiwe, wadhie term moro kapoko chiwe. Sani kingiyo, sanitary pads okokete budget ni Ministry of Education. Kingiyo free feeding program giketo pesa mathin, out of 17 million children only 2.3 million children will benefit. Nyithinda mama dare dwadhi kanye gidhi chamango, nyithindo ma Kibera dwadhi chamango. Omiyo wan wapingo gini completely.
Erokamano ahinya nyakwara Ramogi, iwinjo kowuok kuom jood bura ma bende wiyegi otimo jere kendo gitemo kolonu ewi sekta mar somo, ewi sekta mar wuoth kaachiel kod sekta mar thieth. Magi gin penjo ma jopiny dhi penjo piny owacho mar Kenya Kwanza, kendo ka giselero piny owacho mar Kenya Kwanza ne osingo mar siro chenro mar mane gideno kod dhongere ni en gidhi miye double capitation, kata kamano ok waneno e budget ni. Magi penjo ma japiny kod ratiro mar penjo e kinde ma idhi somo budget odhiambo ma kawuono ko jatend migawo mar omenda Ngire Njuguna Ndung'u. Lydia kowuok oko mar od bura, aduogo achiel kachiel.
Erokamano Nyakristo, win achiel kachiel koya e laro mar od bura kama bende pod Medo Kolo mago motendre kod somo mar Bajet e gana pro kod de gana pro kod ang'wen gina bende koro irito gi liyo nyakoro magajwang dong mana daeka moko machuo kende to hangno wa milere kotendre kod wuodhitan migao mar omenda Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u kowuok e apisi mare kama bende nwa tudre kacha mokwongo kanyo gi Edwin Okoth nyiso waninge ochiegni wuok kanyo kochomo od bura mamalo kama bende de some Bajet ni nyakoro magajwang odiochieng' makawuono parne man Bajet mokwongo mara sirikanda Kenya Kwanza mabire sia bende koro thoth ganda yuago pek mar ngima to bende panien Bajet bende o wang'ni o keto piny wacho tesre wirani oganda no yudo thuolo mar goyo mbaka oganda no yudo thuolo mar chiwo pachgi kamoko to no ketie tim kotendre kod report manosoma chieng' tich ariyo e od bura kotendre kod anonro manotim ir jopiny kendo dwaro mana gidwaro mondo mi orketie kata olotim lokruok moko ei budget makamanya kwa mgojo nganya mano motendre kod omenda idendo ni finance bill 2023 kada kamano ntiere ywak ne moko kuom dwaro mag jopiny kata moko kuom dwaro mag riwruoge mane gichwalo bang' kano osekaw pachgi ne okoketie tim mano iwinjo gi iti kanyanya kotendre kod weche mogol gi jo od bura mopogore opogore ayato mag motendre kod kweth mar Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance kweth mar Kenya Kwanza to wacho ni jogo jo od bura mag Azimio onge gi kama gitene wach ni wirani gintiere pe kweth makwedo piny owacho kata kamano kweth mar Azimio pod oramo ne kata mana lokruoge mano tim kanyakoro magajwang' ok owinjore kendo ok ochopo kare ok dhi miyo oganda jo Kenya thuolo makare mar winjo ber mar singo mano chiwo jatend piny Kenya William Ruto e kinde mane bende gi manyo ombulu e pacho ka bana chiel kuom lokruoge bende koro aduong' kanyo mokalo en motendre kod ng'eto mar osach jotije mag piny owacho mabeno ket kanyo ne dhi bedo kanye atamala de kata kamano kaluwore kod ywak mar jopiny ka bende no osekaw pacho ganda mopogore opogore ne gigolo pachi kendo ne giywak ni atamala de nyalo bedo mang'enya kotendre kod bende pek mar ngima sani dhi mbele pacho kanyakoro magajwang' no duoke nyake atamalo 1.5 kama koro omenda mabende koro piny owacho bro juogo e wi osara mar jogo mabende tiyo e pacho kama yudo osara ibi juogo 1.5 mar osachi kendo bro konyo e wechego mag gedo mag udi manengo gi ogonyore nyakoro magajwang' to gando osebedo kane gi penjo mopogore opogore nyakotendre kod wechego mag udi manengo gi ogonyore moko wacho ni gintiere gi kuonde mag nyalo yue tang'o michuno gi wach mar udi sechegi nocha medo sekelo mbaka kod paro mopogore opogore kata kamano piny owacho pod oketo maino ni mano e yo kende mwanyalo gerorego nyakoro magajwang' picha mokwongo kanyo kare tipo mokwongo kanyo nyakoro magajwang' en apisi mar omenda kata treasury kama bendi geno ni jatend migao mar omenda Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u hangne wuok kanya chiel ka chiel thuolo machuok mana bang' manya koro magajwang' kendo ang' no wuogi kanyo ka ochomo od bura kama bende idhi some Bajet ni waikore makare kendo waketo wang'wa mar kuwuok kama nyakoro magajwang' ang' no nyisi kaka dhi bedo nikech en kanyo bende wakete wang'wa jafwambo mar Edwin Okoth ogoyo tach treasury kata apisi mar wechego mag omenda kama bende orito wuok majatenda migao mar omenda Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u thuolo machuok mana bang' mang' nwanyisi kowuok kama to mane Ramogi TV kae wadhi nyisi kowuok nyakoro magajwang' nwawacho mwangu motendre amaten gi wechegi mag Bajet kama oting'o ahinya to mano mosebedo ka kelo tesre osebedo ka nyuolo paro mopogore opogore oganda osebedo ka yuago wach motendre gi gedo mag ute go ma nengo gi ogonyore ka piny owacho to pod oramo ni makende eyo mabende gidhiano ni oganda owuok godo e kuonde dak mongohore kuonde dak ma ok owinjo dhano dage kata kamano en gima bende osenyuolo paro mopogore opogore ka oganda anyakwetha mar Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance to wacho ni thoth oganda jo Kenya ntiere kod ute nyakoro magajwang' jo Kenya moko bende wacho ni gin kuonde jot omiyo owinjo omilai mambele weche motendre kod somo kod chiemo e pacho ka wirani kata mana bech mogo mane kweth mar Kenya Kwanza osingo ni biro dok piny ka giketo mo mapiny pok odok piny kaka ne osingi oganda medo penjore ni to gibiro rito nyaka karang'o kata kamano jatend piny Kenya William Ruto oramo ni wang'ni bende onge holo omenda koya e pinje maoko kaka yor konyo nya dongruok e pacho ka. Omiyo bajet mabende dhi som wang'ni Nyakuram Gajwang' en bajet mamalo mogik. Kata kamano bajet mar omenda maromo shillings trilion 3.6 duto ni ewi oganda jo Kenya. Onge pesa mora mora midhi gol koya e pinje maoko gi piny owacho. Mana ka jatend piny Kenya William Ruto osebedo kalieko ni weche magowi osebedo ka kelo wich bar nyane piny owacho. Ka bende wacho ni nitiere gowi apone pod piny owacho mar Kenya Kwanza pod chulo gowi mano kawa gi tenda piny mokalo. Mano tene kanyo gi Uhuru Kenyatta. Magi gin weche bende koro oganda jo Kenya rito neno Nyakuram Gajwang' ka bende idhi ti gi omenda gi yo makare. Pane ywak mosebedo kaka pile. En mano motenre kode tiyo marach gi omenda jo Kenya. Mano giketo wang'gi ka ywak bende gisebedo ka gigolo ni ok gin gadier ni biti gi omenda bende dhi juo gi osucha e osacha oganda jo Kenya heyo makare. En gina bende koro thoth oganda dwaro ng'eyo kit kaka idhi ti gi omenda gi Nyakuram Gajwang'. Kata kamano piny owacho osebedo ka miyo jo Kenya wachgi ka giwacho ni omenda gi biro tiyo makare kendo gidwa mondo jo Kenya obed kodi gi yie ni gibiro chopo kare singo mane gimiyo oganda jo Kenya Nyakuram Gajwang'. Gin weche ma bende tucho ka bende pod waketo mana wang'wa kacha. Nyisi jafwambo marwa Walter Nyambaga nitiere od bura malo, jafwambo marwa Edwin Okoth nitiere apisi wechego mag omenda. Kaeto bende jafwambo marwa Chris Owino nitiere liare mar od bura kata Parliament Road. Giduto giketo wang'gi pono ni nitiere wach mowinjo bed ni wabedo kod ng'eyo. Ang'ne ginyiswa kanyo mano mowinjo bed ni wang'eyo kotenre gi odiochieng'ni maduong' mathoth oganda jo Kenya geto winjo mago motenre koda somo mar bajet hika 2023 2024 Nyakuram Gajwang'. Bende inyalo paro weche mosebedo ka kelo tesre pacho kae. No kelo paro mpogoro odhiambo manyoro Nyakuram Gajwang' ne nitiere paro kata ripota mano chwal e od bura kama. Bende od bura no goye ombulu. Kata kamano kweth mar masiro ripota mar omenda mano timne nonro gi komiti mar omenda mar od bura. Bende no kalo ka jo od bura molo 100 gi 70 no riwo wachne lwedo ka jo od bura 81 kende ema no goyo ombulu katamore paro mar omenda mar hika 2023 2024 Nyakuram Gajwang'. Gin mana weche mabende koro watemo koloni kaka na wasingo bedo iti bedo wang'i wageto mondo mi wanyisi mago motucho ahinya kotenre gi somo mar bajet hika 2023 2024. Nyakuram Gajwang' parni nitiere moko kuom singo mano chiw gi kweth mar Kenya Kwanza. Kata kamano thoth oganda jo Kenya pod ywak ni singo gi pok ochopo kare. Ka bende kotenre koda wechego ne serikali biro bedo mano mar mama mboga, serikanda jaboda boda, serikal mabiro deo jogo mabende yuto gi ni piny Nyakuram Gajwang' pok wabedo kod thuolo mar neno ka bende ideo gi ka gin bende gisebedo ka gigolo ywak ka ywak gi neno ni pok ochopo kare singo mano mege gi piny owacho. Kuom mano wan bende wamedo bedo iti wawinjo gino mabende oganda jo piny owacho ka bende thoth gi to osebedo mana ka ywak. Geno koro entiere ni Nyakuram Gajwang' ne kosechak ng'ado osach jotije pacho ka bende osechak choko osuru mana kaka weche gi mag osuru Nyakuram Gajwang' dhi medore pacho ka. Geno nitie ni weche dhi bedo makare kata obedo ni koro to msigo ni egok oganda jo Kenya mabende gin makoro gidhi no ni gigolo omenda madhi konyo tayo bajet maromo trilion 3.67 mabende en bajet maduong' mokadho nyaka ne chak piny. Nyakuram Gajwang' waketo wang'wa kendo ang' wanyisi magi duto tipo mantiere wang' jowi mari ma ogen moko kuom jotelo ma bende koro donjo e od bura mamalo. Moko kuom jo od bura kore kamolo kanyo Nyakuram Gajwang' jotelo moko bende medo chopo kanyo ka bende thuolo machuok koya sechegi igoni jatend migao mar omenda Nyakuram Gajwang' mano Profesa Njuguna Ndung'u ibedo gi thuolo makare mar somo bajet e od bura mamalo kama bende jo od bura osebedo kayoro. Kata kamano Chris Owino nonyiso wa kanyo Nyakuram Gajwang' ni kweth mar Kenya kweth mar Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance kamano to kwan gi piny mokalo kotenre ni to kikao kwan mar jo od bura mantiere kweth mar Azimio pod kwan gi ne piny nyakwara Mgajwang'. Antiere ka gi nyawadwa George Bati mabende koro akao kede ni awe lwete ometai wuoth kodi odonj kodi e od bura kama bende idhi some budget mar higa gana ikomenda gana 2023 gana 2024. George Bati.
Lydia, erokamano ahinya kuom tich mong'ith. An gi mor ahinya nikech en odiochieng' ma oganda jo Kenya dwaro ng'eyo ni to ibiro tagi yo machalo nade kuom higa achiel mabiro kotende gi weche mag omenda, chenro mag dongruok to kod gik manyalo lokore pacho ka. Omiyo sama iluongo kata kiwuoyo kuom omenda tiwuoyo kuom gima mulo ngima oganda hie kendo nyiso ni to piny Kenya nyalo chalo nade. Ponono niremo bet machoko mane paro ni nyalo choki ok ochopi. Kata ponono ni ochop chokono ginang'o gini manyalo bedo mayot ne oganda jopiny. Gin penjo ma winyo bed ni wang'iyo ahinya e wach mar budget mar ikomenda magana 2023-2024.
Bende intiere kanyo gi wendo Bati ang'o kolna weche gi nyiswa ni to wendo dhi bedo ng'ato dhi go mbaka ahinya te wi weche mage.
Nyakwara Ramogi mana kaka Lydia osewacho no kan kenda wadhi bedo kod wendo mara mabende dhi go kodwa mbaka ka mabende odhi ng'iyonwa ni to wach mar budget magana 2023-2024 ni chal nade. An ka kod wuod Alego wuod Karuoth miluongo ni Ramogi. Enti Ramogi TV obiro nyiso wathuth ahinya kotenore kod wach mar budget ni to inyalo chope nade kata ang'o manyalo miyo budget kata dwaro mar budget makori dhi som kawuono ni ok nyal chopo kare. Wanyalo paro ni budget mokwongo Lydia nosom kod jatend migao e kinde mane piny Kenya oyudo loch iluongo ni James Gishuru. En mane jatend migao mar omenda e kinde no somo budget mar chigni pound milion 374 ba kinde no bende kwano oganda jo Kenya ne okrom gi sani. Dwaro mane piny Kenya ni godo sama ne giyudo loch opogore gi manitiere sani. Nyiso ni nitiere dwaro ma osemedore ma chuno ni nyaka kwan mar budget ma piny owacho bende nyaka bed maduong'. Omiyo sani adwa ni mondo mi awei nikech isebedo ka kuom thuolo mar saa achiel gi dire ka ikolo ne nyikora Mgajwang' wach mar budget kendo tudre gi jofwambo magwa manitiere e konde mopogore kowuok e dak tich mar jatend migao mar omenda biluongo ni Treasury House nyaka par od bura maduong' mar piny Kenya kama idhi some budget ni bende jofwambo nitiere. Pod wabiro medo tudre kodgi mondo ginyiswa paro ma medo nyuolore e wach mar budget ni mana ka gisetimo chakre okinyi. Lydia oyiena mondo mi kora wei in bende idhi modhe pi moro saa achiel okobo yot ahinya kiwuoyo awuoya kamano.
Koro Mgajwang' erokamano kuom medo kete mana kawe e lwet George Bati ka bende obiro kanyo gi wendo ne Odhiambo Ramogi gidogo mpaka kotenre kod mag motende kod budget omiyo kete mana kae Ramogi TV asebedo kodi kanyo kuom thuolo ma saa achiel gi bathe nyinga Lydia Okeyo riti masane.
Erokamano nya Lydia Okeyo kuom bedo kodwa kikawo yweyo Nyakwara Ramogi. An bende kora se chaka kama wadhi bedo godhiambo Ramogi kaka wasewacho motelo Udalego Karuoth mabende wadwa godo mbaka en jalony weche mag ochumi mar piny Kenya ka kendo biro ng'iyo kaka ochumi ni nyalo chopo e yo makare gik manyalo bedo gi pek gik manyalo bedo gi yot kaka neno Nyakwara Ramogi en arita moketi e od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya miluongo ni National Assembly kama jatend migao mochung'ne weche mag omenda Ngire Njuguna Ndung'u dhi soma e budget mar omenda mar piny Kenya higa mar 2023 nyaka 2024. Parni ma en budget ma koro nyiso ni to piny Kenya ochopo kanye gi kindene. Gin dwaro mag piny Kenya emoyango mondo miket budget machal kod ma budget mar kwano omenda maromo trilion 3.679 mabende miwacho ni malo kopim kod budget moramora mosesom. Parni budget mar omenda 2022 2023 ne ochung'e trilion 3.3 mano budget mogik mar jatend piny Kenya mano sedhi yweyo ne tich Uhuru Kenyatta kendo ne en budget mabende moko kuom gik mano ketie maino ne oting'o wach mar neno ni mise 4 madongo mag piny owacho mar Uhuru Kenyatta maniluongo ni the big 4 agenda gin moko kuom weche mano mi pek e kinde no. Bende parni ma budget mano som e kinde mabende noyudo ka piny Kenya owuok e midhiero mar midhusi mar corona mabende nogore piny Kenya kochakore 2019 kendo obiro nofwenye 2020 dwe mar adek kendo nodhi nyaka 2022 kaka iwacho ni midhusi ni nokelo pek ahinya chenro mopogore opogore mag dongo piny owacho. Omiyo gi sani Ramogi wan kod geno maduong' ni paro manyuolore sani wach mar bajet ni biro miyo piny owacho oket okenge mong'ith mar neno ni omenda mochoki otiyo ne jopiny e yo makare ma onge kod ng'ikruok moro amora mar neno ni ngima gi geno mar jopiny ochopi e bajet. Parni ma en bajet mokwongo mar jatend piny Kenya William Ruto. Gie sani jatend migawo mochung' ne weche mag omenda Ngire Njuguna Ndung'u wuok e apisi mare mantiere Treasury House buore Nairobi ka kendo dhi achiel kachiel mar chwalo bajet mare piny Kenya e bwo jatend piny Kenya William Ruto, bajet mokwongo e od bura ma malo. Gie sani Ramogi jatend migawo Njuguna Ndung'u koro ni oting'o kirowo mare manyiso teko ma en godo kaka jatend migawo mar mondo mi oyang ne piny Kenya bajet ma wan godo e higani. Mano Njuguna Ndung'u Ramogi kawuok e apisi mare manitiere Treasury House buore Nairobi kendo odhi somo bajet e od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya. Achiel kachiel Ramogi wuok e apisi mare man Treasury House buore Nairobi kendo odhi e od bura. En ondamo ma ok bor ahinya, en ondamo ma koponi ni rie futi Ramogi nyalo nyiso nyathi mondo mak ni bath futi kocha, in bende yua koni to ing'ado ndara miluongo ni Harambee Avenue kidhi e od bura maduong' mar piny Kenya. Parni en bajet ma bende ineno kaka dwaro mare ni malo mondo mi chop dwaro mar omenda maromo $3.679 ma oketie bajet ni. En achiel kuom dwaro mabiro chuno ni nyaka koro piny Kenya yua wigi kendo giket pachgi e chopo dwaro mar bajet. Wada winja ni to jatend migawo mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u wachang'o e kinde ni ma koro orie e od bura. Otene kanyo kod apisas mopogore opogore Ramogi koting'o apisa mag arita ma bende dhineno ni onge ng'ikruok moro amora mobedo kowuok e apisi mar jatend migawo mar omenda nyaka e od bura kama idhi some e bajet mar jatend piny Kenya William Ruto mokwongo e bwo telo mare. Mago gin tipo mineno achiel kachiel kowuok e dag tich mar migawo mar omenda miluongo ni Treasury House buore Nairobi kendo Ramogi dhi achiel kachiel. Neno kaka odno olor kanyo gima waluongo ni lift makoro rido gi piny ka gichopo piny kamino ka oketie carpet makwar. Ramogi koda yo mokete carpet makwar ka yien kido mag obudo matindo tindo manyadundo ketie bathe ka gichopo kanyo to biro tang'o kirowo mare mar omenda mabendo goe picha mag simba mar piny Kenya kendo kanye mobiro wuoke achiel kachiel nyaka e od bura maduong' mar piny Kenya mondo odhi osom bajet mar $3.679 mabende en bajet mar jatend piny Kenya William Ruto mokwongo. Wacho ni e higa mar 1963 manosom bajet mokwongo bang' piny Kenya yudo loch kod mane en jatend migawo kindeno James Gishuru. Ne en bajet mane inyalo wacho ni pound $374 gi kindeno. Nyiso ni dwaro mar piny Kenya gi kindeno ne ok obedo malo kaka sani kaluwore kod kaka piny osebedo ka dongore gi kaka piny mangima bende osebedo gi dwaro mopogore opogore. Adani mondo mi wabed kendo arwako achiel kachiel jalony mara ma wan godo ka Odhiambo Ramogi ma bende wadwa wuoyo godo e wach mar bajet ma higani kod pek manyalo bedie gi yot manyalo betie mondo ja Kenya kaka in Ramogi ibed gi ng'eyo ni ang'o gini mabiro dwarore mondo bajet ni otim gima owinjo bed ni otimo. Dwaro mari kaka japiny, in to ting' mari mondo bajet ni otim gima owinjo bed ni otimo en mane? To piny owacho en to bajet ni owinjo bed ni otimo ang'o mondo mi otim gima owinjo bed ni otimo? Mineno go Ramogi e wang' jowi mari mano jatend migawo mochung' ne weche mag omenda Njuguna Ndung'u kendo chung' kaka nang'isi e raidhi ma oketi madonje e ot mar migawo mar omenda kanyo koting'o kirowo mare marateng' manitiere kod ranyisi mag simba mar piny Kenya. En kirowo manyiso ni omiye teko mar dhi somo kendo iye kanyo mabende kanyo ok ni oting'o omenda ma bajet nitiere. Jomoko nyalo paro ni kirowo ne moting'o omenda. En kod andika ma idhi som e kinde ma ochopo e od bura. Onyisa ni en kod teko ma omiye kaka jatend migawo mondo mi odhi achiel kachiel nyaka e od bura osom bajet kata dwaro mar bajet ma ik omenda 2023 nyaka 2024. Bajet ni chako tiyo nyaka Ramogi tarik 1 dwe mar 7. Kendo biro dhi nyime gi tiyo nyaka tarik 30 dwe mar 6 mar higa manyien. Ka koro bajet makoro manyien biro yudo ka kendo selosi kendo som mondo mi ochako riemb piny Kenya. Mano jatend migao mar weche mag omenda Njuguna Ndung'u kod kirowo mare marateng' nyaka Ramogi ma bende oting'o andika mayango gigo kaka oket thuok bajet ma higani mondo dhi osome achiel kachiel e od bura. Machiegni Odhiambo Ramogi.
Erokamano ahinya kuom bedo koda ka.
Amor ahinya kendo kawa wuoye wach mar bajet to oganda jo Kenya nigi penjo mathoth ahinya ni to bajet mar trilion 3.6 abiro chiko ni en ting' marwa kaka jo Kenya mondo wamany kama pesa ni ae. Penjo en ni ang'o momiyo nyaka bajet bed misomo higa ka higa ma ng'ato nyalo penjore to nang'o ok wanyal tiyo gi mare jatend piny Uhuru Kenyatta mane giparo ni samoro yot kopogore gi ma.
Piny nigi mpango mwaluongo ni Vision 2030 ma mano e mwaluongo ni long term plan kata mpango moro mar higni mang'eny. Mpango ni kendo induse e mpango moko mwaluongo ni mid term plans mag higni 5 kaluwore gi political gi siasa mawango. Jatelo imiyo higni 5. Kore higni 5 ni inya keto mpango ni e higni 5 ni adwa timo ma gima. Koro e Vision 2030 cha wan gi gik monego watim e higni 30 but higni 30 ka ondusi mochopo higni 5. Ei higni 5 gi bende nyaka watim budget higa ka higa. Koro budget en a short term document mar higa achiel but orango the bigger picture mar higni 30 kata higni 5 ma piny osewinjore ni e higni maromo 30 wadwa ni mondo wachop kamoro. Emomiyo ineno ka budget nyaka giwach ni bo contribute bo kelo dongruok marom kama mae bo tero wachop kama kamae kaluwore gi mipango mar wango mar Vision 2030. Koro budget ni nyaka asoma higa ka higa nikeche onyiso wa pesa mawango e lak sechego minya tigo manyalo konyo ganda manya kelo dongruok. On the other hand bende onyiso priorities tiene ni gik monego jopiny rangi kata gik monego piny owacho rangi e lak sechego nikech gik ma piny owacho nego rangi sani opogore gi mane girango ndalo mane wane corona. Ndalo cha nen mana health. Sani to koro wadwa ni mondo wapara about gine kaka economy wa kaka uchumi chalo wadwa ni mondo warang dongruok. Mano opogore gi kaka ne en higni 2 mokalo.
Nyaka gi sani Ramogi kawang'iyo kaka weche dhi nyamburko mar piny owacho en kod mamoko mopangore ng'e kata moriedo ng'e gin manyiso kaka jatend migao mar weche mag omenda Njuguna Ndung'u koro chako wuodhe kowuok e od kata par tich mar log tich mar migao mar omenda Treasury House ka koro dhi nyaka od bura mamalo kama idhi some budget no. En mana kamoro machuo kende kata ka en wuotho na ng'isi ni ka imiyo nyathi futi mondo ywani to nyalo nyono kocha te ochako ywayo koni to ng'ado ndara no ka orieyo matin to chopa kanyo. Kata kamano chuno ni nyaka gidhi kaluwore koda chenro mag piny owacho kata sirkal e karwak gi od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya. Kata neno kaka jo rita kwe oyiengore kendo ochung' e bathe ka giwuotho. Gin to giwuotho nikech en kama chiegni ok ochuno ni nyaka gi rengi. Nyiso ni arita oketi e yo mamalo ahinya nikech kirowo mineno marateng'no nyaka Ramogi en kirowo manyiso andika mar budget. Ka koro ka wakete gimomiyo ng'ato nyalo penjo ni ang'o momiyo oketni arita? Oketni arita nikech en unyiso ranyisi mar omenda mowinjo bed ni piny Kenya dhi tiyo godo kuom higa achiel mangima. To bende kopogore gi mano nikech jatend migao mar omenda en jalo ma owinjo bed ni imiyo arita to kawuono omiyo arita moloyo nikech oting'o budget mar piny Kenya. Oting'o kaka piny Kenya dhi ringo kuom higa achiel mangima. Mane momineno ka apisa mag arita kwe ahinya mago mag obila oriedo bathe koni gi konya ka ginyono mos ka girie od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya mago tipo mawuok ne achiel kachiel nyaka Ramogi e apaya ma Harambe Avenue kadhi apaya alwora mar apaya mar Parliament Road kata apaya madhi e od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya kaso gibiro donjo achiel kachiel e od bura mamalo mondo wang'i ni to ang'o gini ma nitie e budget ni to okenge mage ma idhi ti godo e yore mag yudo omenda mondo budget ni oket e tim kendo chop dwaro ma omiyo ondike kendo goye. Parni odiochieng' ma kawuono kaluwore kod chenro mag od bura chako twak margi saa 8:30 to gibiro twak kuom thuolo matin kende kaso jata twak e od bura kata spika biro chiwo thuolo ne jatend migawo mar omenda mondo mi otim tich mabende ema omi pek e od bura mar piny Kenya kawuono mar somo budget mar piny. Jofwambo magwa nitiere kono Walter Nyambaga kaachiel kod Chris Owino gintiere e od bura ka jafwambo wadwa machielo Edwin Okoth bende no chako bedo kanyo chakro kinyi ne entiere alwora mar log tich mar migawo mar omenda Treasury House kama bende en bende koro nyono mosmos kaka jatend migawo mar omenda Junguna Ndung'u molo ka koro rie od bura mamalo. Odhiambo Ramogi wan ka picha kata tipo be jatend migawo miyo arita mamalo ahinya nyiso ni luor ma ochiw ne budget mar piny chuno ni nyaka miyo arita machal kod mae. Budget mar trilion 3.679 ang'o momiyo nyaka obed mana mano gi sani? Iwacho ni gik moko samoro lokore. Ang'o momiyo trilion 3.679?
Actually in budget policy statement ne okete ni onego bed mapiny ne mano nikech policy statement nowacho ni revenue wa pesa yuto mar sirikal dhi bedo trilion 2.5 kaeto budget korisomo mar trilion 3.3 to kaluwore gi kwan manyogo gi jopiny moko seche moko nyowacho ni ginowegi oko koro nyaka medgi koro nyo mede ma budget hie to aneno ka ochopo revenue ochopo yuto ma wa expect ma warito ni nyabiro ochopo trilion 2.8 to budget sie to ochopo kumiwachono. Gimomiyo nyaka obed kanyo en gik moko mopogore. Mokwongo sirikal nigi recurrent expenditure msara monego bed ni chulo ji mopogore opogore. Mar ariyo wan gi devolution pesa monego bed ni dhi e county makonyo oganda county governments. Mar adek wan gi gope monego bed ni chulo ma in fact kimedo consolidated fund to pesa no nyachopo kata milion 4.4 gimalo kucho. Kowe mano e kanyo bende wan gi development expenditure ma hie neno ka wan iluongo ni deficit. Wan gi deficit mar bilion 700.
Rem kuom omenda monyalo yudo gima dwarore mondo wachop dwaro mar budget.
Mane rem ma wan go. Nikech rem no emonego bed ni dhi kendo itiyogo e development expenditure. Koro mano ang'eyo ni bochuno sirikal ni gidhi gi hol gikaka hola kata giwacho ni ogang'nyo gidwa kawo hola but bochuno gini gikawo hola kanyo kendo ginyaka hola moloyo mano nikech ineno ka nafas ma wan go target mar pesa monego be ni kawo is already at 10 trillion to pesa ma wasekawe hola is 9.6. Koro yudo ka iye kanyo nitiere mana 400 billion moro inya hol to pesa monego be ni giholo to en bilion 700. Koro bochuno gini gidhi e bunge gis bunge ni yarnwago matin mednwago uru thuolo maber mondo wahol nikech hola to gibo kawo gimomiyo gibo kawo hola moloyo kata bilion 700 no en nikech kata recurrent expenditure gi project kaluwore gi yuto magirito ni waboyudo to rito no bende tek yudete nikech nitiere inefficiencies nitiere kagi kamoko manyaka bedie. Koro inya yudo kaka ta yuto magiwacho ni wadhi yudo bende wakoso yudo.
Ingeni ja Kenya paro ni kowach ni budget to paro ni ma en na pesa ma sirikal osebedo godo kendo keto kamoro ma en korido mana ti kode to kaluwore kod ler migolo nyiso ni gina gima nyisowa ni to wadwaro ang'o to wadhi timo kodgi ang'o koro kwachako menyo manyien. Wach mar osuru osebedo ka ji wuoyo ahinya kendo jomoko paro ni idiyo ji kata jopiny koro winjo matek ahinya wach mar choko osuru ni. Giwacho ni sirikal ok odhi many pesa kamachielo mondo kel mondo timo nade mondo kete budget. Ang'o mwanyalo wache wach mar osuru koda budget?
Wach mar osuru kod budget, hie sirikal nyaka ka osuru. Nikech ei osuru ni ema sirikal boyude pesa ma itimogo thieth, mipuonjogo nyithindo, mimiyo jomoti, pesa ya wazee. Kanyo bende ema sirikal boyude pesa michulogo osara mar ji. Koro osuru nyaka kaw. Aparo ni pogruok ma wan go gi sirikand ni en ariyo. Mokwongo en ni bedo gusuru mamalo ok bi mi yuto mang'eny kaka sirikal. Nikech kitere malo, kirango jo Tanzania, jo Uganda, jo Rwanda, Burundi, jogo nigi ushuru mamalo mohewa. To kirango tax to GDP ratio mawanago, tax to GDP ratio marwa ni malo mologi.
Wawang'adi matin kende Ramogi. Nyaka kwa Ramogi gie kanyo. Andika mar budget. Kod kiro gi jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u moting'e donjo od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya miluongo ni National Assembly kama idhi somie budget odiochieng' ma kawuono. King'iyo gi nyakwa Ramogi, wan mano tipo machiel kachiel kakalo ni Ramogi TV kendo biro ni kama intie odiochieng' ma kawuono ma omi teko wach mar budget twak mar od bura mondo jatend migao mar omenda odhi onyiso ganda jo Kenya ni to kwan adi mar omenda madwarore mondo piny Kenya odhi mbele higa achiel mabiro ma kopo ni ok oyudore to samoro dipo ka nitiere gik moko manyalo ng'ikore kata chenro moko ma ok nyal chopo kare kaka dwarore. Mano en rangach mar od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya kama idhi some budget odiochieng' ma kawuono gi jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u. Kinyalo ng'eyo kanyo apisa magarita kwe medo keto kare weche magarita mondo gine mana ni nyamburko ma oyiedhi mowinjo bed ni donjo kanyo ema odonjo. Kama moko to koro ibro chuno mondo mi neni oket arita makare mondo kik ng'ikruok moro amora bedie odiochieng' ni endi ma bende pinje mag Afrika ma ugwe nyakwa Ramogi bende ng'iyo weche mag budget. Ng'iyo ni samoro gima ji ok ong'eyo ni sama isomo budget e piny Kenya to owinjo bed ni nitiere kaka tudruok mar budget mar piny Kenya ka otenore kod weche mag budget ma bende yudore pinje mag Afrika ma ugwe. Mago timo pinje ma libamba kama oting'o Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi kaachiel kod DR Congo ma bende nodonjo e riwruogni kod South Sudan nyakwa Ramogi. En odiochieng' ma piny Kenya biro yango ni to gin okenge mage ma nyaka keti ere kaka japiny biro donjore wach mar budget mondo piny Kenya oring kaka dwarore kuom higa achiel mabiro kochakore tarik 1 dwe mar 7 higani nyaka tarik 30 dwe mar 6 mar higa manyien. Ka bende gik moko mopogore opogore bende nyalo lokore. Wuoyo ka koda kapok wadhi nyaka i od bura kama neno ka jo od bura bende chako bedo mondo ginyis gichiw thuolo ne jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u mondo ogol report mare kotende kod wach mar budget ni onyiso ganda jo Kenya ni to omenda di madwarore asilieko ni en trilion 3.679 to yo mage ma idhi yude godo. King'iyo ka nyakwa Ramogi bathe koni no ka jo od bura molo e od bura bathe koni nyakwa Ramogi en jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u kadonjo e od bura osechopo e liare mar od bura odong'ne mana koro lor mondo dhi achiel kachiel bang' kao tipo matin e od bura oko mar od bura kaso biro dhi achiel kachiel nyaka e od bura kaluwore kod chenro mage. Nang'isi ni od bura odiochieng' ma kawuono owinjo bed ni chako twak mage sa 8:30. Kamano no kapod moko kuom jo od bura ni oko moko bende nosedonjo pok gichako twak ayanga. Girito mondo twak maduong' ma kawuono ma en somo budget obi ochakre achiel kachiel nyakwa Ramogi. Mano od bura kaka jo od bura medo ikore mar rwako jatend migao mar omenda mondo gisom budget ma ikomenda ma chakore higa 2023 kendo dhi nyaka 2024 e od bura odiochieng' ma kawuono. Aneno ka jo bura loso gimosore gi nyisa achiel margi ka gidonjo mondo giwinj bajet ni. Ramogi, ne wawacho wach mar ng'iyo gimomiyo kata gima nyalo miyo bajet ni ok chop dwaro mare kata gima nyalo miyo bed mayot chopo dwaro mare. Mama nwang'iyo wach mar usuru.
E koro napimo ni kiketo usuru mamalo ok omino ni koro in gi thuolo mar yudo pesa mang'eny kaka sirikal. Teni nyaka kete mamalo mabi duogi yud pesa matin moloyo mane in go sama ni chako. Kirango region waka Tanzania ni kode mamalo, Uganda ni kode mamalo, but kirango yuto gi as a ratio of GDP, iyudo ka yuto gi ni piny. Kenya mare ni malo to ushuru wato pod ni piny mologi. Kirango continentally, South Africa, mwalo kocha, gin margi ni piny moloyo ma Kenya, nikech VAT gi 14%. To yuto gi, nikech gin gi yudo 25%, gin 22% of GDP, one pod 115%. Tede ni yuto gi ber moloyo yuto. Kato bedo ni tax gi ni piny.
Yes.
Koro tiende ni kiduoko tax piny inya yudo pesa moloyo kuom jopiny molo kitere malo. Koro nikech and this is for two reasons. Mokwongo en non-compliance. Ji mang'eny chako ringo ka tax di malo chako ringo sirikal kendo gitamre koro chulo usuru kaka ne gidwaro chulo moloyo kanyo. Mar ariyo en ni ntiere gimoluongo ni golden goose, killing the golden goose. In gi gimoro manyuolo ni gold, but koro idwa ni mondo yang'e mondo koro gold mane ye go tata de chiel. Koro mano tamano kelo gimwa luongo ni ripple effect. Ka iketo ushuru mamalo tinyisa ni mondo achul, to an bende atere ne customer koro penjre ni tij Ramogi ni be adware adiera kosa nya yudo kuonde moko ma amandrago.
Nitie gimoro manyalo timo gima otimo sani ni. Koro imanyo gimoro machielo manyalo kawo kare.
Ma ok bi charge pesa mang'eny kaka Ramogi charge pesa mang'eny.
Yes.
Koro kosetimo kamano, mano tiene no handa urumo gi kanyo. Jok manandiko tich koro ok anya chulo. Tiene ni sirikal ok bi yudo osuru koa kuom Ramogi. Sirikal bende ok bi yudo osuru koa kuom jotij Ramogi manyo nigi income, manyo koro nya chulo sirikal. That causes the government mondo oyud pesa matin moloyo kaka nopango. Koro kato bedo ni jogi omedo usuru to kendo gin gi projections ni usuru ni dhi kelo pesa moloyo, nyalo bet ni ka abet kae kendo higa achiel bang' ma to wabo wacho ni pesa ma giyudo tin moloyo pesa mane gidwaro mondo giyudi.
Wang'iye ni oketo usuru mamalo, iwacho ni ji koro biro chako go kona, ji badhore ne chulo usuru nikech gineno ni ting'ni oingowa. To sirikal bende nigi dwaro mar chopo budget, dwaro mar budget ni. Ang'o manyalo timore poni ma ochako timore? Jopiny ochako badhore ne chulo usuru. Projection kata dwaro mar sirikal mar yudo pesa mane gidwaro mondo giketi e budget mondo timne jopiny gik ma gidwaro gi ok ochopo. Chuno sirikal, keto sirikal kama chal nade?
Keto sirikal kama koro sirikal nyaka hol. Keto sirikal kama koro sirikal chuno ni nyaka gidog ka IMF gi kwechi. Onyalo keto sirikal kama sirikal koro weyo projects moko mane giwacho ni gidwa timo. Koro chuno gi ni nyaka ok gitim. Onyalo keto sirikal kuma koro sirikal timo gimiluongo ni golo jotich.
Yes.
Ntiere jotich makoro nyiso gi ni koro ok wadwa ni mondo uti, ok wanyal chulo koro uwe tich. Koro ntiere after effects mang'eny manyalo bede mambo miyo koro sirikal bedo kamoro marach. To apani mane momiyo ase chako mawacho ni aneno ka sirikal dhi holo moloyo 700 billion magidwa holon. Ginyadhi magihol kata trillion achiel gi wiye.
Itemo wacho ni king'iye gi wang'i mar ja lony weche mag uchumi ka, ineno ka samoro sirikal ok nyal chopo dwaro margi mar budget ni.
Ok gibi chopo. O kata ni saa moro. Ok gibi chopo. to ogiwi chopo nikech the tax magiketo ni malo kabisa. Koro tiende ni revenue magidhi yudo okapar kadhi chopo kama gidwan mondo chope, nikech giwe ni tax mamalo dhi mi yuto mamalo, which is not the case. Mar ariyo gimomiyo ang'eyo ni ok gibi chopo en ni kata hola magidwa holo no bende okapar ka gidhi yudo pesa mang'eny magidwaro mondo giholno rando. Tiende ni koro nitiere projects moko ma wigi bochunogi ni wigi owilgo mondo giwerego, girangane ni okay, inya chulo sara, inya miji thieth, nyithindo nya somo, koro just the most important services maginya provide.
E piny mangima nitiere piem e kind pinje. Piny ni piem ni wan mabed ni wan malo, kata mabed ni wan ma wan gi yo mayot manyalo ywayo joma wuok oko mondo ket mwandu e pinywa, kata joma ni e pinywa med keto mwandu ahinya e pinywa. Ka wang'iyo wach mar usuru manitiere ma idwa ni oti godo e chopo dwaro mar bajet ni, keto piny Kenya kanye gi pinje mamoko malibamba ma gipiem godo e ywayo joket mwandu kaachiel kod tayo chenro mopogore opogore ma oting'o Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi kod pinje mamoko bende manitie Afrika.
Nitiere weche ariyo kanyo. Mokwongo en ni wan gi region mar East Africa.
Yes.
To e region waka nitiere pinje moko ma tax gi ni berberie. Kokamano to inya yudo ni kata obedo ni tax ok berberie, pesa michulo ji ok ni malo. Kokamano tiyudo ka energy costs ni piny. Tiende ni cost of doing business bedo mayot. Ka iyudo ka Tanzania sani yudo investment molo Kenya. Rwanda yudo investment molo Kenya, and Ethiopia. In terms of new foreign direct investment to biro, Kenya to pod ni malo. But in terms of ni odongre marom nadi, joka dongre molo. Tiende ni nitiere kama wabochopo ni wan kanyakla kata gi kalwa. Koro mae timore nikech tax wa osebedo ni malo, kendo koro kidhi mede to dhi bedo mamalo saidi, to jogo madwa timo investment e pinywa ma Kenya bo chako rango Tanzania, chako rango Rwanda, chako rango Ethiopia, koro ok wayud investment. To investment ni ema kelo employment, tich ma yawuoyi kata rawerni nyayudo. Koro bedo ni onge nikech investment odhi kamono no. But nitiere kendo jomoko mwaluongo ni tax havens, pinje moko mwaluongo ni tax havens. Miyudo ka tax en 5%, ginene 5% moro kata 10% moro. Pinje moko gi iyudo ka pesni mang'eny e piny mangima chako wuotho dhi e pinje moko gi. Koro kato bedo ni one seche moko gi a very good destination, jo osomo ntiere gimoro wan maber, to pinje gi koro lower e yudo investment madewa yudo nikech gin tax havens.
Oneno ka speaker mar Od Bura mamalo Moses Wetangula Nyakwa Ramogi donjo kendo dhi bede kome mar tayo twak ma kawuono, ka bende nyiso ni twak mar Od Bura dhi chakore achiel kachiel. Sama twak ochakore nyiso ni koro chenro biro dhi nyime kendo ibiro chiw thuolo ne jatend migawo mar omenda mondo mi odonjane kanyo. Jatend migawo mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u biro wadawinjore kaka weche chale Od Bura.
Wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. The clerk, you may call the orders.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker.
Order. Who is calling for point of order? Honorable Masara.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing something very strange happening today. You must be respected. The members of UDA party are crossing just this way as if this is a street in Sugoi. This is parliament. You must go there. You respect the speaker and you come here. That is very wrong. Mr. Speaker, they just walk. You must respect the seat of the parliament.
Order.
If you are feeling the heat of voting.
Take your seat. Order, honorable members. Honorable Masara. You don't have to prosecute your point of order laced with poison. You can raise a point of order. It's indeed out of order for any member to cross the aisle, but you don't have to be derogatory in any way. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Although, Honorable Speaker, Sugoi is a very important village in this country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 15th June 2023. 1, report of the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 2, County Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 9 months of the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 3, the Performance Audit Report of the Auditor General on construction of small dams and water ponds by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation and implementing agencies for June 2023. And lastly, 4, the annual report and financial statements for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Office of the Auditor, Office of the Controller of Budget. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Special Funds, Accounts Committee. Go ahead, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 15th June 2023. First, report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Sherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, and Civil Service Housing Scheme Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Under this order, Honorable Fatuma. Give notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notice of motion. Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. Consideration of the report of the Auditor General.
Order, Honorable Fatuma. I say I beg to give notice of the following motion.
Thank you, sir. I beg to give notice of motion. Consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Sherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Women Enterprise Fund, Coffee Cherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, National Research Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Uwezo Fund, and Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 15th June 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Clerk. Order, Clerk.
Order number 7, questions
Hold,
and
Clerk, hold. What Honorable Fatuma has given us notice, you expunge the first statement she made, then start in the Hansard with I beg to give notice. Right, so that the record is proper. Thank you, Fatuma. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we have no questions, we have no statement. You have your Thursday statement, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 13th June 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, this week the House concluded the general debate on the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2023, 2024, and the medium term, and adopted the annual estimates with amendments in the Committee of Supply. Additionally, the House concluded the second reading of the Finance Bill 2023 after the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning tabled its report on the bill. I would like to commend the committee and indeed the House for the steadfast commitment and participation during this important business, which has sometimes gone late into the night. Honorable Speaker, members will note that I had previously conveyed that the Cabinet Secretaries for Labour and Social Protection and the Cabinet Secretary Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development were scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 14th June 2023, to respond to the questions in the plenary of the National Assembly. However, due to priority business before the House, this has been postponed to a date that shall be communicated. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the business for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the Finance Bill 2023 at Committee of the whole House in the course of the week, and the Appropriations Bill 2023 also in the course of the week at all stages, once it is published. Debate on the following business will also continue next week. 1. Report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the ratification of the Kigali amendments on the Montreal Protocol on the substances that deplete the ozone layer. 2. The report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. 3. The report on United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, Annual General Meeting, and 4. The second reading of the Statutes Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill of 2022. Finally, the House Business Committee, Honorable Speaker, will convene on Tuesday, 20th June 2023 to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay the statement before the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next. Yes, Junet, what is...
Mr. Speaker, in line with the statement that has been tabled by the Majority Leader, I think now there is clarity in the House that the Finance Bill is coming up for the third reading on Tuesday next week. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, yesterday when we were debating the finance bill in second reading, for the second reading, there was a lot of confusion that people didn't know, and many members are saying did not know that the question will be put, even though we have standing order 95 that allows anyone to stand up and ask for the mover to reply. But now with clarity and with a statement that now has been tabled by the majority leader, there is clarity that the third reading is going to happen next week on Tuesday, and members must be aware of that, especially members on our side. Now you can prepare properly. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chungwa.
Honorable Speaker, you know my good friend, the Honorable Junet, might not have heard me clearly. I said from business beginning on Tuesday, in the course of the week, next week, we will have the third reading and the appropriations bill, should it be published over the weekend. But that is not to say it could be Tuesday, and the Honorable Junet is a member of the House Business Committee, and he knows it is a House Business Committee that schedules business for the week. And I believe when we meet on Tuesday 20th, we'll be able to schedule business for next week. Two, Honorable Speaker, there should be no excuse for any member of parliament to be anywhere else other than in the National Assembly, in chamber, debating, and therefore there were no surprises yesterday. Every member of parliament who's been elected by the people of Kenya from the constituents we are elected in, we should be in the House from Tuesday to Thursday. And it's a very short 4 hours in the afternoon, another 8 or so hours on Wednesday, Thursday another short 4 hours, and we're off to our constituency. Honorable Speaker, let me just say, in the course of next week, between Tuesday and Thursday, when the House business schedules and the order paper will be published, Honorable Speaker, by Monday night, actually. Then the House business schedules when we transact what business.
Junet, you want to pursue that?
There is clarity now, but you know, Mr. Speaker, the course of the week is a course that you have to, with your indulgence now, Mr. Speaker, and the mood of the House is that on Tuesday we have the finance bill. Can we agree tentatively here and ask the House?
Order, Honorable Junet. Order, members. Order. For avoidance of any doubt, and Honorable Junet's point of order, many members thought that by your vote last evening, you concluded the finance bill. You didn't. There is still the committee of the whole. The bill as you passed yesterday is the bill as published. The committee itself has proposed amendments. There are many members, I believe, will also bring amendments to the bill. And that will be in the committee of the whole, depending on what the House Business Committee, in which Junet yourself sits, you will give direction as to whether to start on Tuesday or Wednesday or whichever day. But I believe that in the course of business, we should be able to start on Tuesday and proceed until you finish. If you want to truncate the process, you can finish on Tuesday. If you want to mount spirited competition, including but not limited to divisions, then we may be able to go on up to Thursday. But be aware that the finance bill is not done yet. Order. No more points of order. Yes, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on a procedural matter, unless it escaped my attention at any one point. I'm looking at Standing Order 244C in terms of the order in which things are to be done. It suggests to me that the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures which would be presented by the Cabinet Secretary comes first under 244C1. On the same day, under 244C4, on that same day, then the Cabinet Secretary will then present a legislative proposal. It is that legislative proposal which, once presented under now Standing Order 245, constitutes and becomes the finance bill, which then is later discussed. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand a situation where the finance bill was already introduced, has already come to the second reading, and the budget proposals have not been made, and the proposal by the Cabinet Secretary has not been presented. What then were we discussing? It is my understanding that if we go that way, then it means we have dispensed with the presentation of the budget proposal by the Cabinet Secretary, in which case I will seek your guidance on why the business you had indicated that will be undertaking from 3 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senior Counsel, the standing order you are citing was actually rendered negatory by a decision of the court that has been the creation of the process that we are undertaking. So this process is not against any law. I hear somebody saying that you participated in the court case that rendered the standing order negatory. So what we are doing is procedural, and we are not in any way flouting any standing order. It wasn't. Honorable members, I have a short communication. And Senior Counsel, we may pursue that argument later in my chamber if you so wish. And it's in relation to interruption of business, pronouncement on the budget policy highlights, and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2023-24. Honorable members, Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C require the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government each financial year. In this regard, and as communicated earlier, the Cabinet Secretary will be making this pronouncement shortly. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the dignitaries present in the galleries today. They include members of the Cabinet, led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Dr. Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, EGH. Other guests present today include Principal Secretaries, Chairpersons and Chief Executive Officers of parastatals, senior government officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and the development partners. On behalf of the National Assembly and on my own behalf, I welcome all of you to the National Assembly. Honorable members, before I invite the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make his pronouncement, I wish to remind the House that in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 244C3, the Cabinet Secretary shall be heard without question or clarification sought. Further, the provisions of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 do apply to the Cabinet Secretary during this sitting. Not all Cabinet Secretaries present, but only the Cabinet Secretary for the Treasury and Planning. Honorable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2023-2024 and the medium term. Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, CBS, you may now proceed. The floor is yielded to you.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great honor and privilege for me to present to this august House and to the people of the Republic of Kenya the first budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration
Order, members.
Okay. Ada.
Minister, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great honor and privilege for me to present to this august House and to the people of Kenya the first budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I do this in compliance with the Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly and Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 that requires the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures to the national government. This being the first budget following the conclusion of the general election held in August 2022, allow me to congratulate all the honorable members who were re-elected and those who are serving for the first time in this august House. I look forward to working closely with all of you as we implement the bottom-up economic transformation agenda designed to achieve a sustained economic recovery for improved livelihoods for all Kenyans. Before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to His Excellency, the President, for appointing me to the Cabinet Secretary, to the position of the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning, and entrusting me with the honor of overseeing the management of macroeconomic policy and public financial management for this great nation. I also wish to extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President for his wise counsel during the preparations of this budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures that will lay a strong foundation for our socio-economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2023-2024 budget has been prepared against a background of a challenging external and domestic environment. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic, Kenya has over the past years suffered and also a series of devastating negative and persistent shocks that include the worst drought in decades, as well as adverse spillover effects of the conflict in Eastern Europe and a tight global financial market condition. The combination of all these negative and continuing shocks are what we describe as a perfect storm that has confronted this new administration. The extreme climate change events have emerged as key drivers of food security and increased cost of living. Indeed, our people are currently confronted with increasing higher prices of basic foods, commodities, energy, and transport. This calls for urgent and decisive interventions, especially on our supply side response. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the requirements under the Constitution on public participation, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on issues that needed to be addressed in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we received from many Kenyans proposals and suggestions that have informed the priorities outlined in this budget statement. The key concerns raised by the public can broadly be clustered around 5 issues. 1, the high cost of living. 2, the high cost of unemployment. 3, and this is mostly among the youth. 3, the high tax burden. And 4, the wastage of public resources. And finally, the high public debt. Mr. Speaker, having listened carefully to the concerns from the public and taking cognizance of the socio-economic and environmental challenges facing the country, the budget policy highlights seeks to provide solutions to the said concerns as we all work towards accelerating economic recovery. Proactively, the Kenya Kwanza government has begun the journey to bring down the cost of living and improve the livelihoods, while at the same time fostering a sustainable, inclusive economic transformation. The government has taken the long-term sustainable approach of subsidizing production of goods instead of consumption to respond to the rising cost of living. In this regard, the government has instituted immediate interventions that are aimed at providing short-term solutions to the high cost of living, while at the same time building a momentum for the long-term economic vibrancy and transformation. In particular, the government has covered the following areas. First, through the e-voucher fertilizer subsidy program, availed to 6 million of 50 kilogram bags of subsidized fertilizer worth 15 billion that are retailing at a cost of 350 per bag, a reduction from the market price from 6,500 per bag, representing a subsidy of Kenya shillings 3,000 per bag. So far, the government has registered 5 million farmers nationwide and issued over 2.5 e-vouchers to registered farmers. As a result, Kenyan farmers have been able to plant at least 200,000 additional acres of food this year and used 2 million more kilograms of seeds, and that is expected to improve the agricultural yields. Second, the government has granted duty waivers for importation of key food products such as white maize, rice, yellow maize, soya bean meal, assorted protein concentrates, and feed additives effective from 1st February to 6th February, 1st February this year to 6th August 2023. This has been done in order to bridge the food stocks deficit and will lower the cost of food prices. As a result of the drought, the mitigation measures and the climate adaptation programs, the government initiated a national tree planting campaign that seeks to enhance our national tree cover from 12% to 30% through a target of planting 15 billion trees by 2032. In addition, the government has initiated new dam constructions to address the drought concerns and ensure Kenya has enough harvested water to facilitate a water management strategy for irrigation and food production. Fourth, the government has invested very heavily in biotechnology research and uptake of drought-tolerant crops to promote food security, particularly in marginalized areas. In the current year, over 250 metric tons of assorted drought-tolerant seeds valued at Kenya shillings 50 million have been distributed in Embu, Meru, Makueni, Machakos, Tharaka Nithi, Murang'a, Nyeri, Siaya, and Busia counties. Fifth, the government has reformed the National Health Insurance Fund to meet the urgent needs of Kenyans at the bottom of the socio-economic structure by actualizing its purpose as a social medical insurance facility. In addition, the government has committed to deliver universal health coverage to ensure that every Kenyan attains dignified health care at a minimum subscription fee. And finally, the government has reviewed the policy on the energy sector with the aim of developing and diversifying this market further by improving the sourcing and supply of cooking gas that inevitably has resulted in high cost that drive domestic inflation. This has allowed for additional players to be licensed and to set up liquefied petroleum gas facilities. A common use of bulk storage and even handling facility for LPG will be constructed through a private sector participation framework to enhance market certainty and stability in the use of LPG. This will cut costs of handling and evacuating gas from ships to the mainland, and hence allowing dealers to pass through the cost of relief to consumers. Mr. Speaker, in order to improve service delivery and support livelihoods and businesses, as well as strengthen governance institutions, the Kenya Kwanza government has, since assumption of office, established Financial Inclusion Fund. This is commonly known as the Hustlers Fund, that was set up in November 2022 to provide access to affordable credit to individuals and MSMEs, medium and small enterprises, and to encourage savings. This is an intervention that will remain at the bottom of the pyramid in order to access borrowing under the fund. A customer only needs to register through his or her mobile phone. Since the launch of the first product, the Hustler Fund Personal Loan Fund, the government has invested a total of 11 billion shillings. This money has been revolving within the fund, providing low interest rate at 8% per annum, and so far 16.07 million Kenyans, of which 7.1 million are repeat customers, have actually accessed the fund. So far, 30.8 billion has been borrowed from this revolving fund. In addition to borrowing, the fund is designed to encourage savings. To date, 1.5 billion has been saved as a mandatory savings, while Kenya shilling 17 million has been saved on a voluntary basis. We have witnessed a phenomenal growth in the number of transactions that currently stand at 43.5 million transactions. The largest number of the times a single customer borrower has borrowed from the fund is about 50 times, indicating strong traction of the Hustlers Fund. To further empower the medium and small enterprises, the government on 1st June 2023 launched the second product of the Financial Inclusion Fund that is aimed at facilitating Kenyan access funding through groups. This follows the phenomenal success of the personal loans products under this initiative, and this will allow lending groups such as chamas and SACCOs and SACCOs. The groups can now borrow loans from between 20,000 shillings to 1 million shillings. Third, we have redesigned the competence-based education curriculum to make it responsive to our education needs. And fourth, I've employed over 30,000 teachers in a historic and unprecedented drive to improve the national teacher-pupil ratio and enhance performance. Fifth, government has introduced new funding model for higher education that will make the universities and technical training fully inclusive, financially self-sufficient, and also capable of competing with their peers globally while contributing to our national socio-economic transformation. Sixth, the government has established the National Open University in order to make higher education inexpensive, affordable, accessible, inclusive, and attainable to all. The university will create its charter before the end of this month, that is June 2023. Seven, the government has launched several affordable housing projects across the country, translating to about 36,000 housing units in just 8 months. Eighth, the government has proposed and moved with digitalization, and the digitalized and automated services to the tune of 3,570 of government services through the eCitizen platform that has enhanced access to government services and brought greater convenience to citizens. The government targets to bring on board close to 5,000 services on the eCitizen platform by the end of 2023. Number 9 is the government has launched data protection registration system to provide digital identity to all Kenyans in order to facilitate the transactions between the government and its, and its citizens. Finally, returned the port operation from Mombasa and Naivasha to Mombasa, returned the port operations from Nairobi and Naivasha to Mombasa in order to revamp the coastal economy and give importers, especially the business community, a choice on cargo clearance. The government has introduced a G2G, a government-to-government arrangement for oil importation to provide a longer-term supply of fuel and ease the monthly demand of US dollars in a situation where global dollar shortage was ensuing. Government has also appointed 4 Court of Appeal judges and 2 judges of the Environment and Land Courts in line with the recommendations of the Judicial Service Commission to strengthen the judiciary. Further, the government escalated the actualization of the judiciary fund that will increase the allocation of resources towards enhancing the access to justice. And finally, the government has enhanced the independence of the National Police Service by granting them financial autonomy as envisaged in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, while we celebrate these achievements, we are aware that a lot remains to be done in order to decisively deal with the pressing socio-economic challenges. First, to reverse the effect of the recent past negative shocks that have been persistent. And second, to improve and accelerate the betterment of the livelihoods of Kenyans. It is for this reason that the government is implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, popularly referred to as BETTER, which is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth. It is aligned to this agenda. It is in alignment to this agenda for this year's budget theme carries that spirit. This year's budget the theme is bottom-up economic transformation and climate change mitigation and adaptation for improved livelihoods of Kenyans. Consistent with this, the government will scale up implementation of policy priorities and structural reforms under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, as detailed in the 2023 budget policy statement and the 4th medium-term plan, MTP4, which is currently under development, and that will guide the attainment of these development objectives, as well as a continuation of the Kenyan Vision 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals. The strategy will involve increasing investments in 5 strategic sectors that have the largest impact and linkages to the economy, as well as on household welfare as the starting point. These 5 sectors include agricultural transformation, micro and small medium enterprise economy, housing and settlement, healthcare and digital superhighway, as well as the creative industry. Special focus will be placed on the interventions that reduce the cost of living, create jobs, achieve more equitable distribution of income, enhance social security, and expand the tax base for more revenues to finance development. And finally, also geared towards increasing foreign exchange to give us flexibility in that market. Mr. Speaker, we intend to implement the policy priorities within a sustainable fiscal framework. Overall, we have moderated our spending to ensure the value for money and enhanced the revenue mobilization efforts to ensure that our public debt remains on a sustainable path. Prioritization is critical because resources are scarce, thus limiting our capacity and desire to cover everything at once. In this regard, the budgeting process for the priority programs under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda will be managed through a value chain approach. This has ensured that the resources located along the value chain are allocated to all the components along the value chain, thereby eliminating duplication of roles, removing any funding gaps, and enhancing efficiency in the use of available budgetary resources. Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege and honor to present the economic and fiscal policy underpinnings the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda for improved livelihoods to Kenyans. Thereafter, I will broadly outline the proposed resource allocations and revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2023-2024 budget. But before I proceed to elaborate on programs, let me start by highlighting the economic context in which this budget has been prepared. Let me start with economic policy context and focus on the global economy. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2023-2024 budget has been prepared against a background of increased uncertainties in the global economic outlook, reflecting continued geopolitical tensions, particularly the ongoing conflict in Eastern Europe, and the pace of monetary policy tightening amidst concerns about financial sector stability in the advanced economies. As a result, the global economic growth is projected to slow down to 2.8% in 2023 from 3.4% in 2022. Economic prospects are also expected to slow down across regions and countries. Nevertheless, the commodity prices in the global markets, particularly oil and food, have been easing due to improved and functioning supply chains. Let me turn to domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic scene, the economic growth for 2022 slowed down to 4.8% from 7.6% in 2021 due to adverse impact of the multiple shocks that affected the economy. Kenya's growth in 2022 was supported by growth in the services sector, while the agricultural sector contracted for the second consecutive year due to the prolonged drought effects, but that also contributed in the growth of manufacturing sector as well as that of wholesale and retail trade sectors. Mr. Speaker, the economy is expected to rebound and expand by 5.5% in 2023 up from 4.8% in 2022. And it is will be supported by a broad-based private sector-led growth, including continued strong performance of the services sector and the recovery from the agricultural sector due to improved weather conditions during the March-May rainy season. This growth outlook will be reinforced by initiatives being implemented by the government under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that include the provision of subsidized fertilizer and seeds to farmers during the planting season. Further, economic activity is expected to improve and drive aggregate demand expansion as the international community, international commodity prices is coupled with improved exports and resilient private sector consumption, as well as the ongoing public-private investments. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to support economic recovery by pursuing prudent macroeconomic policies geared towards reducing debt vulnerabilities and supporting sustainable and inclusive development. Inflation rate has remained above 7.5%, which is the upper bound target since June 2022. This is driven mainly by high food prices and energy prices following the adverse weather conditions and high global oil prices, but also compounded by the pass-through effects from the domestic currency depreciation. In order to anchor inflation expectations, the Central Bank of Kenya, through Monetary Policy Committee, tightened monetary policy during the last 1 year by raising the central bank rate to 9.5% in March 2023 from 7.5% in May 2022. This monetary policy action together with improved agricultural production occasioned by the wrong rains and supported by fertilizer subsidy program and the ongoing importation of key food items, particularly maize, cooking oil, rice, sugar, at a duty-free window, are expected to ease the domestic prices and basic food items. Already the inflation pressures are easing with inflation rate at 8% in May 2023 from the highs of 9.6% in October 2022. Inflation rate is expected to return to the target range within the second quarter of financial year 2023-2024. Also, in addition, credit to the private sector has grown by 13.2% in the last 12 months to April 2023, and this is supporting economic activity. Most sectors of the economy continue to receive positive credit flows. Mr. Speaker, to further anchor inflation expectations, the Central Bank of Kenya will continue to implement reforms outlined in the White Paper on modernization of the monetary policy framework and operations that are aimed at enhancing the effectiveness of monetary policy formulation and implementation to prevent monetary policy falling behind the curve. These reforms include refining macroeconomic forecasting frameworks in line with the changing structure of the economy, improving the functioning of the interbank market to strengthen monetary policy transmission, and continued improvements of communication on monetary policy decisions. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy stance over the medium term aims at supporting the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda through growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan designed to slow down the annual growth in public debt and implement an effective liability management strategy without compromising service delivery to citizens. This will improve the country's debt sustainability position. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the policy priorities of the government for fostering economic transformation and improved livelihoods. The policy priorities and structural reforms for improved livelihoods start with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget places special emphasis on priorities at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is detailed in 2023 budget policy statement that was approved by this House in March 2023. This agenda is premised to address the challenges of the economy is facing, to stimulate economic recovery, bolster resilience while building on the success realized over time. The strategy will involve increasing investment in at least 5 sectors envisaged to have the largest impact and linkages to the economy, as well as on household welfare. The priority programs are classified under 2 categories, namely the core pillars and the enablers that aim at the creation of a conducive business environment for socio-economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, in this statement, the core pillars include agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprises of the economy, housing and settlement, healthcare and digital superhighway, and in creative industry. In order to make this program feasible, the government will implement strategic interventions under the following key enablers. First, the infrastructure, manufacturing, the blue economy, the services sector, the environment and climate change, education and training, women agenda, youth empowerment and development agenda, social protection, sports, culture and arts, as well as the governance. Mr. Speaker, in order to realize the aspirations of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the government will first continue to maintain macroeconomic stability and enhance the security to foster and secure conducive business environment for all Kenyans and their investment. Second, the government will intensify national infrastructure development and connectivity of roads and port, energy and fiber optic infrastructure to lower the cost of movement of people and goods, lower the cost of doing business, thereby enhancing profitability of businesses. Third, the government will enhance investment in key economic sectors for broad-based sustainable economic recovery by promoting agricultural transformation, growth in manufacturing, environmental conservation and water supply, food security, climate change mitigation and adaptation, tourism recovery, and sustainable land use and management. In this regard, food security and climate change will also become a focal point for policy formulation going forward. Fourth, the government will expand access to quality social services in health, education, and appropriate social safety nets for the vulnerable population. And finally, the government will support the youth, women, persons living with disabilities through government-funded empowerment programs that leverage on partnership with private sector organizations. Mr. Speaker, the government, under the support of the development partners, is implementing a program that aims at boosting revenue mobilization to reduce total expenditures as a percentage of GDP, thereby providing growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan designed to slow down the annual growth of public debt and implement an efficient liability management strategy, without at the same time compromising service delivery to citizens. The fiscal consolidation plan targets to gradually reduce the fiscal deficit, including grants, from 6.2% of GDP in the financial year 2021-2022 to 5.8% of GDP in the financial year 2022-2023 to 4.4% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024, and further reduce the fiscal gap further to 3.6% in financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, we are truly grateful as a nation to our development partners who have over the years provided financial resources to support the implementation of government programs, government policy, as well as structural reforms. In particular, allow me to single out the multilateral institutions, specifically the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, the European Union, the African Development Bank, and the many bilateral donors, institutions, and governments that have walked the journey of socio-economic transformation with Kenya. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has continued to successfully implement the Extended Fund Facility and Extended Credit Facility, EFF and ECF arrangements supported by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. We concluded the fifth review of the program in May 2023, and we agreed on the augmentation of access under the program of 75% of the quota, that is SDR, special drawing rights for 407 million.1, or which is about US $544.3 million, an extension of the duration of the EFF, ECF arrangement by 10 months to April 2025 to allow sufficient time for meeting the program objectives, and on a new 20-month resilience and sustainability facility, RSF, arrangement that will allow us to access 75% of our quota that will run parallel with the EFF, ECF program arrangements until April 2025. Once approved by the IMF Executive Board in July 2023, Kenya will immediately access SDR 306.7 million, which is about $410 million, including from the augmentation of the access under ECF, EFF. This will bring the cumulative IMF financial support disbursed under the EFF, ECF program arrangements to SDR 1.509 billion, or about $2.017 billion. And for us, that's why we are appreciative of this multilateral institution. The government will also access additional SDR 407.1 million, about 443 million under the new 20-month Resilience Sustainability Facility. arrangement upon successful next review. Mr. Speaker, when combined with RSF support, the cumulative IMF commitment to Kenya will be about SDR 2.633 billion, which is about $3.52 billion by April 2025. Mr. Speaker, as a stopgap measure to ease the pressure on the domestic supply of petroleum products, as well as ease pressure on the Kenya shilling arising due to the global shortage of US dollars in the domestic market, we have introduced an innovative new government-to-government arrangement for fuel importation through Regal Notice number 3 of 2023. That Regal Notice allows us to import the importation of petroleum products by private sector through the current open tender system, OTS. To date, the monthly importation of petroleum products is approximately 740,000 metric tons, of which 60% is consumed in the domestic market, while 40% is for transit markets in the region. This product is currently paid for using United States dollars, which puts strain on foreign exchange availability and pressure on nominal exchange rate and ensuing exchange rate volatility in the market on a monthly basis. Mr. Speaker, to contain the pressure of the US dollar availability in the market, as well as exchange rate volatility on a monthly basis, the government entered into a memorandum of understanding with governments of oil-producing countries under which framework agreements have been signed with petroleum exporting companies for the supply of petroleum products on extended credit period of 180 days. The objective of this arrangement is first to ease the monthly demand of the US dollars in the foreign exchange market that is driven by petroleum imports, and by extending time required to source the US dollars from the current 5 days to 180 days. Second, to allow space to activate the interbank foreign exchange market and thus stem currency speculation, it was necessary to enter into this program that we intended to reduce the cost of petroleum products by lowering the economies of, leveraging on the economies of scale that arise from having longer supply contracts up to 270 days with potential suppliers. And fourth, we wanted to make sure that we avert supply disruptions by safeguarding longer-term supply contracts for petroleum products. And finally, it has allowed us to structure, in the future, to structure the fuel pricing mechanism that will be dependent on market conditions. Currently, the fuel pricing mechanism coordinates expectations of price revisions on the 15th day of every month, a situation that does not reflect appropriate market conduct, as well as encourage diverse market development paths in this subsector. I now turn to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Mr. Speaker, the climate change has become a pressing issue globally. Like other economies, Kenya economy is vulnerable to its ravaging impacts. Indeed, we have just come out of the worst drought in 40 years, which has claimed lives of people and livestock, while at the same time threatened the livelihoods of millions of Kenyans. Given our vulnerability to climate change, it is imperative that we build a more climate resilient economy. For this reason, the government has stepped up climate adaptation and mitigation efforts, including green energy, smart agriculture, decarbonized manufacturing, e-mobility, and green building. All these are aimed at the attainment of zero carbon by 2050. The government has committed to secure our future and to achieve a clearer and safer environment for all Kenyans by reducing greenhouse emissions, halting and reversing deforestation, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. In this regard, issues of climate change mitigation, and adaptation have been mainstreamed in all government programs and across all levels of government. As part of drought mitigation measures and the climate adaptation program, the government is implementing a national tree planting campaign which is championed by His Excellency the President and seeks to enhance our national tree cover from 12% to 30% by year 2032. This will entail planting at least 15 billion trees over that period. Mr. Speaker, climate financing has emerged as a very important means of implementation of climate change and for promoting sustainable development and financial sector development. To enhance financial flows from the Green Climate Fund, GCF, the government will continue to implement National Green Climate Fund strategy, which provides an elaborate framework of coordinating and attracting resources from the Green Climate Fund. The government will also implement financing locally led climate action, we call it FROCA, program in collaboration with county governments and development partners to manage climate risks. Further, to support our climate change efforts and characterize additional climate finance from other official and private partners, we have agreed with the IMF on a new 20-month resilience sustainability facility arrangement that will run in parallel with the current program arrangement until April 2025. Mr. Speaker, the government last year committed to fast-track the enactment of Disaster Risk Management Bill and finalize the Public Finance Management Disaster Risk Management Fund regulations. These are meant to strengthen the disaster risk management in the country, given that Kenya is predisposed to various disasters, some of which are exacerbated by the ravaging effects of climate change. This disaster often have a huge negative impact on the economy. I wish to report that the relevant departmental committee of this House is in the process of considering registration on matters relating to disaster risk management. I urge this House to prioritize this matter to enable Kenya have an overarching framework on disaster risk management. I will later be submitting to this House for consideration the Public Finance Management, into brackets, the Disaster Risk Management Fund Regulations 2023 that will enable the establishment of the Disaster Risk Management Fund. Let me turn to legal and policy, legal and institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, BETTER, will be underpinned by sound and appropriate policy, legal and institutional reforms that are aimed at improving the business environment, increasing the efficiency of public service delivery, and strengthening the accountability and transparency in public finance management. These reforms are outlined as follows. First, the procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, on a continuous basis, the government reviews the procurement policies and procedures to ensure that we achieve efficiency and transparency and enhance good governance and promote savings in the procurement process. This is one critical area that government can achieve efficiency and unlock savings given the limited financial resources and fiscal space. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, last year the National Treasury committed to this House to roll out an end-to-end e-government procurement system, EGP, with a pilot phase commencing in July 2022 and a target date for full rollout to all ministries, departments and agencies in January 2023. I wish to report to this House that the process is still in progress, albeit with some delays. The system will be rolled out by December 2023 to both national and county governments. Once rolled out, all government procurement and asset disposal procedures and processes will be managed online through the system. The system will enhance efficiency and transparency in the procurement and in the procurement functions. The system will also ease cost of doing business with the government and has the capabilities of monitoring and tracking all public procurement and asset disposals. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to facilitate access to government procurement opportunities and empower the MSMEs owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This remains a key priority of government under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. For this reason, the National Treasury has re-engineered the access of government procurement opportunities, AGPO, portal, to enable real-time registration and monitoring. The National Treasury has also directed all procuring entities to ensure prompt payment of all contracts successfully implemented under the AGPO that will enable businesses owned by the target group access liquidity promptly. Mr. Speaker, a large number of state corporations rely on the exchequer funding to service their payroll and other expenses. Over the years, bloated payrolls have remained a large burden to the exchequer, resulting in accumulated unserviced statutory obligations and also pensions liability running into billions of Kenya shillings. It has also been established that in most state corporations, a huge proportion of the staff complement comprises of support staff with a thin complement of technical staff. This gravely affects the core service delivery. To address this challenge, the State Corporations Advisory Committee, SCAC, will immediately embark on an aggressive program to rationalize staff establishment to keep them lean and strictly adhere to 70-30 ratio of technical staff to support staff. In addition, the National Treasury shall henceforth only approve budgets for hiring staff for only state corporations that have received approvals from the State Corporations Advisory Committee, the Public Service Commission, PSV, and Salary and Remuneration Committee together jointly. This requirement is in addition to confirmation of the requisite funding. Mr. Speaker, to support the restructuring of the state corporation, the Cabinet approved the Privatization Bill 2023. It seeks to repeal the Privatization Act of 2005 and streamline the privatization process and in order to restructure the state-owned enterprises. This was subsequently submitted to this House by the National Treasury in May 2023. The bill, once enacted, will enable the selected state-owned enterprises to achieve their full potential by entrenching commercial principles and reduce their reliance on the exchequer funding. I urge honorable members to support the government in this endeavor. Mr. Speaker, in financial year 2022-2023, the government initiated a number of reforms in Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, and Kenya Airways, KQ, aimed at improving their efficiencies, reducing costs, and increasing revenues. To further enhance KPLC's financial sustainability, the government will restructure the balance sheet, mainly focusing on the huge loan balances, payables, and receivables. This will in turn address the current huge liquidity gap at KPLC. Towards this end, the government will implement a 4-point action plan focusing on, first, transfer of all transmission asset/stroke lines to Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, KETRACO. Second, the government will settle outstanding rural electrification schemes, RES operations and maintenance costs, which has a deficit of 19.4 billion as of June 2022, and ensure that KPLC and Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation enter into a commercial contract for the future rural electrification schemes maintenance costs. Third, the government will develop and implement a turnaround strategy that includes the reduction of system losses from the current 22.4% to 14.4% by end of June 2025. Fourth, the government will establish a new governance structure of KPLC to give private sector stakeholders fair representation reflecting the company's shareholding structure. With regard to Kenya Airways, the government's policy stance is to turn around the airline and position it as a Pan-African carrier that will ensure it is run with profitability and sustainability objectives, eventually reducing the airline's dependency on budgetary support. Let me turn now to pending bills for the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the total outstanding national government's pending bills as of 31st March 2023 amounted to 537.2 billion, comprising of 450 billion for state corporations, semi-autonomous government agencies, and Kenya shillings 79.3 billion for ministries, departments, and agencies. During the same reporting period, the county governments reported pending bills of Kenya shillings 159.7 billion. The management of the pending bills is a challenge. In the public eye will form an important benchmark, and in the public eye it will form an important benchmark upon which the overall integrity of government style of financial management will be tested and judged. The delay in settling payments of pending bills has led to deterioration of financial positions of businesses, in particular micro and small medium enterprises, including business owned by women, youth, persons with disabilities. In view of the above, the National Treasury has prepared a cabinet memo requesting the cabinet to approve the establishment of a pending bills verification committee to carry out a thorough analysis of the stock of all pending bills and advice on how the bills would be settled. Once the outstanding pending bills are cleared by the verification committee, the National Treasury will direct all entities to ensure strict adherence to Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and clear pending bills as a first charge on the budget of the concerned entity in the subsequent financial years. Let me turn now to financial sector stability and development. Mr. Speaker, the banking sector remained stable and resilient in 2022. Deposits held by the sector increased by 12.3%, while pre-tax profits increased by 22.0%. On the other hand, gross non-performing loans for the sector stood at 13.3% in December 2022, a decline from 14.7% in June 2022. The need to build resilience and to exploit emerging opportunities has led to increased consolidation as well as regional expansion through acquisitions. This has led to strong institutions supporting the stability of the banking sector. The sector is therefore expected to remain sound and stable in 2023, building on the reform initiatives and buffers that have been built over the years. Mr. Speaker, in order to address consumer protection concerns arising from unregulated digital lenders, the Central Bank of Kenya introduced Digital Credit Providers Regulations 2022 that were approved in May 2022. They provide regulations and guidelines for the licensing and oversight of previously unregulated digital credit providers. I'm happy to report that by the end of March 2023, 32 digital credit providers have been licensed, while others are at different approval stages. More importantly, the Central Bank of Kenya is working with other agencies and regulators, including the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, to ensure all digital credit providers are brought into the regulatory perimeter to protect consumers. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to transform Kenya's financial markets, the Central Bank will soon launch the upgraded Central Securities Depository Code named DAO CSD. The upgraded Central Securities Depository will improve financial market liquidity, enhance operational efficiency in domestic debt market, further promoting market deepening, and also broadening financial inclusion through expansion of digital access and position Kenya as the preferred financial hub in the region. The Central Securities Depository will also scale up services to the public sector, to the public market participants, and support our diaspora investors via a versatile and highly scalable digital solution with capacity to deliver seamless investor experience and convenience. Mr. Speaker, since the launch of the National Payments Strategy 2023-2025 in February 2022, the Central Bank has implemented major initiatives to improve quality, access, and affordability of payment services to Kenyans. These include implementation of mobile money interoperability, licensing of new payment service providers, and rollout of key standards that increase convenience of payment services in line with global best practices. Building on these gains, in the financial year 2023-2024, the Central Bank, together with other stakeholders, will first undertake a comprehensive review of the National Payments System Act of 2011 and National Payment System Regulations of 2014 to modernize Kenya's payments legal and regulatory framework in line with emerging trends, innovations, and enhance oversight for improved service delivery to Kenyans. Second, it will develop and implement an interoperable payments platform to unlock cost-effective, real-time, and retail payments across banks, payment service providers, card schemes, and other regulated financial institutions. This will further contribute to lowering the cost of these services, increase choice, competition, stability, and widespread adoption of digital payments among Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce money laundering vulnerability, the Central Bank has reviewed and enhanced the banking sector Know Your Customer KYC and Customer Due Diligence CDD processes. This will further strengthen the effectiveness of the banking sector anti-money laundering and combating of financing of terrorism and the proliferation of financing, PF, risk-based supervisory framework. Indeed, AML CFT PF regime is important to uphold. Let me turn to deposit insurance reform. Mr. Speaker, financial stability risks have increased rapidly as the resilience of the global financial system has been tested by high inflation and rising interest rates. In order to enhance protection of the depositors, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation is in the process of reviewing the current coverage limit of 500,000 with a view to ascertain its adequacy in protecting the micro, small, and medium enterprises. In addition, the corporation has developed an alternative dispute resolution mechanism and framework to address disputes between financial institutions that have been closed and their respective stakeholders, thereby fast-tracking release of available resources and winding up those banks under liquidation. Let me turn to Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Speaker. The Capital Markets Authority, capital markets remain a critical catalyst in mobilizing of savings and investments towards productive enterprise in Kenya. In order to support micro and small and medium enterprises, access to financing via capital markets, the Capital Markets Authority has developed the capital markets public offers discount regulations. That's for 2023. These regulations will enable MSMEs raise debt and equity capital via Nairobi Securities Exchange. The authority is also implementing the capital markets investment-based crowdfunding regulations 2022, and that will support Kenyan startups to raise finance from both global and local investors. Mr. Speaker, as part of these initiatives to support the real estate sector, the Lab Trust, Imara Real Estate Investment Trust, late, has been listed in Nairobi Securities Exchange following the approval of the Capital Markets Authority. This will provide investors with a unique opportunity to invest in a diversified portfolio of income-generating real estate assets. Let me turn now to pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, pension coverage in Kenya currently stands at 22% of the working population, leaving majority of Kenyans without a pension cover. This underscores the need to extend pension coverage to the informal sector, which constitutes the majority of our workforce. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the government is working on a national pensions policy to address key concerns on coverage, portability of schemes, reciprocal arrangements to address concerns of Kenyans in the diaspora, and mitigate the fragmentation in the sector. In furtherance of the ideals at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the National Treasury has established an innovative scheme, the Kenya National Enterprise Savings Trust, KNEST, with a focus on the population in the informal segment of the economy. In order to promote uptake of the scheme, we will deliberately form strategic partnership to facilitate voluntary pension contributions for individuals in this sector and to continue to explore options to provide diverse pension solutions for self-employed individuals. Mr. Speaker, to effectively administer the public service pensions, the National Treasury will invest in modern technology and digital solutions to streamline pension processes and improve service delivery. In this regard, public service schemes will provide user-friendly online platforms that allow the pensioners to access their pension statements, make inquiries, and update their personal information conveniently. The government continues to implement public service superannuation schemes with the end goal of easing the burden of pension payments by the government. Me turn to insurance reforms, Mr. Speaker. In the past 2 years, the insurance sector has grown by 36 billion shillings from a premium of 273 billion. The industry has also attracted investment from key multinational players. In order to further enhance the growth of the sector, the Insurance Regulatory Authority has rolled out a micro-insurance framework that will contribute to increase penetration coverage for the individuals with low incomes. The authority will strengthen private insurance's role in the universal health care coverage, promote crop and livestock insurance, as well as support insurance for MSMEs. Mr. Speaker, there are no deterrents. There are no deterrent measures under the Insurance Act to motivate accountability and observance of directors' duties as well as senior managers' professional responsibilities. To address this shortcoming, I have submitted to this House Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 to provide for offences relating to the management of an insurer. In addition, the bill will contain other amendments aimed at enhancing the efficiency of the Insurance Regulatory Authority in regulating the insurance industry. Let me turn to SACCO societies reforms, Mr. Speaker. The SACCO industry is characterized by many small and medium-sized SACCOs that find it difficult to effectively compete in the deposit-taking and credit markets. To address this challenge, the SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, SASRA, is working on amendments to SACCO Societies Act 2008 that will provide the licensing and supervision of shared SACCO services platform. This initiative will improve the efficiency and competitiveness of SACCOs through establishment of cost-sharing digital platform to enable small SACCOs to achieve economies of scale, while at the same time mainstreaming regulatory compliance in a cost-effective manner. Mr. Speaker, 12 years ago, the government introduced prudential regulation to secure financial stability of SACCOs and boost savings for members. However, there has been a lack of a resolution mechanism for financially distressed SACCOs. In addition to addressing these challenges, the SACCO Society Regulatory Authority has proposed amendments to the SACCO Societies Act 2008 to provide for a framework for appointment of trustees to the Deposit Guarantee Fund for SACCOs in Kenya, DGF. Let me turn to Unclaimed Financial Assets, Mr. Speaker. The Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority Act does not provide for claimers to designate a beneficiary of their assets or to cause of their choice, and therefore must be paid to the claimant. To address this, I have proposed to amend the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority Act so as to empower claimants to designate beneficiaries of the unclaimed asset or to a cause of their choice. Let me turn to ease of doing business, Mr. Chairman, and consumer protection. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to ease the cost of doing business and minimize compliance costs for micro, small, and medium enterprises, the Competition Authority of Kenya will exempt MSE, medium and small enterprise sector from merger notifications, thus enabling startups, digital businesses, among others. Further, the authority will monitor and conduct surveillance audits specifically in the manufacturing and agro-processing sector so as to protect MSMEs from incidences and abuse of buyer power. Second, implement codes of practice. The Competition Authority will implement codes of practice to ensure that MSMEs in the retail and insurance sectors are protected from powerful buyers. The Competition Authority will screen and investigate infractions such as suspected cartels or abuse of dominance conduct, such as excessive pricing, price discrimination, predatory pricing, margin squeeze, to ensure a level playing field. And the Competition Authority will actualize and initiate actualize the initiative area started with the National Assembly to address the issue of price fixing by professional services to make the fees competitive and improve the quality of services. On consumer protection, the authority will monitor and investigate emerging consumer issues on the utility sector, pharmaceuticals, digital financial services, e-commerce, insurance, aviation, and safety of basic commodities. In addition, the authority will seek redress through replacement or refunds to customers affected by dark commercial patterns, scams, fraud under the digital economy. Let me turn now to the fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, the government fiscal policy for the financial year 2023-2024 and the medium-term budget aims at undertaking a growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan to ensure debt sustainability. This will be achieved through improved revenue collection, primarily through broadening of the tax base and containing overall expenditure to target set, while prioritizing higher impact social and investment expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy targets to grow total revenues to 17.9% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024 and above 18.3% of GDP over the medium term. As part of the economic turnaround plan, the government will scale up revenue collection efforts by the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, to a target of Kenya shillings 4.0 trillion over the medium term. In order to achieve this, the government is undertaking a combination of both tax administrative measures and tax policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, regarding tax policy, the government will implement the national tax policy and finalize the medium-term revenue strategy for the period financial year 2023-2024 to 2026-2027. The national tax policy, which is before this House, will enhance the administrative efficiency of the tax system, provide consistency and certainty in tax registration and management of tax expenditures. The medium-term revenue strategy comprises rigorous administrative and policy measures to reform the tax system, which is expected to boost tax revenue over the medium term. On tax administration, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority is implementing reforms to move towards seamless taxation by ensuring that its systems, taxpayers, and businesses are integrated to allow for the automatic movement of data through machine-to-machine based processes, and where appropriate, shift to real-time processing. This will enable KRA to monitor business transactions in real time, therefore sealing revenue leakages through tax avoidance and evasion. On the expenditure reforms, Mr. Speaker, the government will sustain efforts to improve efficiency in public spending and ensure value for money by eliminating non-priority expenditures, retiring expenditure and unsustainable consumption subsidies, reducing tax exemption, scaling up use of public-private partnership financing for commercially viable projects, and rolling out end-to-end procurement system. Mr. Speaker, to address the challenges of perennial low absorption of development partners' funds that have denied Kenyans the full benefit of this financing, the government will put in place policies and administrative measures to minimize payments of unnecessary fees and charges. Let me turn to revenue projections, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, supported by the tax policy reforms and administrative measures highlighted above, we project total revenue corrections, including appropriations in aid and grants for the financial year 2023-2024 budget, to be Kenya shillings 2.96 trillion, and that is equivalent to 18.2% of gross domestic product, GDP. Of this, ordinary revenue is projected at Kenya shillings 2.57 trillion, equivalent to 15.8% of GDP. Ministerial appropriations in aid is projected at Kenya shillings 348.7 billion, and grants are projected at Kenya shillings 42.2 billion. Expenditure projections, Mr. Speaker. Total expenditure projections in financial year 2023-2024 budget is projected at 3.7 trillion, equivalent to 22.6% of GDP. Of these, recurrent expenditures will amount to Kenya shillings 2.53 trillion, equivalent to 15.6% of GDP. Development expenditures, including allocation to domestic and foreign financed project, contingency fund, equalization fund, and conditional capital transfers to county government, is Kenya shillings 743 billion, equivalent to 4.7% of GDP. Equitable share to county governments is projected at that 385.4 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, given the projected revenue and grants against the projected expenditures, the fiscal gap or fiscal deficit is projected to decline from Kenya shillings 718.0 billion, equivalent to 4.4% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024, from a projected Kenya shillings 840.9 billion, equivalent to 5.8% of GDP in financial year 2022-2023. The fiscal deficit will be financed through net external financing of a Kenya shillings 131.5 billion, equivalent to 0.8% of GDP, and net domestic financing of 586.5 billion, and that is equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, our medium-term fiscal consolidation policy targets to progressively reduce the level of fiscal deficit from the expected 5.8% of GDP in financial year 2022-2023 to 3.6% of GDP in the financial year 2026 to 2027. Let me turn to public debt management, Mr. Speaker. Kenya's public debt remains sustainable, but with elevated risks of debt distress due to persistent global shocks that adversely affect the liquidity ratios. The depreciation of the Kenya shilling against major currencies and the rise of interest rates have elevated cost of debt service. Further, the depreciation of the currency has increased the size of the public debt stock, as half of the public debt is actually denominated in foreign currency. Although the debt burden has risen, Kenya has not accumulated debt service arrears, and the government is committed to honor all public debt obligations as they fall due. Over the medium term, revenue-driven fiscal consolidation policy stance is expected to improve further the country's debt sustainability ratios and debt carrying capacity. Mr. Speaker, the current limit of the debt as approved in 2020 by this House is Kenya shillings 10 trillion. Guided by the best practice, the government intends to change the public debt ceiling from a numerical number to a debt anchor in the form of a ratio of public debt to GDP in present value terms. The proposed change to the debt ceiling provides an appropriate guide for optimal level of public debt based on the country's ability to pay. This is the debt carrying capacity that can objectively be assessed, as well as provide directions on information on debt accumulation or reduction from time to time. In order to anchor debt ceiling in a statute, the National Treasury developed a Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2023, which has been submitted to this august House for enactment. The bill was subjected to public participation in line with the requirements of the Constitution of Kenya on transparency and accountability in public policy formulation. I urge the honorable members to prioritize and consider this bill favorably. Mr. Speaker, the external debt service is projected to increase to Kenya shillings 475.6 billion in financial year 2023-2024 from Kenya shillings 242.1 billion in the financial year 2023-2023 for financial year 2022-2023, mainly reflecting redemption of the US dollar 2.0 billion Eurobond, which is approximately 241.8 billion with the current exchange rate. In preparation for the redemption of this maturing bond, the National Treasury and the Economic Planning issued an expression of interest to bring on board a lead manager to advise the government on liability management options towards the resolution of the Euroboard 2024. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure Kenyans and investors that our fiscal positions remain strong and the government remains committed to meet all maturing obligations as and when they fall due, including the maturing Euroboard for June 2024. Mr. Speaker, due to the limited fiscal space, the government has strengthened the public-private partnership, PPP, framework to leverage on private sector expertise to deliver projects that have strong economic, commercial, and environmental benefits that are also aligned to our national priorities with sustainability and climate change as key considerations and drivers. To ensure the sustainability of PPP projects, the Projects Facilitation Fund, PFF, has been operationalized. The fund will support project preparation, provide viability gap funding to projects, as well as a source of liquidity to meet fiscal commitments and contingent liabilities that may arise from PPP projects. Mr. Speaker, with the fund in place and the robust legal and regulatory regime, the private sector has the necessary confidence and security to invest in PPP projects. Indeed, in the last financial year, the National Treasury successfully mobilized Kenya shillings 15 billion by achieving financial closure of 2 clusters of urban roads projects under the Roads Annuity Program. The projects are currently in the construction phase. Additional projects that have closed include 2 renewable energy projects with a combined installed capacity of 70 megawatts. Further, to contribute towards government's agenda on bulk water supply and food security, several high-impact projects have been appraised and approved to proceed to the project development phase under the PPP model. These projects will provide production of additional 51,000 hectares to further strengthen the food security agenda, which is a high priority for the Kenya Kwanza administration. The bulk of water will increase potable water. The bulk water will increase potable water supply by an estimated 200,000 cubic meters per day. The National Treasury and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation have developed a water purchase agreement which will pave way for the private sector to develop projects in a sustainable way. The National Treasury is in the process of developing a 10-year infrastructure plan that will be cross-cutting across various ministries to support delivery and prioritization of projects. Mr. Speaker, to build on this, the National Treasury plans to mobilize an estimated Kenya shillings 100 billion in private sector capital through various priority sectors. The focus will be on priority investment and underlying key projects and programs in each sector that deliver nationally significant infrastructure drive growth and also unlock private sector investment with greatest potential of benefits to Kenyans. These sectors will include airports, seaports, blue economy, water, agriculture, industrialization, that is special economic zones, energy, including transmission lines, and digitalization, among other key sectors in the economy. Inclusion of local goods, works, and services will be emphasized for each project to contribute to overall economic growth by encouraging local investments in PPP projects. To also strengthen local investment, the National Treasury will be holding a series of roundtables to build local capacity in the financial sector so as to increase local financing of PPP projects. The National Treasury has embraced the climate resilience and adaptation framework for public-private partnership projects. This is to ensure that infrastructure projects are aligned to the realities of climate change. To achieve on the PPP mandate of scaling up private sector capital, the National Treasury will leverage on the continued support from development partners as well as other key institutions, both in public and private sector, including capital markets, pension funds, and commercial banks, in scaling up the private sector capital under the PPP framework. Let me turn to public investments management. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the House approved Public Investment Management (PIM) regulations 2022. The objectives of the regulations is to provide the national and county governments and their entities with a standardized approach in project cycle management to enhance transparency, accountability, prudent use of public resources, and public participation. The government will continue implementing the regulations to enhance efficiency in identification and implementation of priority social and economic investment projects. This will further curtail runaway project costs, eliminate duplication, and improve working synergy among implementation actors for timely delivery and development of the development projects. In the financial year 2023-2024, the National Treasury will develop and roll out the Public Investment Management Information System, PIMIS or PIMIS. It automates public investments management processes as outlined in the regulations to ensure that only projects with highest socio-economic returns are undertaken and prioritized for completion. Let me turn to resource allocation under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, the highlights of the budget allocation in the coming financial year are provided in recognition of the need to restrain borrowing and utilize the revenues and grants projected and in the fiscal framework. The proposed total programmed expenditures spending for the financial year 2023-2024 has been capped at 3.68 trillion. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the government will implement strategic priorities under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth. The agenda focuses on 5 sectors that have been outlined, and they have been outlined because they give the largest impact to the economy as well as households, as well as lays the household's welfare. This includes, for purposes of repeating, agricultural transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprise economy, housing and settlements, healthcare, digital superhighway, and creative industry. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the effectiveness and efficiency in the planned investment in the 5 sectors, Kenya Kwanza administration has adopted the value chain approach to budgeting. In this regard, the government has identified 9 key value chain areas for implementation, namely leather, cotton, dairy, edible oils, tea, rice, brew economy, natural resources including minerals and forestry, and building materials. This will ensure that there is no break in the value chain, there is no break in the cycle of resource allocation for value chain, and that in the value chain, and that adequate resources are allocated to the entities along the value chain. And of importance, Mr. Speaker, this will eliminate any form of duplication of both roles and budgeting to ensure that there are no gaps and thus ensure efficiency in resource allocation. Agricultural transformation and inclusive growth, Mr. Speaker, the government will implement interventions to ensure food security in the country through climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, thereby reducing the cost of living. As part of the country's long-term food security plan, the government, working with private sector, will continue to subsidize fertilizer in order to make it available and improve productivity in counties. This intervention is also aimed at creating jobs, as agriculture has the highest employment multiplier effect owing to its strong forward and backward linkages to other sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, in order to support our aspirations of attaining food and nutrition security, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 49.9 billion to relevant programs in this budget. Out of this, 5 billion shillings is proposed for fertilizer subsidy program, 8.6 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, 2.7 billion for the National Agricultural and Rural Inclusivity Projects, 2.1 billion for the Kenya Cereal Enhancement Program, 2.8 billion for the Emergency Locust Response, 1.4 billion for small-scale irrigation and value addition programs, 1.3 billion on food production and nutrition security program, 500 million for agricultural sector development support program, and 596 million for the food security and crop diversification projects. Mr. Speaker, to improve livestock production, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 3.7 billion to de-risking, inclusion and value enhancement of pastoral economies program. Kenya shillings 2.1 billion for livestock value chain support project, Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for Kenya livestock commercialization program, and Kenya shillings 166 million for the embryo transfer project. I also propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 350 million for the development of the leather industrial park at Kinani, Kenya shillings 220 million for livestock production, and Kenya shillings 132 million for leather value chain. To enhance animal disease control, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 130 million for sustainable sassafras and trypanosomiasis-free areas in Kenya, and Kenya shillings 135 for the establishment of liquid nitrogen hydrogen. Mr. Speaker, the realization of food and nutrition security also relies heavily on the sustainable utilization of the blue economy, resources. To promote this, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 2.6 billion for the acquisition for the aquaculture business development projects, Kenya shillings 3.5 billion for Kenya marine fisheries and socio-economic development projects, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for marine fish stock assessment, Kenya shillings 580 million for capacity building in deep sea fishing, Kenya shillings 142 million for the rehabilitation of fish landing sites in Lake Victoria, Kenya shillings 141.5 million for the aquaculture technology development and innovations transfer, Kenya shillings 500.7 million for Liwatoni ultra-modern fish hub, and Kenya shillings 88 million for the development of the blue economy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in order to increase agricultural productivity and enhance the resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and pastoral communities in Kenya, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for climate smart agriculture productivity project, Kenya shillings 625 million to enhance drought resilience and sustainable livelihood program, Kenya shillings 318 million towards adding drought emergencies in Kenya project. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 300 for the crop insurance scheme to reduce the vulnerabilities of Kenya farmers to disease and natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, to ensure legitimacy of RAD ownership, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for processing and registration of title deeds, Kenya shillings 2.6 billion for the settlement of the RAD race, Kenya shillings 755 million for digitization, Kenya shillings 755 million for digitization of RAD registries, and Kenya shillings 138.3 million for the construction of RAD registries. Mr. Speaker, transforming the macro, small and medium enterprises, MSME economy. Mr. Speaker, this is going to help us and to tackle the key bottlenecks of MSMEs on limited access to credit. The government rolled out in November 2022 Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the HASRAS Fund, with an initial target budget of 20 billion shillings in the current financial year, as an intervention to correct market failure problems at the bottom of the pyramid. This program aims to lift those at the bottom of the pyramid through structured products in personal finance that includes savings, credit, insurance, and investment. This, together with other affirmative action funds like the Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, UESO Fund, and MSME's Credit Guarantee Scheme, will increase access to affordable credit to targeted persons and sectors, and thereby increase their investment and allow for private sector-led growth. To further support MSMEs, women, and the youth of this country, I propose to the National Assembly to effect an additional budget allocation of Kenya shillings 10 billion towards the HASRAS Fund, Kenya shillings 300 million to SMEs in the manufacturing sector, Kenya shillings 182.8 million for Women Enterprise Fund, Kenya shillings 175 for Youth Enterprise Fund, Enterprise and Development Fund, and Kenya shillings 192 million to UESO Fund. These allocation will inevitably guarantee access to affordable credit to the HASRAs, households, MSMEs, and therefore accord them an opportunity to make their rightful contribution to nation building. Let me turn to housing and settlement. Mr. Speaker, the cost of housing is a heavy burden to the majority of Kenyans, and is the main factor driving the proliferation of slums in the country. The government's commitment is to turn the housing challenge into an economic opportunity to create quality jobs for our over 100,000 young people graduating from TVETs every year, directly in the construction sector, and also indirectly through the production of building products. This will be achieved through, among others, facilitating the delivery of 250,000 houses per annum and enabling affordable housing mortgages. To ensure success of this initiative, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of 35.2 billion for the housing program. This includes 7.3 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, KENAP, Kenya shillings 5.5 billion to Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company for enhancement of the company's capital, as well as for on-lending to primary mortgage lenders, Kenya shillings 3.2 billion for construction of affordable housing units, as well as Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for the construction of social housing units. Other key proposed allocations to the housing, urban development and public works sector includes shillings 5.5 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, Kenya shillings 5.2 billion for the construction of markets, Kenya shillings 932 million to the maintenance of government pool houses, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and Kenya prisons, Kenya shillings 637 million for the Kenya municipal programs, and Kenya shillings 150 million for the construction of footbridges, and Kenya shillings 300 million for the development of appropriate building technology. Enhancing the quality and affordable health care. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza administration is committed and determined to realize the constitutional rights to health in the shortest time period by delivering a universal health care coverage USA system. This entails promoting access to quality and affordable health care through the Universal Health Care Coverage Program. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 141.2 billion to the health sector to support various programs aimed at supporting universal health care coverage. Mr. Speaker, specific proposed allocation for the various activities and programs include Kenya shillings 18.4 billion for the universal health care coverage, Kenya shillings 3.7 billion for the Kenya COVID-19 emergency response project, Kenya shillings 4.1 billion for free maternity health care, Kenya shillings 5.9 billion for the managed equipment services, as well as managed equipment services MES, as well as Kenya shillings 1.7 billion to provide medical cover for the elderly and severely disabled persons in our society. Mr. Speaker, to lower cases of HIV/AIDS, malaria and tuberculosis in the economy, Kenya shillings 24.8 billion is proposed at a global fund, and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion to enhance vaccines and immunization program. Mr. Speaker, to promote early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment among Kenyans, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for construction of cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital, Kenya shillings 500 for strengthening of cancer center management at Kenyatta National Hospital, and an additional Kenya shillings 155 million is proposed for the establishment of regional cancer centers. Further, to improve the health service delivery, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of 21.6 billion for Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya shillings 12.8 billion for the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenya shillings 8.8 billion for the Kenya Medical Training Colleges, Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for the construction of the Kenya National Hospital burns and pediatric centers, Kenya shillings 1.4 billion for the equipping of laboratories and classrooms of KMTC, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the renovation of Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the procurement of equipment for the National Blood Transfusion Service, and Kenya shillings 352 million for the digital health platform. Let me turn to digital superhighway and creative economy. Mr. Speaker, the digital superhighway will play a critical role in enabling the government to achieve the objectives of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, as well as in enhancing revenue collection via automation of VAT systems. Digitalization and automation will increase productivity and competitiveness through providing quick access to the market and reducing information asymmetry, as well as improving risk management. Promotion of music, theater, graphic design, digital animation, fashions, and craft, among others, will increase employment for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of these interventions is expected to stimulate economic recovery while at the same time securing sustainable and inclusive growth amidst emerging challenges. But more importantly, improve the quality of growth from the public sector investment-led growth to a dynamic private sector-led growth. To achieve these aspirations, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 15.1 billion to fund initiatives in the information, communication, and technology sector. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, this proposed allocation includes 600 million for the government shared services to fast-track the development of the Concert Technopolis city, I propose the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 4.8 billion for the horizontal infrastructure phase 1, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for Konsa data center and smart city facilities, and Kenya shillings 475 million for construction of Konsa complex phase 1B. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations include 5.7 billion shillings for the construction of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Konsa Technopolis, Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of the National Optic Fiber Backbone Phase 2 expansion cable, and Kenya shillings 583 million for the maintenance and rehabilitation of the last mile county connectivity network. Mr. Speaker, having highlighted expenditures under the 5 priority sector areas of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, I now turn to other proposed areas of expenditure in this budget that will support our path towards sustainable and resilient economic growth trajectory. First, let me turn to investing in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to expand critical infrastructure in roads, railways, sea and airports to create an enabling environment for economic recovery and employment creation. Towards this end, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 244.9 billion to support construction of roads, bridges, as well as their rehabilitation and maintenance. Mr. Speaker, to expand the railway transport, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 37.4 billion for the second standard gauge railway. For the standard gauge railway. Kenya shillings 579 million for the rehabilitation of the locomotives. Kenya shillings 889 million for the development of Nairobi Railway City. To facilitate movement of goods and people, I propose to the National Assembly to allocate Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project and Kenya shillings 300 million for the acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. I have proposed to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of, I have also proposed to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 727 million for the construction and expansion of airports and airstrips. Kenya shillings 500 million for the smart driving license, and Kenya shillings 2.6 million for infrastructure development in Dongo Kudu Special Economic Zone. Mr. Speaker, to support the production of reliable and affordable energy, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 62.3 billion. Out of this allocation, Kenya shillings 33.8 billion will cater for the national grid system, 12.1 billion will cater for rural electrification, Kenya shillings 11.4 billion will be for development of geothermal energy, Kenya shillings from 3.2 billion will be for alternative energy technologies. Let me move on to improving education outcomes, Mr. Speaker. The ultimate means of ensuring an equitable society is through investment in education as part of human capital development. For this reason, the government will continue to address inequalities in our education system so as to level the playing field for all children irrespective of their background. Mr. Speaker, to improve the education outcomes in the country, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 628.6 billion to the education sector. Out of the proposed allocation, Kenya shillings 12.5 billion will cater for the free primary education, Kenya shillings 65.4 billion for the free day secondary education, including insurance under NHIF for secondary school students, Kenya shillings 25.5 billion for junior secondary school capitation, Kenya shillings 5 billion to support examinations fees fee waiver. Kenya shillings 4.8 billion for recruitment of 20,000 intern teachers. Kenya shillings 1 billion for the promotion of teachers. Kenya shillings 4.9 billion for the school feeding program, and Kenya shillings 940 million for the provision of sanitary towels. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for training of teachers on competency-based curriculum, and Kenya shillings 400 million for the digital literacy program and ICT integration in our secondary schools. To support infrastructure development and ensure safe learning in schools, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 6 billion for primary school and secondary schools infrastructure, including classrooms for junior secondary schools, and Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for construction and equipment of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. Further, 1.8 billion is proposed to increase access and improve the quality of technical and vocational education training programs under the East Africa Skills Transformation and Regional Integration Project. Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations to the education sector to include 316.7 billion shillings for Teacher Service Commission, Kenya shillings 97.5 billion for the university education, Kenya shillings 30.3 billion for the Higher Education Loans Board, Kenya shillings 2.7 billion for Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project, and Kenya shillings 5.2 billion capitation for TVET students. Mr. Speaker, Kenya shillings 980 million is proposed for technical vocational education training and entrepreneurship. Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for promotion of youth employment and vocational training, and 749 million for the research, science, and technology and innovation. Let me move now to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, in order to improve productivity in the manufacturing sector, as earlier indicated, the government has adopted a value chain approach through bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This will address bottlenecks that impede the growth of the manufacturing sector in order to create jobs and enhance the economy's competitiveness. To further promote local industries, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 26.9 billion under the various implementing ministries, departments, and agencies. Out of this allocation, 4.7 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks. Kenya shillings 3 billion for construction of 6 export processing zones flagship projects. Kenya shillings 3.1 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery project. Kenya shillings 500 million for the development of special economic zones textile park in Naivasha, and Kenya shillings 1.8 billion for the construction of an effluent treatment plant at Kenaini. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in order to maximize the benefits from our cash crop, the government will make further investment towards the revival of and enhancement of output. In this respect, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation to the revitalization of the cash crops. Kenya shillings 120 million for cotton, Kenya shillings 62 million for coconut, Kenya shillings 35 million for cashew nut, and Kenya shillings 150 million for pyrethrum. Mr. Speaker, I also propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 100 million for the modernization of cooperative cotton ginneries, Kenya shillings 134 million for the National Edible Oils Crop Promotion Project, and Kenya shillings 270 million for sugar reforms support project. Mr. Speaker, to equip the youth with essential internship opportunities, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project. The Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project. Kenya shillings 300 million for the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project. Kenya shillings 332 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories, and Kenya shillings 182.9 million for the constituency industrial development centers. In addition, improving security, Mr. Chairman, the security is critical for creating a safe environment for the investment and protection of our citizens and their property. For this reason, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations for Kenya shillings 338.2 billion to support operations of the Kenya Defence Forces, the National Police Service, the National Intelligence Service, and the prison services. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation include 144.9 billion for the Kenya Defence Forces, Kenya shillings 98.6 billion for the National Police Service, Kenya shillings 44.3 billion for the National Intelligence Service, and Kenya shillings 31.3 billion for prison services. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 8.8 billion for the leasing of police motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, for better equip the National Police Service, I have proposed an initial allocation of Kenya shillings 500 million for the police modernization program. Mr. Speaker, I will later be requesting this august House for enhanced funding approval once the ongoing discussions on a comprehensive police modernization program once it is concluded. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to step up war on crime and enhance support to administration of justice, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 856 million to equip National Forensic Laboratory. Mr. Speaker, the improvement of the welfare of our disciplined forces is at the center of the Kenya Kwanza administration. To improve housing accommodation for our defense forces, we shall fast track the delivery of staff houses through public-private partnership framework. We have already around Kenya Defence Forces to retain Kenya shillings 534 million currently collected from rental income and applied towards repayment for the houses once complete. In addition, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, His Excellency the President appointed a task force to review the terms and conditions of police, prisons, and national youth service. We shall be presenting a funding proposal to this House once the discussions are concluded and adopted within the government. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations include 2.9 billion for group personal insurance for police and prison services, and Kenya shillings 5.8 billion for medical insurance for police and prison services. Mr. Speaker, I move now to protecting the vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of the government's development agenda is the inclusion in society and employment opportunities for the vulnerable groups, vulnerable members of the society. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to effect a budget allocation of Kenya shillings 38.2 billion for the social protection and affirmative actions in this budget. Out of this proposed allocation, Kenya shillings 18 billion will cater for cash transfers to elderly persons, Kenya shillings 7.9 billion for the orphans and vulnerable children, and Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for persons living with severe disabilities. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the elderly and other vulnerable groups under the cash transfer program do not take long waiting for their cash payment and cash transfers cash transfers will be prioritized and paid alongside the monthly government payroll as and when it is due. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation for the vulnerable group members of our society also includes 5.6 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net program, Kenya shillings 3.3 billion for Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project. In addition, Kenya shillings 900 million will go to Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Kenya shillings 400 million for the Presidential Bursary for the orphans, and Kenya shillings 459 million for the National Development Fund for persons living with disabilities. These allocations shall remain ring-fenced from any budget rationalization and will be fully funded in order to achieve the desired results. Let me turn to equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment programs. Mr. Speaker, the most pressing challenge in our country at the moment is lack of job opportunities for the youth. This has been exacerbated by the hard economic times following several negative shocks explained earlier in the statement. In order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by youth and women, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 81.9 billion for these initiatives. The proposed allocations include 13.1 billion for the National Youth Service, Kenya shillings 602 million for the Kenya Youth Empowerment and Opportunities Project, Kenya shillings 300 million for the establishment of youth empowerment centers, Kenya shillings 229.7 million to implement the Vijana Vuka na Avya, that is Viva youth program. To support the film industry, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of 100 million to strengthen the film industry in Kenya, Kenya shillings 49 million for film location mapping, and Kenya shillings 100 million for the Kenya Film School. Mr. Speaker, women participation in the key sectors of our economy is critical for the economy. For this reason, the government will sustain the increased incomes for women through employment creation and supporting women-led enterprises. We will further strengthen women participation in decision-making in our governance and political institutions, as well as reduce sexual and gender-based violence provision and provision of affordable houses, affordable health services. To further empower our women, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 245 million to strengthen prevention and response to gender-based violence in Kenya, Kenya shillings 3 billion for the national government affirmative for the Kenya Government Affirmative Action Fund. Mr. Speaker, to promote global equity, reduce poverty, and embrace social development, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocations of Kenya shillings 53.5 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, as well as 10.9 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in previously marginalized areas. Let me turn to stimulating tourism, growth, sports, culture, and recreation and arts. Mr. Speaker, the government has prioritized expanding the space for creativity, including freedom of expression and protection of intellectual property rights. We will also strengthen mainstreaming of arts and culture infrastructure and support cultural production and creative economy. We are also cognizant of the brand value of Kenyans participating and excelling in international sports arena as of ultimate importance to us. To support tourism, sports, culture, and recreation, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 12.5 billion. This includes an allocation of 6.4 billion under the Sports, Arts, Social Development Fund, Kenya shillings 4.1 billion for the Tourism Fund, and Kenya shillings 2 billion for the Tourism Promotion Fund. Let me turn to environmental protection, water, and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, environmental conservation and response to the impacts of climate change are the center of government's socio-economic transformation agenda. To expand access to clean and adequate water for domestic and agricultural use, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 43.3 billion for water sewerage infrastructure development, Kenya shillings 12.4 billion for water resources management, Kenya shillings 1.6 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I propose 19.7 billion for irrigation and flood reclamation, and now 1.9 billion for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. Mr. Speaker, in order to support the environment and water conservation and respond to climate change, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 14.4 billion for forests and water towers conservation, Kenya shillings 3.8 billion for environment management and protection, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for the Kenya financing locally led climate action projects, 1.5 billion for meteorological services. In addition, I have proposed an allocation of 1.1 billion for human wildlife conflict compensation, Kenya shillings 800 million for wildlife insurance, Kenya shillings 400 million for maintenance of access road and airstrips in parks, Kenya shillings 319 million for drilling of boreholes in protected areas for provision of water for wildlife, and 226 million for wildlife research facilities. Let me turn to improving governance, sustaining the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to scale up the implementation of the provisions of the 2010 Constitution, strengthen the rule of law, increase access to justice, and ensure respect of human rights. Mr. Speaker, to enhance good governance and scale up fight against corruption, I propose to the National Assembly to effect the budget allocation of Kenya shillings 3.9 billion for Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kenya shillings 8 billion for the Criminal Investigation Services, and Kenya shillings 8.0 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, to embrace the oversight and legislative role of Parliament and access to justice, I propose to the National Assembly to effect budget allocation of Kenya shillings 41 billion for the Parliament and Kenya shillings 23.2 billion for the judiciary. Completion of planned projects, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure the value for money and timely realization of budgets of benefits accruing from budgetary allocation and implementation of planned projects, ministries, departments, and agencies have identified projects for completion in the course of the financial year. The projects will be fast-tracked and protected from any adjustment. The National Assembly is requested to support this endeavor as this is consistent with the resolution of this House. Transfer of national government to county governments, Mr. Speaker. The county governments will receive a proposed allocation of 385.4 billion as equitable share for the financial year 2023-2024. This is 23% of the financial year 2019-2020 shareable revenue, which is the most recent audited and approved revenue by the National Assembly. This is above the minimum threshold required under Article 203, Section 2 of the Constitution. In addition, the county equitable share, the county governments will receive additional conditional and unconditional allocations amounting to 56.7 billion. This brings total allocation to the county governments in the financial year 2023-2024 to Kenya shillings 442.1 billion. Part of this include 425 million for the transfer of library services being a devolved function. Kenya shillings 2.9 billion as outstanding mineral royalties share to 32 county governments as stipulated in the Mining Act 2016, a consolidated grant of 100 million Kenya shillings per county for the aggregated industrial parks program, which is meant to assist the farmers in the value addition and market access for their products. Let me turn to Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker. In line with the Article 2004, Section 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, Kenya sharing 7.9 billion has been allocated under the Equalization Fund in the financial year 2023-2024. This represents 0.5% of the financial year 2019-2020 revenue, which is the most recent audited and approved revenue by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, we have allocated 3 billion to cater for part arrears for the previous years, bringing the total allocation at the Equalization Fund to 10.9 billion shillings. Let me turn to transfer of functions between national government and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, in collaboration with the Council of Governors and other institutions, developed a draft registration to operationalize Article 187 and Article 189 of the Constitution. This is on transfer of functions and cooperation between national and county governments and amongst county governments themselves. The proposed registration has gone through public participation with the county government executives, county assemblies, development partners, among others. Mr. Speaker, I will shortly submit the bill for the Cabinet approval and onward transmission to Parliament. Let me turn to measures to enhance county government's own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, State Department of Lands, Council of Governors, and other stakeholders have developed the National Rating Bill 2022, which went through the first reading on 8 March 2023 in the National Assembly, and thereafter was submitted to the National Assembly Committee on Lands. The bill provides, among others, standards in the way rating and evaluation is conducted in the country, how to deal with the properties cross-cutting in more than one county government, procedures for claiming and payment of contribution of real rates, and timely updating of valuation laws by the county governments. More importantly, the bill will repeal the outdated Valuation for Rating Act Cap 266 and Rating Act Cap 267 and align property rating legal regime with the devolved system of governance. Our appeal to the House is to consider and fast-track this bill to unlock revenue potential to the county governments from property taxation as it was envisaged in Article 203, Section 3. Let me turn to sharing of mineral royalties revenue. Mr. Speaker, Mining Act 2016 assigns 70% of the mineral royalties collected from mining companies to the national government, 20% to county governments, and 10% to communities. Since 2016, county governments and communities have not received their share of these royalties. To address this matter, I have submitted a framework for sharing 2.9 billion shillings among 32 county governments for mineral royalties outstanding as of 30th June 2022 for consideration and approval by the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, during the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council IBEC 17th Ordinary Session held on 31st May 2022, IBEC considered and adopted a report and a framework for sharing of funds arising from contravention of county government registration. In the next financial year, the National Treasury has proposed Kenya shillings 108 million to be shared among the beneficiaries of county governments. Mr. Speaker, enhancement of county government has its own challenges. One of such challenges is multiplicity of fees and charges imposed by county governments that increase the cost of doing business and negatively impacts on our competitiveness as a country. Some county governments have imposed charges in a way that prejudices national economic policies, economic activities across county boundaries, or the national mobility of goods, services, capital, and even labor. As a result, the National Treasury and Economic Planning has been receiving a lot of complaints from the ministries, departments, state agencies, and the private sector relating to the uncoordinated manner in which counties are imposing multiple fees and charges. Mr. Speaker, some neighboring countries have also complained that some of the charges imposed by the county governments are against the East African Community Customs Management Act and East African Community Common Markets Protocol, and may result in retaliatory measures and trade disruptions between Kenya and other partner states in the East African community. To address these issues, the National Treasury and Economic Planning has resubmitted the county government's revenue raising process bill of 2023 to Parliament for consideration and enactment. I urge this House to expedite the enactment of this bill in order to promote the competitiveness of our country in doing business and open up counties for, open up the country for investment. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the 2024 budget. I will begin by highlighting the key measures on custom duty as agreed by the ministers responsible for finance and economic affairs in the East African community during the pre-budget consultation meeting that was held in Arusha in May 2023. Mr. Speaker, during the East African Community pre-budget consultations meeting, the ministers noted the significant contribution of manufacturing sector to job creation and economic growth in the region. The ministers therefore agreed on measures to prevent the proliferation of cheap imports into the region so as to protect local manufacturers from unfair competition and enable them to access raw materials and inputs at affordable prices. Mr. Speaker, the agreed custom measures shall become effective from 1st July 2023. Mr. Speaker, one of the success stories of the East African community is the establishment of the East African Customs Union as a single customs territory. In order to streamline importation of goods into the customs territory, the East African region completed the comprehensive review of the Common External Tariff, CET, and this has been under implementation from 1st July 2022. The revised tariff has a 4 tariff band structure compared with the earlier 3 tariff band structure. In the new structure, raw materials, that is, as well as inputs and capital goods, are imported duty-free. Intermediate goods are imported at a rate of 10%, while finished goods, which are not available in the region, are imported at a 25% tax. Finally, Mr. Speaker, all finished goods which are available in the region in sufficient quantities attract a common external tariff rate of 35%. The revised tariff bands are meant to cater for goods with long value chains which require differentiated rates to promote investments. Mr. Speaker, despite rice and wheat being among the staple foods in our countries, Kenya's production of these food items does not meet the domestic demand. In order to meet domestic demand, Kenya will import rice at a rate of 35% instead of 75% under the EAC Common External Tariff. Further, in order to ensure that there is enough wheat to meet local demand, while at the same time protecting wheat farmers from unfair competition, Kenya will import wheat at the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme of 10% instead of 35%. The importation of wheat will be undertaken upon recommendation of the Ministry of Agriculture, who will ensure wheat millers, as a priority, purchase local wheat before they are allowed to import. Mr. Speaker, in order to support local automobile industry assembly in the region, the East African Community Partner States agreed to continue with the importation of raw materials for manufacture of parts used in the assembly of motor vehicles, and especially leaf spring, radiators, and wiring harness under the duty remissions. In addition, the region agreed to extend importation of completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles at 10% under the duty remission, as the region awaits the finalization of the East African Community Assembly regulations. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has suffered capacity to manufacture various products in the metal and allied subsector, thus providing employment opportunities to many Kenyans, thus failing to provide employment to so many Kenyans. In order to continue safeguarding this sector, the East African Community Ministers agreed that imported iron and steel products shall continue attracting a duty rate of 35% with the corresponding specific rates for a further 1 year for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, our hard-working farmers are capable of producing enough food to satisfy domestic demand. In particular, local demand for most vegetable products has been adequately served by our farm produce over the years. To protect these farmers from cheap imports, Kenya has been around to extend the import duty rate of 35% in addition to the specific import duty rates on vegetable products for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, the high cost of inputs of animal feeds, coupled with other factors like unfavorable weather conditions, make the locally manufactured animal feeds expensive and hence contribute to food inflation. In order to promote the local manufacturing and make animal feeds affordable to farmers, Kenyans will import inputs for manufacture of animal feeds duty-free at the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, last year we allowed the manufacturers of baby diapers to access inputs for manufacture of baby diapers duty-free. This was meant to lower the cost of manufacturing these essential products. I'm happy to note that many companies have responded to this incentive by increasing production. In order to continue making these products affordable to our babies, the East African ministers allowed Kenya to extend the duty-free importation of inputs for manufacture of baby diapers for a further 1 year. Moreover, to protect these manufacturers from competition from imported products, the region allowed Kenya to extend charging imported baby diapers at a rate of 35% for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, leather industry is one of the priority value chain under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In order to support local value addition and protect the industry from unfair competition, the East African Community Partner States agreed to retain the import duty on imported leather and footwear products at a rate of 35%. In addition, Kenya was allowed to extend the duty-free importation of raw materials and inputs for manufacture of footwear products. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has adequate capacity to meet local demand for roofing tiles. In order to facilitate access to Kenyan-made roofing tiles at affordable prices, Kenya was granted extension of a duty-free window for importing inputs for the manufacture of roofing tiles for a further 1 year. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect the Kenyan producers of paper and paper products from the proliferation of cheap imports, Kenya was allowed to import these products at a rate of 35% for the next 1 year. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect local production of safety matches, particle boards, plywoods, among other goods of timber, Kenya was allowed to extend charging of specific rates of import duty in addition to ad valorem duty ranging from US $120 per metric ton to US $200 per metric ton on these goods. This is also meant to curb the other valuation of goods and safeguard revenues further. Further, Kenya was allowed to charge a rate of 45% on imported furniture in order to protect local manufacturers and producers. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has sufficient capacity to manufacture plastic and rubber products to supply both the domestic and regional markets. In order to protect local manufacturers, Kenya was allowed to impose import duty rate at 35% on these goods for 1 year instead of 25%. Mr. Speaker, in order to protect local assembly of smartphones and other mobile phones, Kenya was allowed to extend the import duty rate of 25% on smartphones and other telephones for cellular networks or other wireless networks for 1 year. Further, Kenya was allowed to extend duty-free importation of inputs for assembly of smartphones and other cellular phones. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has capacity to produce billets for manufacture of wire rods and other similar products to meet the local demands. In order to protect the local manufacturers of these goods, Kenya was allowed to charge an import duty of 10% on billets. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to tax measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2023. Let me start off with amendments to the Value Added Tax 2013. Mr. Speaker, I now embark on measures proposed under the Value Added Tax 2013. Mr. Speaker, the high cost of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, contributes to the escalating cost of living and continued use of firewood and charcoal, which negatively affects our forest cover. In order to make LPG affordable and promote its uptake, as well as encourage the use of clean sources of energy, I am proposing to the National Assembly to zero-rate VAT on LPG. Mr. Speaker, currently, exported services are subject to VAT at the rate of 16%. This has caused an increase in the cost of exported services, hence affecting the competitiveness of our services in the global market. In order to increase competitiveness and encourage exportation of taxable services, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT on exported taxable services. Mr. Speaker, currently, tea purchased for local value addition, either from the factories or tea auction centers, is vatable, affecting the cash flow of the tea exporters. In order to encourage local value addition of our tea, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT on tea purchased from factories or tea auction centers for value addition and subsequent export. This will improve the cash flows of tea exporters involved in local value addition. Mr. Speaker, currently helicopters, aeroplanes, and other aircrafts are unladen and other aircrafts of unladen weight not exceeding 2,000 kilograms are subject to VAT. Further, some spare parts of tariff numbers 8803 are expressly exempt from VAT. However, VAT exemption on any other aircraft spare parts imported by aircraft operators, all persons engaged in the business of aircraft maintenance, is contingent upon recommendation by the competent authority responsible for civil aviation. This process creates administrative burden on the taxpayer to comply with the requirements. Mr. Speaker, we have also noted that the cost of aircraft maintenance and training activities has been high, prompting airlines to prefer undertaking these activities in other jurisdictions. In order to ease the process of VAT exemption on aircraft spare parts and encourage investment in this area, I propose to the National Assembly to remove the VAT on all aircraft simulators for training our pilots and aircraft spare parts. This proposal to expressly exempt from VAT on all aircraft and spare parts of Chapter 88 will spur the growth in the aviation sector and reduce the administrative burden of accessing its VAT exemption. Mr. Speaker, the international best practices is to charge VAT on all goods and services, and especially those that have undergone some form of processing. This is not the case in our VAT regime, as some of the goods have undergone some processing are also exempt from VAT, while others are zero rated. This has impacted on the tax expenditures. In order to bring down the tax expenditures and also align with the international best practices, I propose to the National Assembly to rationalize goods and services in the first and the second schedules of the VAT Act by transferring some goods and services from zero rating to exempt status and from exempt status to taxable at the standard rate. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the petroleum products have received preferential tax treatment, gradually transitioning from exempt status in 2013 to 2018 and 8% at VAT from 2019 to date. This is irrespective of the fact that suppliers of petroleum products claim other input tax at the general rate of 16%, which means that the government has been sharing the burden of the input tax with business by subsidizing the difference of the general rate of 16% and the preferential rate of 8%. As a result, these practices and outcomes, the oil marketers have been in perpetual credit position and not paying VAT to the exchequer. This practice is discriminatory and as business in other sectors of the economy bear the input tax by recovering the same from output VAT charged on the final consumer. Mr. Speaker, on reviewing the VAT rate on petroleum products to the standard rate, such business would at the onset recover the VAT credits that they have been carrying forward over the years, and government would end up correcting the VAT after some time. Mr. Speaker, if the anomaly is not corrected at the earliest stage, the build-up of credits will continue to increase, and should the government seek to charge VAT at the standard rate in the future, it would take years for the government to collect the much-needed revenue from this sector, since the credits have to be exhausted before businesses start paying VAT. The continued practice by government to subsidize cost of fuel by levying a preferential rate of 8% distorts the market, yet the economy should be operating on the principles of demand and supply. Mr. Speaker, in this respect, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to remove the preferential rate on the petroleum products so that the products will be subject to the standard VAT at 16%. Mr. Speaker, the brew economy remains largely untapped despite its huge potential. This is particularly due to low investments in maritime activities over the years. In order to spur investment and attract international sea freight in this sector, I propose to the National Assembly to zero-rate inbound international sea freight offered by registered persons. The government will continue exploring ways of providing more incentives to promote investment in this sector. Mr. Speaker, currently, machinery used by pharmaceutical companies are exempt from VAT on importation. This is meant to complement government's effort to ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable health care. However, we have received numerous petitions to extend the exemption to locally purchased machinery to further boost access to health care services. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to extend the exemption to machinery and equipment purchased locally for use in the manufacture of pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, in order to address the escalation of tax expenditures and foster prudent utilization of fiscal resources, I propose to the National Assembly to remove VAT exemptions in respect of taxable services supplied for construction of specialized hospitals, goods and services for the construction of tourism facilities, goods worth more than 2 billion purchased by manufacturers, as well as plant, machinery and equipment used in the construction of plastic recycling plants. Mr. Speaker, currently, transfer of business as a going concern is subject to VAT at a standard rate. Taxpayers have raised concern that this discourages business reorganization and sale of businesses. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the VAT Act to exempt transfer of business as a going concern. This is expected to encourage mergers and acquisition, hence boost growth of businesses as well as their efficiency. I now turn to the amendments to the Excise Duty Act 2015. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight tax measures proposed under the Excise Duty Act. The Excise Duty Act provides for remittance of excise duty to the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, by the 20th day of the following month. In this era of technology, there is no justifiable reason for waiting for 20 days to to report transactions to the KRA. In order to cure the delay, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Act to provide for a maintenance of the excise duty on betting and gaming activities within 24 hours after closure of transactions by the betting and gaming companies. Mr. Speaker, betting and gaming prize competition and even lotteries are addictive in nature and have negative socio-economic consequences to the society. To discourage participation in these activities by Kenyans, and especially school-going children, I propose to the National Assembly to increase the rate of excise duty on betting, gaming, prize competition and lotteries from the current 7.5% to 12.5%. Mr. Speaker, there has been an increase in the importation of fish into the country, which has negatively affected the local fish industry. To promote and protect local fish industry, which provides livelihood to many Kenyans, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty on imported fish at Kenya shillings 100,000 per metric ton, or 10% of the excisable value, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, the government charges specific excise duty on juices per litre. However, there has been an increase in supply of juices in powder form, and based on the current tax regime on juices, the powdered juice is not subject to excise duty. And this creates an unfairness in taxation of juices. In order to cure this problem and to create a level playing field, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty on powdered juice at a rate of 25 shillings per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, currently, specific rates of excise duty are subject to annual adjustment for inflation. However, taxpayers are concerned with the frequent changes in specific rates of excise duty through annual adjustment, creating uncertainty in prices and distorting the markets. Therefore, in order to create certainty in excise duty tax regime, I propose to the National Assembly to repeal the provision for annual adjustment for inflation. Mr. Speaker, consumption of sugar has been associated with various ailments such as diabetes, which has become common in many families. To discourage consumption of sugar, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty on imported sugar at a rate of 5 shillings per kilogram, including sugar, but this excludes the sugar imported or purchased locally by registered pharmaceutical manufacturers for use in the manufacture of pharmaceutical products. Mr. Speaker, consumption of alcohol, betting, gaming, and lottery and prize competition are extremely addictive and result in harmful repercussions in the society, especially the youth. In order to discourage these activities and consumption of alcoholic beverages, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty rate of 15% of excisable value of fees charged on advertisement by all televisions, print media, billboards, and radio stations in promotion of alcohol, betting, gaming, lottery, and prize competition. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and enhance access to internet data services, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce excise duty from 20% to 15% in respect of fees charged for telephones, internet, data services, and fees charged for money transfer services by banks, money transfer agencies, and other financial service providers. Mr. Speaker, in the same spirit, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce excise duty from 12% to 10% of the excisable value of the fees charged for money transfer services by cellular phone services providers or payment service providers licensed under the national payment system. This will encourage retail transactions at a more affordable rate and promote economic activity at the MSME and individual levels. Mr. Speaker, locally produced cement has been facing stiff competition from imported cement. To protect from the unfair competition and promote this industry, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an excise duty on imported cement at a rate of 10% of the excisable value, or Kenya shillings 1.50 cents per kilogram, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, there has been an increase in the importation of furniture, especially office furniture, which has negatively affected the local carpenters and artisans, considering that there is enough local capacity to make furniture. In order to protect local carpenters and artisans, I propose to the National Assembly to impose an excise duty on imported furniture at a rate of 30% of the customs value, excluding furniture originating from East African community countries. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has sufficient local capacity to produce paint, varnishes, and lacquers. However, proliferation of cheap imports has reduced competitiveness of locally produced paints, varnishes, and even all the other products associated. To protect the local paint manufacturers, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce excise duty at the rate of 15% of the excisable value of imported paints, varnishes, and similar products. I now turn to amendments to the Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight the proposed changes under the Income Tax Act. The current interest deduction restriction based on earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization was introduced in 2021 to discourage tax planning. This restriction currently applies to both local and foreign financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, I have received proposals from taxpayers who borrow loans from local financial institutions indicating that the restrictions discourages their access to credit. To address this concern, I propose to the National Assembly to exclude interest on loans borrowed from local financial institutions from interest deduction restriction. In addition, Mr. Speaker, where interest on loans borrowed from non-resident is disallowed, I propose to the National Assembly to allow businesses to carry forward that interest for deduction in the next 5 years, subsequent years. This will align to the international best practice. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the government introduced simplified tax regimes, tax regime that requires landlord to pay tax on residential rental income at the rate of 10% per month. In order to enlarge compliance and encourage more landlords to pay tax under this regime, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce the tax rate for this regime from 10% to 7.5% per month. Mr. Speaker, in order to support startup companies, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Income Tax Act to defer the taxation of gains on shares offered to employees in lieu of their salaries in a startup company for 5 years, all till the date employment ceases, or till the date of sale of the shares, whichever comes earlier. Mr. Speaker, upon retirement, most senior citizens have no access to medical cover and spend their literal savings on healthcare services. In order to encourage employees save for their post-retirement needs, I propose to the National Assembly to provide tax relief of 15% of the contributions to a post-retirement medical fund or Kenya shillings 5,000 per month, whichever is lowest, income earned by post-retirement medical fund. This will reduce the pressure on the government expenditure on the medical care and accord the retirees access to dignified health care. Mr. Speaker, we have noted that family members have been using exemption from capital gains tax on transfer of property between related persons as an avenue to reduce their tax liability. In order to remedy the situation, I propose to the National Assembly to change the base of capital gains tax from the sale of property to be the original cost before the transfer to the family member in instances where a property is transferred to a third party within a period of less than 5 years. Mr. Speaker, despite the advantages brought about by the digital platform, the transactions usually conducted under the platforms are not in the tax net. I propose to the National Assembly to introduce a digital asset tax at a rate of 3% on the value of the digital asset transferred or exchanged. Mr. Speaker, to further create equity and fairness, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce withholding tax at the rate of 5% of the gross payment in respect of digital content monetization. This will apply to incomes generated through media and digital platforms. Mr. Chairman, currently non-residents pay withholding tax on payments in respect to sales, promotion, marketing, and advertising services. In order to harmonize taxation treatment for residents and non-residents and ensure equity, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce withholding tax on the same services to residents at the same rate of 5% of gross amount. Mr. Speaker, resident companies currently pay 30% of corporate tax, while non-residents with permanent establishment pay 37.5% of their gains on profit. This creates an impression that Kenya discriminates between residents and non-residents. In order to harmonize taxation treatment for residents and non-residents companies, I propose to the National Assembly to reduce the corporate tax rate for non-residents from 37.5% to 30%. Further, in order to ensure that there is level playing field, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce tax on repatriated profits at a rate of 15%, which is equal to the rate charged on dividends paid to non-residents. Mr. Speaker, businesses deduct diminution value of implements, utensils, or even similar articles used in the production process over a period of 3 years in determination of the taxable profits. But in order to increase working capital for the businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Income Tax Act to provide 100% investment deduction of the value of these items in the first year of use. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the government implemented various measures to cushion businesses from adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This included providing tax incentives during the period. With easing of the COVID-19 pandemic and recovery of businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to lower the upper thresholds for turnover tax from 50 million to 25 million and retain the lower threshold of Kenya shillings 1 million. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly that the turnover tax rate for this sector to be at 3%. Mr. Speaker, last year, the government provided various tax incentives to promote local manufacturing of human vaccines. That was applied in order to further support these manufacturers. So in order to continue supporting these manufacturers, I propose to the National Assembly to exempt the manufacturers in this sector from withholding tax on interest and royalties paid to non-residents. Mr. Speaker, the current payee tax structure has 3 rates and bands applicable to 3.3 million employees. The bands are as follows. 10% is applied to income tax, to income up to 24,000 per month. 25% is applied to the next 8,333 per month, and while 30% is applied to incomes above 32,333 per month. Mr. Speaker, employees who fall under the first category, who constitute about 42.5% of the total employed workforce and who earn a maximum of 24,000 per month, don't pay any tax to government, as the tax computed from this income is equal to the relief of 2,400 per month under the Act. The second category of employees, who constitute about 37.2% of the total working population and earn incomes between 24,000 per month to 32,333 per month, pay a tax rate of 25%. The third category of employees, that form 20.4% of the total employees, earn incomes above 32,333 per month and pay a tax at the highest rate of 30%. The tax structure for the payee, Mr. Speaker, means that the tax burden falls on 57% of the total employed workforce. The tax structure is therefore regressive, and as an individual employee earning income above 32,303 per month falls within the upper band at the rate of 30%, leaving no significant gap between employees who do not pay tax as a result of tax relief and those earning higher incomes. In this respect, we have to embark on the review of this taxation structure to make the tax bands more progressive, sharing the tax burden more uniformly across income groups. Mr. Speaker, at the start of this journey, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce 2 additional tax bands. A 4th band will be applicable to employees earning incomes between 500,000 per month to Kenya shillings 800,000 per month at the rate of 32.5%. And a 5th band that will be applicable to employees earning incomes above 800,000 per month at the rate of 35%. As a result of this change, the employees who will pay tax at 30% will be 19.5%, while those 2 new tax bands will affect 26.67% of employees, and the last band will constitute. Let me repeat that. As a result of this change, the employees who will pay 30% tax will be 19% of the total, while the 2 tax bands will affect 26,676 employees, who constitute about 0.8% of total employed workers in the country. Mr. Speaker, we shall continue to review the pay structure to make it as progressive as possible and redistribute the burden of tax incidents. Measures to enhance tax administration. Amendments to the Tax Procedure Act 2015, Mr. Speaker. Currently, Kenya Revenue Authority has no visibility on the transactions of trusts, largely due to lack of requirement to report to KRA by trustees. This makes it difficult to ascertain the tax payable on the incomes paid to the beneficiaries of trusts. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require all trustees administering trusts in Kenya to maintain and avail records required by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the tax compliance by use of technology, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require taxpayers to issue electronically generated tax invoices which can be tracked and traced through an electronic tax invoice management system, the e-TIMS. Mr. Speaker, in order to streamline the tax administration and remove pressure to abandon taxes and grant waivers of tax, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to remove powers to abandon tax, as well as waivers on penalties and interest that currently exist in the Act. Mr. Speaker, to encourage taxpayers to pay outstanding tax debts, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce a one-year tax amnesty on penalties and interest on the accrued tax debts up to 31st December 2022. In order to benefit from this amnesty, taxpayers will be expected to clear principal taxes between 1st September 2023 to 30th June 2024. And now I take this opportunity to urge all taxpayers to take advantage of the one-year amnesty to clean their tax ledgers by paying all tax arrears. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the power of the Commissioner General to correct taxes from non-compliant taxpayers using agency notices, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to expand the scope of agency notices to cover default in payment of installment taxes, installment taxes, and in situations where taxpayers has made self-assessment and submitted tax returns but has failed to pay the taxes on due date. Mr. Speaker, submission of manual tax information to the Commissioner General poses administrative challenges and delays the decision making. I therefore propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to require the Commissioner General to provide a data management and reporting system that will allow taxpayers to electronically submit standardized transactional data on real-time basis. Mr. Speaker, impersonation of the Kenya Revenue Authority officers is an offense under the Penal Code and poses revenue risks. We have witnessed increased cases of impersonation of Kenya Revenue Authority officers. In order to curb this vice, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for offenses and sanctions relating to impersonation of Kenya Revenue Authority officers. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the efficiency in administration of tax refunds and boost cash flow of businesses, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to allow taxpayers who overpay taxes to utilize overpaid tax to offset both outstanding tax debt and future tax liabilities. In addition, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide an additional 30 days for the determination of complex tax cases. This will provide more time for the Commissioner General to complete audit and investigate processes for complex tax refunds cases. Further, Mr. Speaker, I propose to the National Assembly to amend Tax Procedures Act to require Kenya Revenue Authority to pay approved refunds within 6 months. In instances where approved refunds are not paid within this period, I propose to the National Assembly to further amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for automatic offset of the approved refunds against outstanding tax liabilities in other tax heads or even future tax liabilities. Let me turn to amendments to the miscellaneous fees and levies 2016. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the proposed amendments to miscellaneous fees and levies. I had earlier stated that the government is committed to lower cost of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG. In addition to removal of VAT on LPG, I propose to the National Assembly to remove import declaration fees, IDF, and railway development levy on LPG. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Police Service are exempted from import declaration fees and railway development levy in respect to equipment, machinery, motor vehicles for their official use. However, this does not extend to other goods for official use, such as material supplies. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to extend the exemption to all goods purchased or imported for official use by the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, the aviation sector is critical in supporting tourism and transportation of passengers and cargo. Currently, some aircrafts and parts of the aircraft are exempt from import declaration fees, IDF, and railway development levy, RDL. To further support this industry, I propose to the National Assembly to extend the exemption to cover all aircraft, helicopters, aircraft engines, and aircraft spare parts. Mr. Speaker, currently the imported goods are subject to import declaration fee at the rate of 3.5% and railway development levy at the rate of 2%. On the other hand, raw materials and inputs imported by registered manufacturers are subject to a lower rate of 1.5% for both import declaration fee and railway development levy. These differentiated rates pose administrative challenges and are avenues for revenue loss. In order to address these challenges, I propose to the National Assembly to harmonize these rates at 2.5% for import declaration fee and 1.5% for railway development levy applicable to all goods imported into the country. I now turn to amendments on Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act Cap 131. Mr. Speaker, currently the Kenya Revenue Authority has not been able to enforce tax correction from betting, gaming, prize competition and lotteries activities due to lack of an enforcement provision in the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act. In this regard, I propose to the National Assembly to amend this Act to allow KRA to apply the provisions of Tax Procedures Act in enforcing tax correction. Let me now turn to amendments to the Employment Act. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide funds for the development of affordable housing and associated social and physical infrastructure, as well as the provision of affordable home financing strategy, I propose to the National Assembly to introduce an affordable housing levy through an amendment of the Employment Act 2007 to provide a monthly levy payable by the employer and the employee at 1.5% per month for an employee's gross monthly salary. Mr. Speaker, given that the construction industry is labor intensive, we expect every housing unit constructed will create new jobs, both direct and indirect, among the professionals, youth, MSMEs in general, along the production value chain of affordable housing. In order to support enterprises and businesses operating in the special economic zone, Mr. Speaker, through government support, the special economic zone and export processing zone continue to position our manufacturing sector at a pace as pace setters in the region through exports and manufactured goods. Presently, Mr. Speaker, the goods sold from these zones to the domestic market are subjected to import duty and other applicable taxes similar to goods imported from outside the East African Community region. This taxation does not differentiate whether the inputs or raw materials used to produce such goods originate from the customs territory or from outside the customs territory. In order to enhance the market access, I propose to the National Assembly to amend the Export Processing Zone Act and the Special Economic Zone Act to exempt from import duty goods produced from the Special Economic Zone and Export Processing Zone that use inputs or raw materials originating from the customs territory when sold into the domestic market. This will encourage enterprises operating in the zones to purchase raw materials or even inputs from the domestic market. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is clear that Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is clear that we face many socio-economic challenges. The global economy may take a long time before output gap is closed, and the cost of living may take a long time to be felt. To address these challenges, the government has initiated policy, legal, and institutional reforms to address these issues. His Excellency the President has already led the way. Under his leadership, we have already laid a firm foundation for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The policies spelled out in this budget builds on a momentum for the envisaged transformation that will lead to improved livelihoods for all Kenyans. I therefore urge Kenyans to join hands in making this transformation journey a reality. Thankfully, our country is endowed with the necessary resources and human capital to confront the contemporary economic and social challenges and create a momentum for not only a higher and sustainable but also inclusive growth trajectory, but also create decent jobs, reduce poverty significantly. Mr. Speaker, this budget underpins the country's resolve and commitment to fulfill its social contract to Kenyans by progressively improving their welfare. At this point, Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Commander-in-Chief of Defense Forces, and His Excellency the Deputy President, His Honorable Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, for their counsel, guidance, and support during the entire process of laying foundation for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and finalizing this budget. I also want to thank Her Excellency Madam Rachel Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, the Second Lady of the Republic of Kenya, for their support and contribution to the implementation of government initiatives, especially on the environment and climate change action, financial inclusion, and women empowerment. My special appreciation goes to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, and my fellow Cabinet Secretaries in their respective Principal Secretaries and accounting officers and staff in the government, ministries, departments, and agencies for their support and contribution in making contributions to this budget. I also extend my gratitude to the Chairman of the Presidential Council of Economic Advisers, Dr. David Day, and all economic advisors under the Council for their critical inputs and guidance in supporting the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This is one team that used their diverse frontier knowledge and worked closely in developing the Kenya Kwanza Administrative Manifesto, the PRAN, in the run-up to the 2022 general election. We have produced and pulled most of the materials for this policy outturn from the plan. And that guidance has been very, very critical. And so, more specifically, I gained a lot of a lot of support from my colleague and friend, Dr. Kamau Duge, Senior Advisor and Head of Fiscal Affairs and Budget Policy at the Executive Office of the President, and currently he's the Governor Designate for the Central Bank of Kenya. Wish him pass his congratulations. My sincere appreciations first to the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly and your counterpart in Senate, the majority and minority leaders, and the entire House leadership, including the respective class for the National Assembly, for the approval process and the budget estimates for the financial year 2023 and related documents. Second, to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Finance and National Planning Committee, and all departmental committees in this House that helped me in terms of, and help us and my team to finalize the budget propositions. Third, I recognize and appreciate the management and staff of the National Treasury and Economic Planning who have worked tirelessly for long hours, including weekends, to ensure that this budget and supporting documents meet the legal guideline. Fourth, the Kenya Revenue Authority, Central Bank of Kenya, the Attorney General's Office, Commissioner of Revenue Allocations, Financial Sector Regulations, and various agencies under the National Treasury and Economic Planning, they have made contributions, and we appreciate their contribution. Fifth, my gratitude goes to the multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. Further, I thank the private sector for the sustained contribution to the growth of our economy and even contributions to the debate in terms of the tax measures and policies. Sixth, I wish to appreciate the media and the non-state actors for their active engagement and participation in this financial year and even in the process of budget process making. Mr. Speaker, I remain immensely grateful to my family for their support and inspiration as I execute my duties as the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning since the appointment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions, proposals, and suggestions we received during the finalization of the budget. We have covered acres and acres of materials that provided propositions coming from Kenyans, and we are happy that what we have provided is a synthesis and balance of what they presented. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to the to this House the budget estimates and the Finance Bill 2023, together with accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management. Today, I further submit the following documents to the August House and request that you graciously receive them. First, the budget policy statement for financial year 2023-24 was presented. The 2023 budget policy statement, estimates of revenue, grants and loans, financial statements for 2023-24 budget, medium-term debt management strategy, budget highlights for Mwananchi Guide for the financial year 2023-24, statistical annex for the budget statement for the 2023-24 financial year. So I do present the remaining documents to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, before I assume my position. Thank you, Your Honorable Speaker. I now take my seat.
Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights for the national government for the financial year 2023-24 and the medium term and the revenue raising measures. It took 3 hours and 20 minutes to be exact. In this regard, honorable members, I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of sections 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary has already submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2023-2024 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2023, which is under consideration by this House. Honorable members, it is now my pleasure to invite all honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, other Cabinet Secretaries, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliament courtyard hereinafter. Honorable members, now you may be upstanding. The House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 20th June 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Well, that is the conclusion of the...
Ramogi achiel kachiel kaka weche obedo e od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya kama jatend migawo mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u osomo bajet mar omenda mar piny Kenya higa 2023-2024 kama weche mamoko nitie madito momi pek mabende nyiso kaka ibiro riemba piny Kenya. Kwayo mare ne od bura mondo ket okang' mar puodho moko kuom kwayo moketie pend andika mar weche mag budget mabiro riembo piny Kenya kuom higa achiel mabiro. Gin moko kuom weche makoro sani oganda jo Kenya biro lose kuom thuolo ka ing'iyo ni to gin ang'o gin momi pek, gin joma ke moyuto to gin bede migepe mage ma ok oyuto. To ting' maduong' makoro dong' ne sirikal en manyo kuonde ma omenda biro wuoke mar ni budget ni mag trilion 3.679 ochopo e wang'e. Odhiambo ni Nyakwa Ramogi jafombo wadwa Edwin Okoth mabende ne nitiere e dag tich kata e log tich mar migawo mar omenda Treasury House e kinde mane jatend migawo mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u wuok adhi e od bura mamalo mondo miyo yang budget mar piny Kenya. En kodwa ka kendo osebedo koluwo weche mag omenda gi ahinya. Edwin, weche kata piny Kenya oyudo budget manyien. En mana koro penjo ni to bende oting'o mor ne jopiny. Mane gima oganda jo Kenya temo wuoye.
But kalure kod luasi kata mane wayudo ka jatend migawo mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u wuoye gokinyi kane wadhi e log tich mar migawo mar omenda. Luasi ok ber ahinya, luasi mar uchumi, omiyo kata ne kapok gidhi somo budget ne giseiko jopiny ni nyalo bet ni lit ng'eny maloyo mit. To kata kamano gitemo keto mit moko achiel ariyo iye kanyo. Ok gin mit manyien nikech paro mar chik mar omenda nosegol oko manyiso ni waseng'eyo moko kuom manoseliekore ne jopiny. Achiel kuom mit mantiere en ni osuru ma ijuogo ewi gas mar tedo odwok piny, ogol 16% mane ijuogo ewi osuru mar gas mar tedo. Koro mago gin moko kuom gima inyalo nyiso japiny kiromo gi dau e gweng' sani to penj ni bati budget nigi mit mane. Mano achiel kuom moko ma onyiedhore mbele. To kwang'iyo chenro mag tend piny Kenya mar duond bura mitayo gi duond bura mar Kenya Kwanza, giketo gik moko abich mbele. Achiel kuom gi maduong' en pur. Magiwacho ni nikech ging'eyo ni pur kinyayo to iloso nyaka thuolo mag tich ne oganda. Koro pur, migao maru gedo, weche mag yore mag tudruok manyasani. Mago gin gik moko magikete mahino, magiwacho ni kotimore to nyalo goyo ochumi jek, nikech ochumi ni marach sani.
Edwin, ka wang'iyo gik ma samoro nyalo mulo pach japiny gi chuny japiny, yani ka wang'iyo mwandu machalo kaka sukari migolo e pinje maoko, wach nitiere kaka idhi med, nikech gitudo wach mar sukari gi tuoche mamoko ma samoro oseneno e pacho ka, machalo kaka mago mag sukari ma omako ahinya familia mathoth ahinya e piny Kenya. To wach nitiere sukari mawuok oko owinjo bed ni medo negi osuru moro. Nyiso ni samoro dipo ka nitiere kaka dwaro mar keto mongire sukari miloso e pacho ka. Ma nyiso nang'o? Nyiso ni wanyalo bedo gi nengo mamalo mag sukari kadhi malo, nikech koponi ma ikelo e pacho ka omedie gimoro, nyiso ni ka waonge go ma waloso e pacho ka, to nyaka wabed gi nengo mapek, nikech odhi bedo mwandu ma koro ok nyal yudore mayot.
Mano en adier, kendo ok ang'eyo gimomiyo tend piny Kenya masani omulo wach mar sukari, nikech king'iyo mos to sukari ma waloso thurka ok oromo. Manyiso ni higa ka higa nyaka wayud kaka wagolo sukari mawuok e pinje maoko. To kabedo ni nyaka wagol sukari mawuok e pinje maoko, nyalo mana bedo ni samoro gigo kwan ma gineno ni e thuolo mabiro piny Kenya gi mbolea ma samoro gisebet ka gipogo, to gi chenro ma giketo mag nyayo weche mag pur, geno ni mane gima nyalo kwongo mondo ng'iswa ni kaluwore gi chenro mwaketo, udhi nyalo pur e yo mayot, mbolea dhi yudore mayot, jopur wamiyo pek machalo kama, manyiso ni koro sukari dhi yudore mayot. Koro kwan ne gimomiyo nyaka ugol sukari mawuok e pinje maoko. To kata kamano gigolo fungro ka giwacho ni sukari ma itiyogo e loso mwandu kaka industrial sugar, kata ma itiyogo e yore mag loso yedhe, mano tok dhi bedo gi osuru momedno.
Edwin, wach pur, kendo king'iyo kata kiwinjo achiel kuom mise 5 madito madhi riembo bajet mar piny owacho mar Jubilee, bajet margi mokwongo en weche mag pur. To omenda ma samoro ketne migao mar pur ok nyis ahinya. Dipo ka mae nyiso ni dwaro nitie mar keto tudruok gi pinje maoko ma samoro nyalo kelo kata mana omenda moko mondo mi okony godo piny Kenya, koso mana bilion 64 ema koro nyaka okete geno.
Ok ang'eyo ahinya mahinono kaka oketi, nikech nitiere giminya wachi to kaka itime opogore, nikech kiwinjo kaka jatend migao mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u ne wuoyo, oketo pek ahinya e wach mar pur, kendo ema opako ni pur kitimo to nigi yo mar kelo gimiluongo gi dho ngere ni multiplier effect. Tiende ni ei pur ka chiemo wuoke, thuolo mag tije wuoke, kembe manyayo mwandu wuoke, gik mang'eny nyalo wuok kod ket mahino e chenro mag pur. To koro nitie seche miwacho ni iketo pesa ni kama dhogi nitiere. Kama dhogi nitiere ni ok ane koketo pesa kama dhogi nitiere, nikech e chenro ma gima ipako machalo kaka pur, kama onego bed ni ka iketo ne omenda, nikech nwang' neno report mar kamiti mar bajet mar omenda. Ne giwacho ni migao mar pur nokwayo bilion 104 to migi mana bilion 64. Koro kwang'eyo ni to idhi nya chenro mag pur marom nade, to be pur ok ochung' kar kende bati, pur ochung' gi gik mopogore opogore. Chenro mar miyo jopur mbolea osedhi maber, nikech ka giwacho ni milion 3 ba gunde milion 3 osekaw gi jopur, tiende ni chenro no osedhi maber. To kata kamano kineno gigo manyoch thiro jomoko kuom dhi kaw mbolea no en nengo mar wuoth, nikech ka mbolea yudore Kericho tada wuok Chemelil, to onge kaka dwa tiyo go omenda mar wuoth makadhi omo mbolea Kericho mondo akel Chemelil. Koro seche ma wang'eyo maber ni nengo mag modhi dhi medore, nyiso ni nengo mag buodhi gi kore kadhi bet matek mogik. To tinga mapuro puodho tiyo ga ng'obati, tiyo gi diesel, to diesel ni ema koro sani atama laboro moro dhi bet e wiye. Omiyo kaka isiro chenro mag pur, mana kaka nawacho ni wacho en gimoro achiel, to be iketo pesa kama dhogi nitiere. Mane penjo maduong' mapani nitiere ahinya to e kaka oketo omenda e migao mar pur.
Wacho en gimoro achiel, timo en gimachielo, Edwin. Koro wach ma bende samono gomba kaka chenro ni dhi nyime, ne en wach mar mauta mar taya. Wacho ni atamalo 8 ma oketi mar medruok mar nengo gi, to iwacho ni idwa jiw weche mag loso rangi e pacho ka mondo chug thuolo mar tije ahinya ne kembe loso rangi. Weche mag golo simiti e pinje maoko bende koro omednegi, ojuolnegi paro moro kanyo kata osuru moro mondo mi neni kembe ma pacho ka omi pek. Sama wacho ni igolo iketo weche mag juolo kembe mapacho ka. Gin ang'o gini ma japiny owinjo bed ni ng'eyo manyalo bedo mapek ne sirikal kokalo e bajet ni mano ni kembe mapacho ka odongore e yo mayot.
Mokwongo bati en osuru ma ichulo. Ng'e ni kembe mantiere pacho ka chakre dwe mar 7 kapo ni koro wach mar paro mar chik mar choko omenda ni odhi kaka aneno kosekalo nyoro mar 2 cha. Tiende ni bedo ni ibro in kaka kambi mondiko ji e thurka ibro medo jogo osara gi 1.5% nikech nyaka igol omenda ma itiyogo e gero udi. Mar 2, nengo mar teko stima bende en gima duong' ma itiyogo e nyayo mwandu. Ka nengo mar teko stima odhi malo, nyiso ni pek mar loso mwandu be nitie.
Erokamano Edwin. Naneno ka nitiere twak ma jatend migawo mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u dwano chiw kacha ne jofwambo bang' somo bajet mar sirikal mar Kenya Kwanza mokwongo. Winjane kaka weche chalo.
I don't understand what he means by start. No, what am I starting? You just give them the brief, the budget brief. Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me after talking for perhaps 3 hours. You can may fail. So thank you very much, and maybe we will concentrate more on questions because I covered everything very comprehensively. But let me say that I want to welcome you and to welcome your questions. I'm very happy that we have delivered the first Kenya Kwanza budget. It's also the first budget that is coming under bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which is quite important for us as a bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And I would like to emphasize to you what is it? What is it? No. What are the highlights that we anticipate that we are coming informing this budget? And one of them is what are the policy priorities of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda? Of course, that is also informed by the kind of economic economic challenges that we have come from in the last 8 months or so. And that economic context is very, very important because it is the one that has driven the economic recovery agenda. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda, part of that is actually economic recovery program. And the second part of it is to say, how do we resuscitate and correct the structural effects that have come from sustained multiple shocks? The third dimension for this is actually to look at the policy and legal institutional reforms that will underpin and support bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We have highlighted most of those, and that is, for me, is very, very important. But of course, you cannot have all those policies and proposals and propositions in one budget. It means it's a continuing space that we have to look at. We have to look at that continuing space. We start off with the recovery. What measures do we need now for the economic recovery? The second thing is, how do we need to ignite institutional reforms that will sustain that recovery? And then the third one is, how do we create that momentum? More importantly, those are legal and institutional reforms that will be required. But more importantly, we have also looked at the legal framework, the fiscal framework that should support better. On one side, we have constraints in terms of financing, but on the other hand, we also have borrowing constraints. So in a sense, we're asking ourselves, how do we optimize the better priorities, even given those constraints? That's why you found that we are very, very. We touched briefly on revenue rationing measures, but also made sure that we rationalize even the tax proposals that we put in. And the other one is actually resource allocation. That's very, very important. The most important thing that will come back to us all the time is that we focused on sectors that have the largest impact. It means that once we have that large impact that creates the initial recovery and then creates momentum, then we can now go to other sectors that we did not prioritize even though we supported them. That's one aspect you should remember, so that you don't say, why did you focus on 5 sectors? What about the others? The first thing is that you want economic recovery. The second stage, you want that recovery to be sustained. So that is where you'll need other sectors plus institutional and policy and institutional reforms. That will be very, very critical. And
Of course, after that, we want now to say how else can we do better in terms of that. I want to refocus so much because most of the avenues that we raise, for example, the housing project, is going to be very, very important in raising jobs. What are the most serious constraints that we face? Poverty is one aspect. Cost of living is part of that. But actually raising or creating jobs for the youth is very, very critical. So essentially, we have taken more time. If you read and you're going to get this press briefing, we have taken more time to look at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We want it to be understood. Wherever you are, whichever sector you are, you should know the importance of the sector that you're reading. We want to showcase why we are emphasizing on those sectors and why we are emphasizing on bottom-up economic transformation agenda is because it's very critical for us. That's why we have gone from human capital to jobs creation and to poverty reduction. And the third aspect of it is that climate change is going to be very, very important for us. How do we take advantage of climate change and taking advantage of climate finance, for example? How do we resuscitate our food sector? Because I think the devastating consequences of food security and climate change was actually devastating. It's something that we can write a lot of stories about that, but we know that we need to deal with that. And after that, we have gone into specific. For example, agricultural transformation for inclusive growth is very, very important. Transformation of MSMEs, micro and small enterprises, to support the economy, that sector is very, very important. It houses most of the people. It can create jobs. And for us, that becomes extremely important in all the aspects that we do, in all the areas that we cover. You'll find startups in IT. Those are still in MSMEs. You'll find them in agricultural sector. Those are still MSME. Housing and settlement, again, we have argued the strong impact in terms of pulling the economy with you, and all those enhanced digital superhighway. Let me talk about why are we emphasizing value chain. Value chain for us is very, very important. We want to make sure along the value chain you can see the end product. You can see the end product, and then in the process, you want to go back to the value chain and see whether you have funded all the stages of that value chain. There should be no gaps in terms of resource allocation. There should be no duplication so that somehow, somewhere, nothing happened because you are waiting for another institution to take up. So that is very, very critical. So in the end, what are we really trying to say? We are actually trying to support the markets, both the markets of the intermediate products and the market of the final product. The moment you support markets, then you know that you can ignite production and productivity. When you support markets, what you see downstream is increased production and productivity, because it is in the marketplace that we see economic land being shared and distributed. So for us, that is very, very important. So when you look at the markets, then it means that you are going to produce what the markets want and you can sell. And secondary, you can increase productivity. So when you look at markets functioning, when markets are properly functioning, then you ignite production and increase productivity. And then what you look at the markets, when you look up, you will see increased income for you as a producer. So that's why we kept on emphasizing so many of those sectors, because at the end of those sectors and even their performance is actually very, very important to see the functioning of markets. And after that, it is how to safeguard and to make sure that that is actualized. I think we have copies of this for the media, or which? Huh? We have. What do we have? Oh, we have the beta version. Oh, we have prepared them. We have sent this already. Oh, this is sent already, which is a summary. So I think what I can do is maybe take a few questions. Make sure that the questions are focused. Don't yeah.
With regard to the proposed debt policy, how convinced are you that this will work for us? And becoming quite a bit of reliance when it comes to
the reliance on.
And then just a question: what's the worst that can happen if MPs fail to approve fiscal cash? Are we going to
So by the time when I want to answer your question, sometimes it's to educate you. Because, no, forgive me, because we did not change anything, isn't it? We are actually saying, like all other countries internationally, best practice is have a debt anchor. It's just like we have inflation target, isn't it? The role of inflation target is to show you, at any one point you can say, what is the inflation rate today? You know the inflation, I mentioned it, isn't it? It's 8%, isn't it? From the previous month. From the target, it should be 5% within a range of 7.5%, isn't it? So in a sense, what we have is a policy. Inflation should be a target 5%, but you have a policy that it should be in the range of 2.5% to 7.5%, isn't it? It is the same strategy for debt. That we say that we should have a debt anchor at 55%. But then, from a policy perspective and operationalization of that policy, we should have a range. Now, for you, when you look at it, you can tell where is Kenya in relation to the debt anchor. So you can say, oh, it is above 55%, isn't it? So it means its debt carrying capacity needs to reduce. Or suppose it is below 55%. Its debt carrying capacity is telling that it can increase the debt, isn't it? So the whole issue, first of all, in terms of law, you cannot default on debt, on public debt in Kenya, isn't it? Do you know that? That's why I said I need to educate you a bit, because that is clear. It has the first charge. But what we want to do is we want to create an information platform that wherever you are, you can see that the National Treasury is moving towards liability management to reduce the debt carrying capacity, because it is already over-indebted. Or it is trying to borrow more because that it is below its debt carrying capacity. If you make an assumption that you are actually provisioning debt to finance public investments, mostly the public goods type of investment, then it is important that you can take them up. So essentially, it's a policy. We are defining a clear-cut policy that you can look at objectively even yourself. You'll be asking, just like you objectively, you can say inflation is high today. Why is it high? It is above the 7.5%, isn't it? Suppose inflation was 2%. What would you say? Inflation is slow. It means that the central bank has an option to expand monetary policy, isn't it? The converse of contracting monetary policy is when it is at 8%. It is the same principle. But what are we doing? We are trying to give policy flexibility. You have a policy space. The parliament may tell us, okay, the debt anchor is 55, but we are going to give you an operating range of between 50 and 60%, isn't it? That's an operational range. That's a policy range. It gives you policy flexibility. Okay. The final point, the point that you made about domestic, we are going to rely on domestic debt. We have, everywhere we go, there is a market for debt, isn't it? Our bond market is a market for debt. And that debt can be sold. The private sector can sell its debt in that market, isn't it? So there's nothing wrong with debt. If you sit with me one day, I will tell you growing with debt, and I can refer you to my own literature on growing with debt in African economies. You can find it in Journal of African Economies. Okay? Growing with debt is an established concept, starting from the Marshall Plan, isn't it? So there's nothing wrong with incurring debt. The most important thing is, did you get value? Did you provide public goods? And then, because all of us who are going to pay the public debt, it means we have to benefit from the debt that was in. We have to benefit from the investment that was made with debt. So we are crossing the gap in terms of capital accumulation by borrowing to provide debt. We need infrastructure for us to lower transactions cost and invest in private sector, isn't it? But the government cannot roll out those investments. What do? We buy. So debt market is a market. Okay, yeah.
Right, Banasi is Jimmy Bogo from KTN. Now, you spoke about a revenue target for the revenue of about 2.9 trillion, which 2.53 is going to recurrent expenditure. So, in essence, you're telling us is that we have a budget that is going to be financed through appropriation in aid and borrowing. Maybe you can just help us understand what is happening, because if revenue majority is going back to recurrent expenditure, then what are we going to fund the budget in terms of development with?
But the debt we categorized in two components. There's recurrent cost there is development, isn't it? That's what we did. And then we said, how is it financed? So I don't think I get your question, because unless you didn't get the components, all the components were there. What we did was to say that if there is the revenue gap was going to be financed by borrowing internationally and borrowing domestically, isn't it? But the components were all given, the recurrent expenditures, the development expenditures, isn't it? So I don't know why your question now, because all those components were there.
And again, the other thing.
Now, do you get my point? Because there is the current expenditure, there is development expenditure. Then the whole issue is, how is it financed? Okay, we finance with the current revenue, which is you're getting from tax revenue. And the second one is you are also borrowing internationally. There is appropriations in aid, but also you're borrowing domestically and internationally. Borrowing domestically or internationally is what I have described as debt market. So because you have to bridge the gap between your savings and your resources, isn't it? That's what happens. That's what I'm saying. But there is development expenditure and there is recurrent expenditure. We do believe, even in times of crisis, and this is something that I've said for many years in Kenya, even in times of crisis, you have to protect development spending so that you have capacity for future growth. If you don't protect development spending, then you miss out capacity for future growth. That is maybe the component that you wanted me to bring out. Yes.
The ministry recently gave a note for the importation of duty-free edible plants. Of course, KRA is recently into that, but traditional increasing taxes and also allowing duty-free oil to be duty-free edible oils to be imported into Kenya. Of course, now the larger scheme of things in trying to do away with the tax waivers and of course show up tax revenue. My last question is on climate change, and Dr. Christy talks severally spoken so passionately about this back in the Ministry of Forestry and then now here about climate financing. As recent as yesterday, we saw carbon trading market open here in Kenya. We understand that the ministry has given an incentive on the same, 15% tax incentive on carbon trading. We're going to see more of that happening, so that also is an option for us to combat climate change. Now that Africa takes the biggest hit, yet contributes the least to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your first question. We have rationalized, and I spent a bit of time trying to show that we're trying to close the gap on the supplies in the domestic market and the demand, and why cost escalation has come in. So most of the products, I don't know why you specifically focus on some, most of the products like maize, for example, we don't have the supply. We know the season will come, isn't it? But for now, for us to lower the cost of living, we had to bring in supplies. Those supplies must come duty-free because the impact itself will be reduced. And that is why the essence... Oh, okay. I was facing the guy who asked the question. Can you tell him to go there? No, I'm joking. No. So the essence of importation duty-free is actually to resolve the supply. Why do we want to do that? Because most of the time you have supply constraints, then the scarcity value kicks in. Scarcity value means the prices, domestic prices rise, isn't it? We are complaining about cost of living, isn't it? So that is one avenue of saying, in the short term, let us import duty-free so that we lower the cost. We bring in the supplies in the market, we lower the cost while we wait for our season to come through. That's very, very important. The second question you have asked is very, very important. Don't forget we have environment summit under His Excellency the President. That is going to be in September. So it means that we are slowly coming to formalize. And don't forget also, we have really emphasized a lot of climate finance kind of propositions, and what is happening, the development in this area is becoming very, very important. So in a sense, as we build towards, and let's say, the carbon market, the carbon credit market is working very well. We are actually trying to formalize, because before that there were informal markets that are not really working very well. So we have a big chance to really formalize this market. One of them is to make sure that we go back into our mitigation and adaptation because of the climate, the severity of the climate. In fact, there is nobody in Kenya who can now deny the severity of the climate change. But then how do we benefit from that climate action now that the markets are reforming themselves? So in a sense, as we build up towards September 4th to 6th in the summit, we really want to see how we can actually formalize that market. It will become a very important market for us. And that is something that we want to build on. There are others who are queuing for you.
My name is from K24. I'm layman in finances. My question is, how certain are you that there are going to be adequate revenue to finance the budget? Other people are saying it's too ambitious. There's an opinion. But according to you, considering the hard economic times that everyone is facing, businesses are not doing quite well. You also consider the aftermath of the corona. How certain are you going to do this?
Taxation is generated from economic activity. Period, isn't it? You don't need to know even that. You're saying you are ignorant, but you see, you pay taxes because you are having business. Business is running. Our analysis and projections are showing that the economic recovery will be coming soon. That's why we start with showing what is the growth trajectory, isn't it? We start by showing what is the growth path and which sectors are giving us that growth path. Okay? It is on the basis of that then you say, because economic activity is going to produce revenue through taxation, that's the only way you can start projecting other things. So in a sense, there is a lot of analysis that has been done. First of all, if you listen to the debate carefully, we started by showing how much is the growth expected, isn't it? What is growth to you? It's a series of a summary of economic activity. And if it's a summary of economic activity, it means that those economic activities are generating some value addition, some value added, isn't it? And so they are taxable. So we start from there. So if our analysis showed that growth in next year will be negative, then we cannot be sure about the revenue that we are raising. But we are now sure about the growth trajectory. And if we continue with that growth trajectory, we are talking about economic vibrancy. And so it means that we are going to generate the resources that we actually need, the tax resources that we actually need. So tell your friend who says that it is ambitious, is that we started with the growth. If next year the growth is not 5.8%, it's 10%, we will also change our targets. So we start from estimating and analyzing what is the growth prospects. And then after that, because the growth is a summary of economic activity or a summary of economic activities that are coming from value addition, then you can project on the tax revenue. Yes.
Uweze kulieleza taifa kwamba bajeti ambayo umesoma leo ndio msingi wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza katika utendakazi wake. Sasa serikali iliyoondoa serikali zilizopita hadi kufikia leo taifa lina madeni ya kiasi gani, na ndipo Mkenya wa kawaida kuanzia leo aweze kufahamu tafuta serikali kama msingi wakati inaendelea kufanya kazi.
Asante sana kwa hiyo maswali. Umeuliza maswali mengi, lakini wacha niseme kwanza, for me to explain the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is first of all to understand that we want to make sure that tunasaidia ule Mkenya ako chini sana. Umeshaona na Hasra Fund, si ndio? Hasra Fund imemsaidia, anaweza kupata kiasi ya pesa, anaweza kulipa na ile the affordable interest. The most important aspect of the foundation of economic transformation agenda is to make sure that we are focusing on those people who are the majority but are below, are at the bottom of the pyramid. It means that if we make a well-being or we promote policies that are going to create their well-being, it means that they have a larger impact because they are more and they are going to support us in terms of economic emancipation. So we do know that it is not we have to have the pillars for growth. That is why when we argued about bottom-up economic transformation, we focused on the sectors
that have the largest impact. Who are those in those sectors? Some of them is the bottom of the pyramid, and that is why we are very anxious in terms of the bottom-up economic policy, bottom-up economic transformation policies that are going to support and aid this. Watu kina vijana wanatarajia kupata kupata kazi, si ndio? I think there's a very serious mistake from your own conception, because a debt level cannot be a measure of development, because it all depends on what you do with the debt. Let's not confuse two things which are they are not moving target, but they are not conclusive. The debt is accumulated for you to support public goods or investments in public goods. That is why we need to do that, isn't it? But if you are looking at debt as an indicator of who was good or bad, that is not a very good approach. And if you are from the media, I need to sit with you to try and bring you up to speed. It all depends on what you did with the debt, isn't it? All of us will pay the debt. But if you are told that that debt built that dam has provided irrigation, and those people in the irrigation are producing, it means that they are raising resources that they can service the debt, isn't it? That is how it works, okay? But that is not the way. But let me say, we want to provide jobs. Lazima tupatie vijana wetu kazi. Lazima tuwasaidie na kujiendelesha. Lazima to support our education system, to build our human capital development. Hizo tumeamukia kusema hii bottom up economic better itasaidia vijana. Yeah. You have been talking for 3.5 hours, and you are thank you is to be there. No, we can have discussions, because I have to bring you to speed, so that when even when you talk with my colleagues here, you have to have a level. We have to have a level of convergence. Why? Because the story you write tomorrow has to have a level of convergence, that you understood the content, and you can actually even use it tomorrow to say, yes, I understood this content, but what are we doing now? How are we supporting that? That is the idea. That is the kind of conversation I would like to have. The conversation I would like to have with you is that you understand what I tell you. It's not a question and answer and then you go away. But you have to understand what I tell you, so that tomorrow we catch up with the story, isn't it? The second thing is that, why did you need policy reform? Because you saw policy reform is going to drive this development. That is what we didn't need to do. It's not just for the sake. Thank you so much.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. We can go. The speaker is waiting.
Oh, okay.
Good one, yeah?
Yes. Good.
Erokamano Ramogi, mana bang nyiri ma okalo kanyo. Jatend migawo mar omenda Njuguna Ndung'u loso kod jofwambo bang' somo bajet mar omenda 2023-2024. Achiel kachiel mobiro ni Ramogi TV kowuok e od bura maduong' mar piny Kenya Parliament, ma bende ma osome bajet no. Nyaka gi sani weche abich ma omi pek e bajet oting'o weche mag thieth, weche mag pur, weche mag ohala kod ohala ne jogo ma yutogi matindo tindo, kaachiel kod weche mag tudruok lony manyasani bende oketie maino e neno ni dongruok mar piny Kenya obedo kare. Ma bende oting'o weche mag somo, ma bende oketie omenda mondo mi ojiw weche mag somo kendo neno ni oganda jo Kenya, ahinya to nyithindo kata rawere ma pacho ka oyudo thuolo mar dhi nyime gi somo kendo riembo fuo mamiyo dhier nyalo nyuolore e yo mayot. Mago gin weche ma omi pek e bajet ni nyakora mo kaachiel kod mamoko ma bende ne waselidhoni kod jafwambo marwa Edwin Okoth. Emmanuel, ma bajet maduong'ie moloyo chakre ne piny Kenya yud loch.
En bajet maduong' kendo ineno ka piny owacho mar Kenya Kwanza mae tielo mokwongo magisomo e bajet, kendo gin gigero ni omenda ma 2023 kod 2024 mae omenda magichano tayo godo piny owacho kaka gipogino.
Nyiso ne ka en budget maduong' dwaro mare bende thoth. Koro joma dwani mondo okel budget ni mondo tiyo makare nyiso mara koro gin bende girokre malong'o.
Gin bende koro girokre winjo kokwa kanyo ne oganda jo Kenya koro ang'urid manokanda motegno nikech odhi yiengwa matin to jatend migao wacho kanyo ni kata kamano wabro nene ber koro modong' en rito neno kaka piny owacho bro bedo ka chopo maendi. Erokamano Bati kuom bedo ka chakre saa 8.
Erokamano Emmanuel wabedo ka walo wachni in bende koro romo sama winjo bedo wayudo weche manyien adani mondo koro aweyi mondo wang'iane moko kuom ma otimore odiochieng' ma kawuono kotenore gi budget kod weche manyien mamoko.
Nyakoro mka jwang' kik idhi mabor ma Tokyo matin oduogo gi weche manyien molo ikoni chenro mar ang'ich welo wadhi koloni matindo tindo e budget ni mondo ing'e ni to en ang'o ma piny owacho ni omako matek, jomage moyuto, jomage manyalo bedo ni ok oyuto, jomage makwayo mane giketo mondo mi omigi ok ochopo kare kaka ne gikwayo, to kod mago ma piny owacho ni geto yudo i komenda ma 2023 2024.
Is reverberating. The speed is alive. The kings of the track are here again. Feel the roar.
The marrying off of an underage girl has caught these women's attention.
All the women where they walk up and down, that one no do. Hey! Holy Ghost! Fire!
And the battle is now between the wives and their husbands. And the wives are relentless in their course.
That's it. I don't strike. One, your wife. I know they fight trouble.
Will the husbands look for other options? Or do they have the keys to unlock the treasure?
I know waiting I will. The last time where I buy flour, you know what she asked me? Whether she be good?
Watch this hilarious and informative African drama of Wives on Strike.
Women power!
Only on viewsasa.com or dial *487*3#.
Kwere ne ogongero ni thuru lo yieng'o to e gweng' ma Ombaka e Nyando e kaunti ma Kisumu en midhiero. Pi ma monjo gweng' ni higa ka higa nyuolo iye ma ohiu kendo nimo gi lek mag nyithindo manyiri.